battle drawn lines. I do not need your permission. Oh, from shadows into the light, the strength that I have was not given. Footsteps outside, they march in time, and I hear them call to fall in line. Fall in line, fall in line, fall in line. And I will fight this war, just like I fought before. If love is blind, now I see with open eyes. From ashes I rise, now I see with open eyes. Footsteps outside, they march in time. I hear them call to fall in line. And I will fight this war, just like I fought before. If love is blind, now I see with open eyes. From ashes I rise, now I see with open eyes.
They told me to stand still, so I'ma keep on running. They try to bring me down, but I'm the one that's hunting. And every day I see the sun rise out of the darkness. Wanna give me reasons, want me to stay the same, but I ain't losing nothing from what I got to gain. Better forward on the other side, stronger than my weakness. I will not surrender, can't break my soul. I will always remember what I am to the core. Keep on fighting. Keep on shining. Keep on, gonna keep on. What happens tomorrow, I started today. Keep on fighting. Keep on shining. Keep on, gonna keep on. What happens tomorrow, I started today. So keep your light shining. Whoa, 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 oh, oh, oh. Whoa, 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 oh, oh, oh. Whoa, 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 oh, oh, oh. What happens tomorrow, I started today. Believing comes before you see it. Gotta learn to love the pain. Walking through the desert, then the storm clouds bring the rain. Hold on to the light, remember the reason. I will not surrender, can't break my soul. I will always remember what I am to the core. Keep on fighting. Keep on shining. Keep on, gonna keep on. What happens tomorrow, I started today. Keep on fighting. Oh, keep on shining. Keep on, gonna keep on. What happens tomorrow, I started today. So keep your light shining. Whoa, Shining.
You can't handle my strength, then I guess we're done. Don't like my success, then it's time I'm gone. Sit down and shut up, I don't need you now. Said you'd be my rock, but you don't know how. Criticize so loud, now I'm going deaf. Don't try to tell me what I'm worth. I ain't gonna live by the standards you set. There's something better I deserve. The more you try to hold me back, I gotta let you go, let you go. You'll never keep this woman down. I know I'm in control, in control. I got so much that you can't fulfill. You can try your best, but you won't break my will. Excuse me if you think I don't measure up. You told me I throw like a girl. Sorry, but I won't ever listen up. It's what I am, so hello world. The more you try to hold me back, I gotta let you go, let you go. You'll never keep this woman down. I know I'm in control, in control. So it's done at the one, it's over for you now. I gotta let you know, let you know.
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, Qiddiya, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, White Market, the United States Air Force, and Logitech G.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back. Tomorrow we will rise. Tomorrow we will rise. Tomorrow we will rise.
Hello everyone and welcome back to ESL Impact. If this is your first time tuning in, I think it's worth kind of reiterating what we're all about here, because ESL Impact is an all-women circuit. It was created to bridge the gap between men and women in Counter-Strike and to battle sexism and toxicity. So we stand against any harassment, bullying, discrimination of any kind in esports. And we hope you all join us on this, because what you say online matters. And our goal with ESL Impact is to provide a safe space and opportunities for all women to compete and increase their level of skill, with the aim, of course, to see players and teams advance to the highest level. We all want to see this scene grow, and every single one of us working with ESL Impact are constantly striving to do the best for the scene to achieve these goals. So be kind to each other. With that all said, we're now at the end of week 6, Brandon. We're wrapping up all of the regional leagues to decide which teams will be going to represent on the global stage. That's a lot to get into, so let's jump in.
Well said. Let's jump into things. Let's take a look at the schedule, what we're working with today, because of course it's 3 regions of competition. Europe, Bigger Keeper versus Dreamcatchers. That's a massive game in Group A. We'll touch on that in just a moment, because in South America, Atrix versus Insanity, another game will sort of paves the landscape a little bit for South America, with Fury and Fluxo leading the way. That's going to be a pretty difficult one for Atrix trying to breach their way into. Nouns and Lotus round out North America. There's a lot on the line here, especially in Europe. That's where we're going to be focusing on, Lucy. We'll take a look at the groups and we'll see how all of this shapes up. Now, you might be sitting here looking at the standings and thinking, well, how does this all play out? What does this really look like for the landscape of who can qualify through? A reminder for those of you that are just tuning in, top of the board in each group means that you just directly qualify through. You don't have to go through this playoff stage of determining the other teams in the LAN. For Europe, pretty much Imperial have qualified because they got 4 wins. NIP, if they win tonight against Astralis, that's on the community broadcast as well. Make sure you go and give some love to our community broadcasters. If NIP beat Astralis, they also just automatically qualify. They don't have to sort of go through the deciders. And Na'Vi, they can only top the group if Astralis lose. Sorry, if Astralis win against NIP and NIP lose. So that's going to be a tough one. There's a lot more just going on here in the works. We'll touch on it a little bit briefly. I just realized that I waffled for a little bit, so I'm going to give the mic back to you.
Yeah, listen, what you need to worry about with this one is it's Bigger Keeper versus Dreamcatchers, right? And what's important about this is that whoever wins this also goes to the decider, right? So it's essentially a qualification for top 3 in this match. But for Astralis, I think just worth honing in on them briefly, just because we did have this little tweet from the Astralis Counter-Strike account, and we've been praising this team, Brandon, actually this season, because we came in a little bit, thinking, okay, I'm not sure what our expectations are for Astralis. They've been underperforming a little bit. They've got the guild core who weren't able to make it last season. Can this mismatch come together and work? Yes, it can. They've actually looked surprisingly good. So they actually still have a chance with how they've been doing to go through to LAN. With that win over Letter Cook, with the win over ENCE, they can do it. Their last 2 games are NIP versus Na'Vi. But depending on other results, that might not even matter because they've already beat ENCE and Letter Cook. So there's a real chance Astralis is going to be the 3rd team in Group B. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on how everything plays out. But it's been amazing to see this team really come to life this season.
Especially when you think about it's the core of the ex-guild players, and then you've got Pullux that's moved over to an AWP role, and you've got Marie and Ismo that are still performing well. I was worried about how that was going to look like, whether Marie and Ismo would drop off in form. If anything, they've elevated their game, which has been a brilliant thing to watch for this season. That's on the community streams. On the main stream, it's Big versus Dreamcatchers. Before we dive into anything, we want to know what you think, Twitch chat, because normally you're always right. Hashtag Big for Bigger Keeper, hashtag DC for Dreamcatchers. And just before we jump into the specifics, and whilst we've still got the chat, I will say last time these 2 teams played against each other, it was pretty dominant from Dreamcatchers.
Yeah, we spoke to Susanna last week, right? And, she was saying, I don't think we're going to have the same result. They got kind of caught off there. They weren't playing their best game. It just wasn't going well for them at comms and all the rest. So I think the Bigger Keeper we see today is going to be a lot different. I think this Bigger Keeper has been ramping up, but they did get demolished last time they played. And in fact, the last 2 times they played, they've lost to Dreamcatchers teams. So they technically come in as the favorites. Obviously, the veto is going to be quite important for this matchup. Mirage has been a big mainstay for really both of these teams. So I wouldn't be surprised just to see that come through again. If I'm Bigger Keeper, maybe I try and go somewhere else. Dust2 actually banned, which is interesting. I didn't expect Big to ban Dust2.
I was actually hoping that they'd ban Ancient, to be honest, but maybe they want a bit of redemption on it. I'm surprised that they've gone for the Dust2 ban, but that sort of speaks volumes to how good Dreamcatchers have been looking. Inferno picked by Big is, again, a little bit spicy. I'm not really too sure what to expect now. I think you can now ban out this Ancient, and I think you can probably put it on an Anubis. I don't think Nuke is going to be the mainstay here. Dreamcatchers ban it. You get rid of Anubis. You play Ancient. Okay.
It's risky. Okay, I actually think the first two maps Bigger Keeper are very happy with. I think Mirage has been a map that they actually really like playing, even though they got wiped out last time. In fact, both times they played on Mirage. I still think that they're quite a good Mirage team, so they're fine with that being picked into. Obviously, they put the work into Inferno. They know Dreamcatchers are going to ban that second phase, and they have a chance to punish and pick it here and maybe catch them off guard. So I'm excited to see what this Inferno is going to look like here. It's not been the best for Bigger Keeper this season thus far. Lost to Imperial and HSG on it, so yet to pick up the dub in the season on Inferno, but maybe against Dreamcatchers, that's where they can do it.
I remember watching Dreamcatchers on Inferno, and the Inferno's quite good. And then what I'm worried about is maybe Big overthinking this veto and not picking to their strengths. But I like what they've done. Maybe accept the pick. We'll have to wait and see. Because the CT side is going to be important on Inferno, and the CT side has been very important for Big, the counter teddy bears, as the graphic says. They're the CT top performers. 67% win rate on the CT side is absurd. But I said this to you off air. I'm going to say it to you on air as well, Lucy. That's a worrying stat for me, because sure, it looks brilliant that you've got 67% win rate on your CT side. Well, my question is, what's going wrong then on the T side? How are you not being able to convert these maps if you are winning CT by such a landslide?
Yeah, I mean, for context, Nip are 59 also, and then Na'Vi are 58%. So, like, those numbers are a bit more within the reasonable where you'd expect a team to be. So to be almost 10% higher is ridiculous. Another cool stat coming in here with part of this win percentage being so high is that they're 4v5s. They convert 48% of them on the CT side. That's like 50% of rounds, basically. A coin flip if they're in a 4v5 as to whether they win the overall round or not, which is actually quite a really good stat. I don't know if that just speaks well to... I think that kind of reflects well on Juliana's then calling in the mid-round, you imagine, is a big part of that success. But yeah, it's a really cool stat to at least go along with that. But T-side's definitely where we need to work on. But let's focus in on an individual player, our Kadia player to watch. And that, of course, is going to be Juliana. You just saw her on the screen. Now you see her again in real life this time. And she's been an absolute superstar for this squad. Calling, fragging, she does it all. I think she's actually the highest rated performer this season.
And that surprises me, to be honest, because where you've got players like Paulie, like Zana, I'd expect them to be sort of top of the list, especially with Jenny R and how well she's been playing. I think what's fantastic is you can go down the list, even Letty as well, right? And talk about how good Bigger Keeper have looked, game in, game out. And the Juliana is at the top, which I think it is brilliant. It speaks to the levels of everyone on this team and how they've been looking. But the fact that she's doing this whilst coming back in, calling, coming back off a LAN for Big Keeper as well, Giuliano, we've seen her story in ESL Impact. Came in with G2 Oya, was a little bit hit and miss on that G2 Oya squad. You feel like it was ramping up, and then things didn't go to plan there with that organization. She moves into Bigger Keeper. She gets Bigger Keeper their LAN in 2 years in an ESL Impact, and now looking for even more. It feels very good to be a Bigger Keeper fan right now, although results sometimes don't go their way, and that's concerning, especially when this is such a high-pressure environment.
Yeah, sometimes I watch this team and I feel like they're the best team in the scene, but then sometimes I watch them and I feel like anyone can beat them. Like, it can be a little hit and miss, but I do feel like they're ramping up, and obviously the big asterisk that we've put over them this season is that change in the roster with Letty coming in to replace Kiosa, the big firepower difference there. And Letty, I think, fulfilling a very different role in this team than Kiosa did. They've adapted well, I believe, from what I've seen so far in the season. It's just those results outside of ESL Impact, the losses to Dreamcatchers, how dramatic they were, that kind of throw that into the question for me. And I think a player that we really do want to see step up a little bit more is Paulie, because we know how good she can be. We've seen her in these online leagues just absolutely dominating. And so I put a lot of expectations on her to step up, given that, you've got Letty filling in for Kiosa.
I draw the same parallels with Paulie as I draw with AIM in NIP, and that is give her a little bit of confidence and she'll thrive. And I think that's all she needs. And for me, she just needs to sort of recover that, because I think she was brilliant last season. I think she was a really good player for being a keeper, how is having all of these moments, even her time in NIP. She just needs to remind herself of the player that she is, because she's listening and taking everything in.
All right, she's really, really attentive. Sorry, Letty, we're going to go focus elsewhere now. Dreamcatchers, let's talk about them, because this is a team that we've been absolutely hyping up so much. Like, the amount we are gassing this team up, because they have just been on this absolute tear this season. Big win over HSG. That was really impressive. 2 weeks ago? They've won events outside of ESL Impact and Trade It, which have looked really good. They've taken down so many big names in the last 2 months that it feels that this is a team that is on the warpath and destined to qualify for LAN, just with how they're playing and the form. You can just never give them anything because they are so explosive and the individuals just look so sharp.
And the thing is, I feel like, again, Bigger Keeper would have been watching that demo quite extensively when these two teams did play against each other in Trade It and was trying to learn from the mistakes. But the thing I worry about is I think Dreamcatchers, where they are so good and where they are improving week in, week out, that was Dreamcatchers of 3 weeks ago. Dreamcatchers now is a better variant, and you got to be really concerned. It's all about experience at this stage in the game. You've got that in Fatal and Elizabeth. That's the only thing I draw slight concerns with for Dreamcatchers. It's you are the underdogs. You've got a lot to prove, only for yourselves. You're playing without pressure for sure, but how do you hold up in these moments when qualification is right there on the line? All you have to do is beat a team you've already beaten. Have you got it? Can you do it twice?
What's crazy about these numbers that are coming up? 3 of these players, Ian, Fatal, Saskia, Kitsuna, all have a 1.5 to 1.17 average in the last 3 months. And that's for 25 odd maps played. So yeah, the just kind of floor of this team feels incredibly high. I think Saskia has been one of the standouts for me because she's an anchor player, right? And the amount that she delivers in those roles, the amount of multi-kills, the clutches she can pull through and the other side falls and she has to then step up. I've been so impressed with her individually. And so I think, you know, there's a few cool parallels you can draw here, like Saskia, Letty as those kind of star anchors. And then you've got the AWPs of Kitsuna and Zana going head to head. So a lot of exciting little macro things going on here. Let's talk about our decisions, Brandon. We have to decide who we throw our hat in with. Where are you going? I think I can guess where you're going, but where are you going?
I might be blurry, but my vision on this game is crystal clear. I'm going with Bigger Keeper.
Yeah, I thought you would. I'm gonna go with Dreamcatchers. I can't just like say all this great stuff about them and then not pick them. And yeah, I love an underdog. I love their story. I want Bigger Keeper to qualify for LAN, of course. I want to see Giuliano back on LAN once more. And so does Twitch chat. 83%. Brandon, it's looking good for Bigger Keeper because it feels like whoever chat decide is the team that wins. So yeah, I think with that sort of percentage, with you picking that team, it's set in stone. Dreamcatchers cannot win this.
Well, no, don't say it like that.
That's how it works.
Oh my God, I'm just getting worse. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's happening. I've been like Thanos snapped by you.
3 pixels.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. The point is, it's Mirage. This is way more important. Do or die for LAN qualification. It is in your hands if you are either Bigger Keeper or Dreamcatchers. Time to make your destiny in week 6 of ESL Impact. It is big starting on that CT side. Double molly, double smoke.
Time to catch your dream, as it were. Nice timing on the molly. Molly throws that forward. Actually, it doesn't go, goes under. No, it's kind of wild. They are going to burst out. Smokes are down, very standard from Dreamcatchers, but look at Bigger Keeper. They're in spawn. You're not expecting a 3-player flank. You imagine 2-2 rat, 1 through Palace. It might not matter if you lose control elsewhere. Zana gets that first kill. Giuliano starts to accelerate. There isn't a kit. 3 players are in jungle. 1 falls. Zana gets the player in sandwich, and this is not a great position now for Dreamcatchers. Losing out all the duels. It falls to Saskia. 1v3. She's on fire, and that second Molotov does its job.
Yeah, brilliant. And you got to move fast there because, as you mentioned, there's no defuse kit. Where it is double molly, double smoke, you got to act quickly. And Zana was instrumental in all of that. As soon as Fatal, you can see her mouse and motor running it through. They're on the flank. They're on the flank. Dreamcatchers. Sosha takes the space in towards jungle, but immediately it is closing down the space and narrowing the options for Dreamcatchers to the point where you are just putting Sosha in the corner and then you're barbecuing her. Really well effective round from Bigger Keeper. A great start to their CT side. For Bigger Keeper as well, what I didn't say in my prediction, but what I will say now, it's so important, in my opinion, that this team gets off to a hot start. Because them building back into games, whilst it has been possible in the future, I think it's way better for them against Dreamcatchers. They start off hot, and Paulie's looking to do exactly that with 2 headshots on the MP9.
Yeah, she was fully alone there and is able to deliver the double. Zana getting one more. This force by not quite finding the footing they hoped. Bomb just going to be desperately planted. Will find success on that, so something comes from it. Giuliano's incredibly low, so it's certainly still in the realms of possibility, but with Fatal falling, I feel it's very unlikely. The MAC-10 not able to adjust, so they lose 2. They'll have 3 rifles. The bomb gets planted, but with the defuse, Beekeeper more than happy. Dreamcatchers getting in, but not getting out.
And that's the main thing. It's 2 rounds for Dreamcatchers, limit testing this A bomb site. With limited utility, they still find a way in, and this is something they can rely on a little bit later. You take this eco, it's now all about changing direction. It's now all about making sure that you're keeping this defense guessing. For Bigger Keeper, you just lost a couple of players there. You forced some rebuys out. Everyone's now upgraded off of their SMGs into M4s. You got to make sure that you win this round cleanly.
Hero AK. Swinging up to she's in ramp right now. Fatal's Deagle goes for a hunt, doesn't find too much. Hero AK does, but it comes with a cost. Low HP, and she's the only one with armor, so difficult to juggle that over as well. Paulie will spot a player on the edge of the smoke, but flashbang blinds everybody. Bomb needs to go get collected, and that smoke will fade shortly. Very hard for Dreamcatchers to make this work. A boost up even being deployed. Pick up everything they need here to close this one cleanly. These players in Palace, the ones that have to make the move. It's just the Glock from Sosha sitting in sandwich. Horse has meant Giuliano goes for a little bit of a venture. So it is just these players in CT. Swing out dealt with immediately. That AK dropped. Second player falls as well. Jenny R cleaning up. Nice little 3K on the hold.
A lot of focus here from Bigger Keeper. It's just all in the micro. Sure, the boost fails at the first instance, but you still got this bait and switch. You've got Giuliano that tucks in towards connector, and he's just waiting for Dreamcatchers. They are checking every stone. They are making sure that they don't get undone by players just catching them out of nowhere. And even if one player does fall, you've got the instant trade. It was always going to be a big stretch to imagine Dreamcatchers can get the bomb down on A because of the lack of utility and the lack of weaponry that they've got. So just by taking these deeper lines, you're using the range to your advantage, you're making sure you're not losing too many players. That's exactly what they needed, Bigger Keeper. But for Dreamcatchers, with a couple of bomb plants, we'll have to see after the replay. I'm not sure if Kitsuna can afford an AWP, but I know she'll be trying to prioritize it. She has got it out, but it comes at a cost of util.
The veto for Astralis versus NIP, Brandon, if you're interested. Vertigo, picked by Astralis, as they have been. I like that they picked Vertigo. I think it's cool. Inferno by NIP, no surprises. An Ancient Decider, so pretty good veto, I feel, for both teams.
And NIP like doing things the hard way, don't they? I would not rule Astralis out of that best of 3. I think NIP will win it. I will always pick NIP. So will Wayne. Look, she's even got the graffiti on the floor for the ninjas. But I think that could be potentially 3 maps.
Yeah, I think the Vertigo should be a lock-in, you feel, for Astralis there. And I think I played it like once.
Yeah, but you got Vilga.
You do have Vilga.
She knows how to cool on Vertigo.
Yeah, that is true. Better that than Nuke. Astralis to get the pissed around though. So good start to things.
Yeah, I mean, you always anticipate the Vertigo pick from Astralis because that's the map they've been the most comfortable on. I think out of Anubis and Ancient, I think it's more clever for NIP to remove Anubis and let it go to Ancient. I feel like they're going to be more comfortable there because Astralis has shown good things on Anubis as well. So Vito does make sense. Vito checks out, as you said. In this one, I'm checking out Zana and Kitsuna on the AWP head-to-head. Kitsuna's got a forward spawn, potentially to peek window or at least get boosted up and have a look in connector. Mid control is everything here between these two teams. And I wonder if Bigger Keeper are going to play proactively and try and fight for this space in towards middle in the next few rounds, whether they're going to just see what Dreamcatchers will get up to in the default, because Dreamcatchers haven't really shown them anything. It has been A, and then they went A, and then on the eco, they went A. They did not reveal any further strats, what the default is going to look like, how are they going to play this one out. So for Bigger Keeper, it's all about a guessing game and making the right move.
You had a chance to check out the new patch, Brandon, the Armory.
I have bought 5 of the passes.
Same.
I unboxed a Deagle from one of the collections that looks kind of mid, and I unlocked the dual Berettas from the Overpass collection.
Oh, I really want that. I put 3 skins on my want list, and
Ooh,
they are
what
the
are they?
dual Berettas,
Yeah.
the Zeus, and
Yes,
the
of
Pink Hawk.
course.
So yeah,
The
those
Pink
3.
Hawk's quite nice.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And I do
Very
like the
good.
Zeus skin. Even though I'm not a huge fan of the Zeus, the Zeus skin, the Dragon Snore, big fan of the name, big fan of the graphic. I think a lot of people have unfairly criticized the update because people are like, oh my god, it's just cosmetics. The amount of animation changes will make the game feel a lot more like CSGO. And from playing limited in MM, and genuinely, this isn't like a flex, but genuinely rolling every person I've come across in MM so far, it did feel a bit better. But the sample size is limited. Faceit have only just reopened their queue, so I'm excited to kind of play on Faceit servers and see how that truly matches up. But from watching some competitive Counter-Strike this morning, it does look like you can hold angles a little bit easier.
Yeah, no more leg peeks.
Yeah.
Things going all over the place.
What did I describe it as earlier? I said it was almost like you've got the wacky inflatable arm flailing tube men when you go for like those wide swing peaks, right? When just all the limbs are going everywhere. Or it's like Mr. Tickles peeking you around the corner with his legs.
Mr. Tickles? Who's what?
Yeah. From
Like
Mr. Men. Yeah. Or Mrs. Incredible, I suppose.
big
'cause
arms, yeah.
She's quite bendy. I've heard. So, yeah, it does feel a lot more like CSGO. Definitely from watching it, it felt like players are a lot more comfortable holding angles, which is perfect. As a holding angle enjoyer, I can't wait for that to become meta again, and we get rid of this utter woke nonsense of wide swinging.
Yeah, return to tradition. We want to hold angles.
And we want the game to start. There we go.
Yeah, good. That was a good end point to the podcast. Tune in next time for getting a bone with B-Dog?
Oh, yeah, no, maybe not that. I don't think we're going to call it getting a bone with B-Dog. It's a bit too on the nose. Mid-fight for Fatal. Wayne is also aggressing, and we get the answer. Jenny wanted to fight in connector. Giuliano was there as well. And for Dreamcatchers, they've shown attention in towards mid, and now they want to hit B.
Yeah, look at Big's rotations, though. They have 2 players immediately sprinting to B to receive. So their response has been perfect, despite getting very little information outside of a bit of presence towards top middle and these smokes that we're throwing out the gate. Will Paulie peek into this connector play? No, it's being held by the AWP, so Paulie's ready for the swing. We'll spot a player off the flash. With the molly dropped out apartments, Beekeeper kind of know what's up. Are Dreamcatchers going to commit to this, or do they feel it's too telegraphed?
It is too telegraphed because they put nothing on A, which is why this rotation's come over in the first place. So Wayne has now also been spotted over towards short. So Paulie's holding ladder. Zana's now worried because they haven't heard anything over at B-Apps for quite a while. It was a dismissal initially for Dreamcatchers, but now it's the re-extension. Wayne will swing and deal with Jenny R. But Giuliano and Letty are still here in apartment. Letty takes 2, hopes for more, and she delivers. Triple threat on the site for Big initially, but it's Letty that comes up with all the spoils. Sosya and Fatal trying to trade, and Fatal makes the lurk kill. But with 10 seconds left, how do you plant this bomb? Oh, maybe you don't need to.
Oh, 1 HP on Fatal. That looked like Bigger Keeper had done everything. It looked like Letty had done everything. She gets 3 kills. All that was needed was Fatal to fall. And then it doesn't matter if Letty dies because it's a 1v1 with sub 10 seconds. And you just feel like that favors that remaining player. That's a rough one for Bigger Keeper to lose, given they had all the right read on the situation. They had all the players there.
I'll tell you what, I was so confident that that Fatal kill was going the other way that I gave you in casting what's called a hard throw. And it's like I stop directly in the middle of my sentence, you pick over and you carry on the play-by-play. That's the background from what we do, guys. That's how we do our job sometimes. And I was so comfy that Fatal was going to lose that fight. I did not think she'd win it on 1 HP. And I was proved wrong. Dreamcatchers proved Big wrong. It doesn't matter if you've got 3 players on your setup. They still dismantle you anyway.
Well, nice shots from Letty. And nice opener from Zana. Fatal, removed. That was the bottom of the boost. How'd that even happen?
Not sure, but you take it.
Yeah, that part's not even meant to stick out.
But it did. There's another opening kill.
All right, so actually, no, I'll maths later. Let's focus on the round. Nice HE. Elizabeth, little jumpy jump. A second jumpy jump. To boost. Giuliano surely aware of this. Oh. Oh. Cool boost, actually, though.
That's comms. Yeah, that's comms. Like, Giuliano should have heard that. She will just swing anyway. Oh, so for Dreamcatchers, they assumed that that was the player rotating because, of course, they would have said, well, surely if they heard us, Zana would have been aware. She wasn't. But Giuliano will punish. She will put it still in favor of Bigger Keeper, but Dreamcatchers are going back to B.
Letty again with the MP9 in a good position. Good damage done. The swing goes for the AWPer first. And so Wai Ying with no HP, able to stay alive. Jenny R picks up the AWP. She just want to try and deny this bomb. No, can't do it. Flash makes it hard, but she just walks in. Brazen and almost hits the 1 dig. Elizabeth in the 1v2 with barely any HP. They know exactly where she is. Needs to be perfect. Can't get it done. Disgusting from Jenny.
A team ace as well from Bigger Keeper. That starts off with an entry kill. You get the weird little communication mishap in towards jungle, but it's Giuliano that gets the trade ultimately. And Letty does so much damage. Even though she only gets 1 kill there, she locks down B by doing all the damage and just staying alive for that extra half a second, taking that wide swing that draws the attention over to allow Jenny the room to maneuver out of market. Well handled from Big because it's second times the charm for Dreamcatchers potentially, but instead it doesn't work out. Bigger Keeper, they slam the door shut on B, and now they push Dreamcatchers in towards an A exec.
Fatal's just trying to feign out the presence, but here comes the smoke flashbang. And Elizabeth wants to head in. Wayne starts to charge through. Paulie and Zana. Does she want to get ahead of this smoke? Yes. Wants to help out her teammate on the side, but a missed shot makes it uncomfortable. Plays the defensive smoke to give her some room to move and a distraction to set up Paulie. A triple kill for her from underneath. Looking for more. The quad converted off the spray through the floorboards. Paulie has locked down the A-bomb site, and there is nothing for Dreamcatchers this round.
Perfect. Perfect. There you go. That is exactly what you want out of Paulie. And it's a Zana missed shot that actually sets her up. Because they're so paranoid about dealing with her in towards triple, our Dreamcatchers, that Paulie goes completely unnoticed. Zana also dribbles and underarms a smoke out of triple to make it look like she's trying to fall away in towards jungle. Make it feel like she's the only one there, and Bigger Keeper have reset in towards this heavy B and mid setup. That's not the case. The fact that Paulie finds a multi there is absolutely massive. That should do her a world of confidence. That's exactly what we were speaking about in the pre-game. Faster pace. We saw Giuliano just in Wayne's POV, but she was so tunnel vision on connector, didn't see her, and Zana gets rid of Fatal.
Yeah, Paulie's had 2 big rounds each time that they've kind of committed to this bomb site. She's gotten the multi-kill. HE helps out Jenny R. And they're just cleaning up against these pistols, not giving them the room to work with. Nice kills from Jenny. 6-1, the CT side holding strong. And what was the percentage, Brandon, of
67 point something.
Yeah, but what's the T round percentage again?
Ask me in 10 seconds.
Okay, because we need to mathematically work out what's the number of CT rounds that they need in order to have that room for a T side that only achieves, what, 43%? Something like this?
46 on Mirage.
Okay. Well, that means you only need 7 CT rounds.
Get 11 just to be safe.
Yeah, it's always good to get 11, isn't it?
Difference is, I think Big have come into this with a game plan, and also Big have come into this with a completely refreshed mentality. And this was something that Zana was speaking about in her interview. She said the mood was a little bit low. We've reset, we focused on it. And you can tell, like, Jenny's having fun. Like, she's laughing on the cams. We saw Letty in pre-game feeling, looking a lot more confident, just talking to her team directly. Zana is going for these peaks quite aggressively a lot in these rounds, and this time is punished by Kitsuna. Jenny doesn't peek, and Giuliano... Oh. I was going to say looks for ramp, but it says Letty in the smoke. Deals with 2 of them, can't adjust onto Fatal, but here comes Jenny, and she can't get by Fatal again.
Yeah, Fatal ready for that swing. And Wayne holding for Paulie. She has no idea this player is present. Can't get the spin off. Giuliano has a chance in this round. Purely because that bomb has to be recollected. Giuliano will catch the player lurking. Puts it into the 1-on-2. She's going to run all the way around. It's going to cut off some precious seconds, but does give her more room to work with. The problem is Kitsuna is here and is going to hear her immediately and just turns and hits her shot. Dreamcatchers get their second on the board.
All because of Fatal. And again, this lurk in jungle that has now been employed twice to give Dreamcatchers both of their rounds. There's a lot of high prioritization on getting this T side, at least one player in towards window to cut off these rotations. And I don't mind the play for Giuliano to make the around the world rotation, but she has to be loud because of how long it takes. And as you mentioned, Kitsuna can just hit the shot almost immediately. A fight back in towards mid. You got a boost in towards ladder. You got the nade being primed to blow open this smoke. And again, Zana going for the extremely aggressive peak, not being rewarded.
She's going to head elsewhere. Maybe just lock down B with the op. Do you have Celsia who's crept out the ramp? Kitsuna with the AWP. Oh, Paulie lucky to avoid that shot. Kitsuna's just going to fall back, hoping that that AWP firing off will bait Celsia's position and maybe she can get something from it.
Got to remember as well that always in these decided games, And it was always Big versus NIP. Big would always come out ahead. Letty gets ahead of the incendiary. Between her and Paulie, they shut down things at connector. And Paulie swings again from default. Players keep dropping like flies left, right, and center on the A bomb site. And it all falls to Kitsuna. And she does hit 2, but the elevation changes too much from Giuliano. Dreamcatchers get 1, and then Big reply immediately and don't allow them to gain momentum.
Yeah, these rounds get very chaotic where everything is happening all the time. And this is where your comms need to be clean. And the prioritization of the players on ramp there was perfect. Paulie on the re-swing. Kitsuna has some nice shots to attempt that 1v4, but just simply too many players for her to get past. Really nice stuff from Bigger Keeper. And Paulie again stepping up with the double. From behind default.
A site closed. I'm telling you, A site is closed. You cannot go there because Paulie will find you and delete you. And also, I don't want to be that guy, Lucy, but Elizabeth, it's not been the best start to the first half.
You don't have to be that guy.
I do. In a game as important as this, I do.
Aggressive up short. Ying will win out the final to Jenny. Giuliano, only good for the 1. A double up in short, you feel like it was going to deliver big time, but it's Letty that now has to step up again, and she does. A double kill and an escape. Gives the advantage for Big after losing those 2 kills. She might then be done. Looking like she wants to swing around this smoke, and she's managed to cross over. Finds another kill, Letty, on B. Doesn't matter which bomb site you go to, you are meeting a rock-solid defense.
That's Zana just looking in the camera right at the very end. Like, yeah, what? You want to try it? This time she's used as the closer, and it's the rifle as the open. Dreamcatchers, they try everything. They try accelerating and getting these kills on towards short, but it doesn't matter. Because you've got this space from Letty. Look at how effective this is. She knows that the fall-off is on short, so she's on a timer. Gets the first kill, repositions. After she gets the second kill, repositions. Forms an even tighter tether with her teammates. And again, it's just destructive from Big. Another opening kill. This is relentless.
I think they took the 13-4 they had on Mirage last time the 2 teams played personally, because this is looking like the shoe is well on the other foot. Zana is just going nuts. This is a team unafraid to take fights because they have the confidence that they're going to win them.
They're in D7's face at Q.
It seems so. Zana hits another.
This is the scary. This is when Bigger Keeper are scary. And you made the comparison about sometimes they are the best team in the scene when you watch them play. Sometimes they feel really absent. And for me, it's when they got off to these really good starts. It's when suddenly someone finds a multi-kill and it instills so much confidence into the rest of the team that they feel like they can win any fight. So Zana is taking every single fight that comes her way. This is the most aggressive I've seen Zana all season.
Yeah, I love to see it. I really love to see it because she was that player when she first kind of burst through with you know, the initial iteration of Bigger Keeper. It feels like we're getting that superstar Zana reappearing. The opening kill this time, going the way of Dreamcatchers. That was just from window. Kitsuna spams out Jenny R, and they've gotten full control in middle. So Letty's called over. Harmon's being watched by the AWP. Letty crosses over. Elizabeth has all the information on this. Maybe Zana's now going to give her chance. Does look like it. I think Letty will swing and Zana will peek, or the other way around. Orb tag. There's the swing. Doesn't hit the shot. Zana needs to step in. Can't get it done. Paulie will get the trade. Dreamcatchers have the advantage.
They got to move. Bigger Keeper, they've got to move to B right now. And for Giuliano and Paulie, they're just checking out middle, but it's too late. They're already over the site. Elizabeth is low, so this isn't a true 3-on-2.
Chance here for Pig to get double digits or Dreamcatchers to come away with 3, which would be something to work with. A fake on the bomb, Fatal swings, and it falls to Paulie, who long range almost taps them away. But it will be Dreamcatchers just about finding their third.
I used to be an accountant. I'll do stats for you. 75%. That was the amount of rounds Bigger Keeper converted on that defense. And now they're hoping to close out in a quick manner. Pistol Kitsuna swings and does get the best of the York counterpart. And she wants even more. But going toe-to-toe with Giuliano's a bit tricky. The double up in apartments, however, pays dividends for Dreamcatchers.
Stunks.
Diamond hands.
Giuliano and Letty carrying quite a bit cargo. Got smoke flashes, Molotov. You don't want to throw any of it and let Dreamcatchers know what the go is. But a shot, that will let them know. Flash over, they want to scale in, see if they can get a player or two here, allow that bomb to go down. Elizabeth can't get it done. They find her first in this round, but won't find her second. Letty's just throwing this smoke down. Can she get the plant? Commits to the fight, and that's going to prevent her. There's just no way she'll get that bomb down.
Cool round out Dreamcatchers, because you've got Kitsuna pushing under, but normally you'd either have a second player there with her or just one player pushing in the apartments. The fact that they double up is everything because it stops Bigger Keeper exactly from what they wanted to achieve there. That felt like a little bit of anti-strat from Dreamcatchers, which was cool to see. It also just a really slight variance to deny Bigger Keeper even finding any successful trades or room on one of these bomb sites.
Ball spy is interesting from Big. Doesn't start well for Giuliano. Kitsuna runs through Sosha with the MP9 at closer range, and that was never going to go well for Big. They get eaten alive by the MP9s. The force buy does 0 points of damage.
You didn't get the bomb down, so why would you force buy? It is my biggest question here, because it is MR12. And now suddenly, it was 9-3, sure. You're now going to look at this, it's going to be 9-6, unless the Deagle, Giuliano, and Jenny can have a miracle round. But suddenly that's a 3-round game, and that feels a lot more achievable psychologically.
Suna looking to clean up more this round. Only the one, Paulie's Dig, does find a kill. With Jenny's, that has put this into an interesting position. Can it get further interesting? Zana's stuck. No, she gets away. Lucky for her, because HE was on its way. But that armor would have been her undoing. With a lot of time on the clock, there's certainly a way for Big to somehow make this round work.
I like the re-exec into mid. You've seen this a lot now with teams where you've seen the contact take shape, you back off, you wait a few seconds, then you re-walk into a spot because you know the common reactions here for Dreamcatchers. When you lose mid, it's to push extremities. You've got that out of Wayne, you've got that out of Fatal. Elizabeth will walk over and try and provide a little bit of support or intel as to where these players are going. But Paulie's already made a massive move up towards A, so all eyes on Fatal in trying to stop this round from spiraling out of control.
Yeah, she's got the power position. Can Jenny get this bomb down? It looks like she will be able to. That's already a win. And with Zana hitting that headshot, it could be even worse. Elizabeth trying to get something done, gets that kill. And 2-on-2, but Giuliano's in middle. And if Giuliano catches Wayne, that's the whole round done, but she can't do it. And Zana has to come in clutch. 1 versus 2. No armor. Charges forward. Gets the first kill. And Wayne's just running forward. Pistol out. Tapping the bomb. Zana swings. And Bigger Keeper eco Dreamcatchers.
And Zana doesn't stop moving as well. She knows that she can hold Mouse 1 with the MP9. Make herself as difficult as a target as possible. I cannot believe that happens, but it's really good mid-round and out of Bigger Keeper. And exactly what is the common reaction happens for Dreamcatchers. But the fact that Zana is able to get the big kill is the one on Fatal. It's just instant into Palace. And from there, it's a big, deep breath for Dreamcatchers because you haven't got the space to work with at all on that A site. And you're going into the unknown.
The MP9 too from Jungle to get the headshot onto Fatal there is outrageous. Dreamcatchers can buy into this, and Sosha gets aggressive. Good for 1. Kitsuna has found 2. So for Big, despite that victory, not all sunshine and roses. A 2v4 now has to take place.
Oh, off the high of winning a round like that, with the opportunity presenting itself to be so good for Bigger Keeper, it falls a little bit flat. It feels like they overexert themselves in towards middle. The pieces on A weren't ready to move in tandem with what was going on in towards connector and short. And now you got Kitsuna posted. Or was posted. Zana's crossed. That's now been relayed over. The molly will force Kitsuna away. And this is allowing space in. The difficulty is now getting the bomb down and holding on to things, especially with Kitsuna still hitting every single shot being presented to her. Zana thrown into the clutch, but she's being swarmed.
Big round from Kitsune. I guess that AWP out and money was at breaking point. They needed this round to come through, and she delivers. The 1-for-1 and ramp could have given Beekeeper something to work with, but Kitsune's just taken names everywhere else. For all the praise we throw in Zana, have to direct some to her way as well. She actually overtakes her and kills. Crazy shot there onto Letty. Second as well. Barely seeing these players.
Where's that come from, by the way? How is she at 17 kills? This is a 10-6 game. Not sure, but that round's the most impactful one of the lot. And now she waits even more patiently in towards B. A missed shot, but she'll drop the incendiary and back out of there. Wayne tasked with dealing with players in connector. There is an AWP.
It's only an AWP. It's 4 Glocks and an AWP. Like, this is such a crazy buy. You could have got 2 AKs. But the
Who needs them?
Did their job last time, so let's not forget the damage that can be done with them.
Also, you're never expecting this AWP. It's not fired a bullet yet.
She got a chance. She needs to find this opportunity, hoping for the swing to come. But if all her teammates fall in the meantime, it becomes a lot harder to get active with this AWP. Bomb will be planted. No, it won't. But Zana finally reveals the AWP. Jenny catches one. Question is, where's this other player? Now you know exactly where both lie. Zana trying to find one of these 2 kills just to give her team something to work with. Has to go for the reload. Elizabeth surely swarms. Doesn't quite catch the timing. Oh, this is so uncomfortable. Elizabeth will win it out, and it falls to Jenny. Lock in hand. She's not finding the shots, not connecting. Sasha has all the advantage. Somehow Jenny is still alive. How is she still alive? What is going on? How? Okay, finally. Benny Hill music stops, and Sasha defuses the bomb.
Jenny ran out of ammo in the AK. Everyone ran out of ammo for Bigger Keeper. If she had the AK there, that's just a dub. I don't know. How's she alive for that long? How did Bigger Keeper get so much work done in this low buy where you buy an AWP and you've got Glocks and somehow it's a 1v1? Zana had 2 opportunities there, and whilst she's been immaculate, she had 2 guaranteed chances. I think even 3 shots to kill one of those players. And she couldn't manage it. So hard work undone for Bigger Keeper. 3 rounds now, the gap between themselves and Dreamcatchers. And I can see why they're struggling. T-side, the economy has never really got going. It's been a slow start here in this second half. And for them, they just need to group and play a little bit more together as a team.
Yeah, because you know if you're big, if you win this round, Dreamcatcher's money is just absolutely broke. So you're suddenly back. But Polly has taken a teammate down. Zana does get at least the trade. So ends up being a 3v3. Maybe Letty can use all this distraction in middle to try and punish Elizabeth, who, as mentioned, has been struggling a little bit, and her struggles continue. Letty, very nice headshot. Must be completely under control of Big.
And Letty's just playing this well. Drops the defensive utility, spots Fatal, and holds. Doesn't overextend. Just keeps the bomb site and contains it for Big so they can make their way over. And Zana can get posted on the angle in towards short. Support Paulie. And now no one needs to peek for Big. They'll let Wayne save with the AWP. A great space being taken from Letty. The initiative as the B player, being the B lurk on the other side. You know exactly what Elizabeth is going to play, what angle she's potentially going to hold. And as a result, she's able to create so much room and wins the round single-handedly for Big.
Saving this AWP is everything for the CTs, because you're about to see where they'll be sitting going up against map point. They got to make a call. You have to force this, surely. Fatal 1500. Although if you're playing for OT and you've already got rifles.
Stage. Yeah, you got to go for it. Especially with the saved AWP.
Yeah, That incentivizes it for sure.
If you're big, you go for a fast play. You go quick.
Last time out. While it takes place, NIP did beat out Australis 13-5, and that's a flawless T-side from NIP.
Shout out NIP one time. Or if you're me, all the time.
Yeah.
Shout out NIP.
You're always shouting at NIP. You're in the streets going nip, 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 nip. It's gotten you in trouble a couple of times.
Yeah, it depends what time it is. Yeah. If it's a bank holiday, it's okay.
Fixing out this round is yours. What can she deliver with this AWP?
Look at the immediate space being taken a ramp from Dreamcatchers. Triple nade in towards jungle. They're trying to just weasel out the AWP, but Kitsuna's in short. There's a lot of info being gathered here, and sure, it's a 5-7, but it's a 5-7 on the lurk for Fatal. It looks like Paulie's holding it for it.
Yeah, I think Fatal just needs to pause. I think going around this corner is a mistake when you don't have any information elsewhere. Because now you've given up that you're here. At least she'll get away, so it's not too bad. But now I'm surprised they still keep these two players on A in the positions they're in at the very least.
It doesn't surprise me, just because of how meta this is right now to retake the space back. Because if Fatal falls, you've still got players quite close. I would prefer it if they came to group with Fatal here.
Fatal's done for.
She got one.
Kill. All right.
But now this feels better.
Feels a lot better. Sasha, no one's coming through Palace to clear her. 5-7 on the headshot angle. They do exchange blows, but that allows Wayne to swing and get the kill. And the AWP, not the weapon you want to be trading this position. She's doing so much peppering with the MP9. And Zana needs to win out both these fights. Wayne swaps to the USP and hits the insta-dink. Fatal's push does net success.
Well done for Dreamcatcher staying there. I don't know what it is. It's just, it's so common right now for teams to reset into the place in which there's contact that's just been taken. It's because you assume rotates are going to go the other way, because that's what was popularized for quite a while, sort of in the meta. And now we're at this state where you're now playing these mind games consistently with each other. Giuliano's been really loud about B-apps. They're just going to take the fights here. Big, they're just going to exec.
Elizabeth has Wayne by her side. Also, the HE should do a lot of damage. Elizabeth on the spam does find that kill. Swings out and Wayne's able to get the follow-up. Fatal arrives. Everybody is here. Genia finally answers with something for Dreamcatchers, but it's just the one. 2-round game on our hands.
I still think you just need to execute a bomb site if you're bigger keeper. You tried that there, but of course that was only on Tech 9s. There wasn't really too much utility behind it. You got the AWP on Zana, so you're probably going to play a little bit more of a mid default, but I wouldn't hate an A exec. After just taking the space in towards middle, bigger keeper have been able to take the space pretty consistently. There's no rebuttal here whatsoever for Dreamcatchers. They don't care. They want ramp again.
Dreamcatchers are happy to concede this middle space because they have that extremity position. It does give Big a lot of freedom. Double up in short, boosted player. He's looking over, seeing if she can catch Jenny if she pushes any further forward, but it's going to be Paulie that might take contact. In fact, 3 players. Scale up catwalk. Wayne up in the open, quickly dealt with. Elizabeth feeling the pressure, spotted, goes for the re-swing, can't get the kill. Fatal wheel on the spam back, but Jenny's on the lurk. And everything here looks good for Big, especially if Jenny gets this kill cleanly. Kitsuna not spotted yet. Somehow not spotted. There we go. Jenny taps it. Easy does it. A nice second for her. And this will be map point for Big.
They played that really well. As soon as you get the first kill in towards short, you notice that there has to be another player close short. And the spamming connector feels a little bit desperate. So you immediately get the trade on short, and then Jenny gives Dreamcatchers a taste of their own medicine. Think about how many times on that T side that Dreamcatchers, the rounds that they won, which was only 3 of them, but 2 of them came from players being boosted in towards window and cutting off rotates. Jenny just did exactly that. It's a bitter pill to swallow, and it gets even worse when you face the reality of the fact that you need 3 in a row now for Dreamcatchers, and you nearly lose your rifle with Sostia. Oh. That's the kill? I didn't think it was Jenny getting that first one.
Yeah, Jenny had her round. It's got to be said. This next kill she gets is nice as well. I've said already this season that Jenny R's kind of resurgence in form has been beautiful to watch. Such an impactful player. Always willing to get her hands dirty.
Big fight.
Not good.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
not good.
And now they go, because look at the short scaling. Giuliano's already up short. Like, Kitsuna will throw this flash. She's not going to be ready for Giuliano. Like, she's dead.
Looking like Big about to lock it in. Giuliano, clean kill. Elizabeth will be done for shortly. The 1v5 with the MP9. Not looking like it's happening today. Big Keeper, we've definitely seen the reflection of those stats from earlier. CT side, beautiful. T side, took a little bit to get there, but get there indeed. Mirage goes the way of Big Keeper.
That's the main thing. They got it over the line. And sure, was it worrying? Yeah. Did it have to be that complicated? No. But the most important thing is that the CT sides are great. The T sides still need a little bit of work. But the main thing for Big Keeper is that they were able to win it. And that's their opponent's map pick. We haven't even spoken about Inferno yet, which is theirs. I think Dreamcatchers did really well to build into that map, especially for Kitsuna. I think Wayne had a really good game, and Fatal was so important with her lurks. But when all's said and done, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because Bigger Keepers strike blood first.
Yeah, 9 rounds on that CT side. It was dominant. Every player was just going for the fights and winning them. They felt so emboldened to take them. Zana's ulping on the CT side was beautiful. There was a few rounds on the T side where there was a couple of missed shots, but overall a good performance from her. And it just really felt like the anchors were really the star of the show, though. Letty on B, Holly on A. If you went into either of those bomb sites, it was more likely than not a multi-kill is coming from one of those 2 anchors. So that's obviously a big part of what has made this CT side so strong for Bigger Keeper. And given this went 13-4 last time these 2 teams played on Mirage, and that's with Dreamcatchers winning 13-4, this is a resounding victory.
A big improvement. And what it felt like is the CT side, everyone was a lot more cohesive. On the T side, I'll tell you what, the rounds that looked the best before Bigger Keepers started converting them right at the very end were the ecos, because they were throwing cautions to the wind. More importantly, they were playing together. And I don't know what is happening on their T defaults, but it feels like everything is off by about 1. Yeah. It's a shame, but it's something
Yeah, stuff that can be fixed. And when you've got such a good CT side to kind of work off, then, you know, at least that gives you those building blocks to get through. So even if the T side is having these struggles, right? We talked about what 47% win rate. I think it was maybe a little bit less than that here overall. When you got 9 rounds on the CT side, that's plenty of a platform to work with. Interesting mirroring on the scoreboard. 4 players on 19 kills, and it's Orpa and Rifler on each side. So Kitsuna and Sana both going head-to-head. Kitsuna on that CT side, so many big rounds from her. I've been loving seeing her up this season. I think she's been a big part of what's made Dreamcatchers super exciting to watch. And Wayne, coming into the season, was the highest-rated rifler and was really solid. I think Fatal and Sostia have kind of stepped up since then, but we're seeing Wayne again delivering here. But it just wasn't that cohesive team effort that we saw from Bigger Keeper.
I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah.
Good. Yes, you're right. The thing is, Kitsuna's kills, there was that one really good AWP round where it was like a triple kill, but then she kind of hit a plateau where it almost felt like it was all or nothing. It actually felt a little bit Victoria-esque from Kitsuna, and if it wasn't the AWPer doing anything, then she sort of really struggled. And Wayne was sort of that player that was trying to create as much agitation as possible for Bigger Keeper whilst enabling Fatal to sort of make these tricky maneuvers. But if it wasn't for these tricky maneuvers, I don't think Dreamcatchers would have won as many rounds. And it's a shame because they've really deviated away from their fundamentals, I felt, where things fell apart on that T side. On that CT side, they kept going for too many gimmicky plays. It eventually caught up with them. We got a head-to-head, Lucy. You already mentioned the extremity players. I think it's important we focus on both of them for Bigger Keeper. Letty and Paulie, sublime. Anytime you went into a bomb site, there was a multi-kill.
Yeah, not the top of the server, but that's mostly because in the T side, Jenny R started going pretty crazy. But these two individuals were doing so much work on that CT side. They were why. In fact, it's so crazy that they have almost identical stats. I think that speaks volumes to how that they both were stepping up and performing on the map. So this is really cool to see because we know Paulie is going to be, that dependable player. We know what she's capable of. Letty coming into the team, we were like, okay, what's this going to look like? And it looks like she's performing in the way she was on V when it comes to those anchor positions. So that's great to see.
And that gives a lot of confidence over Too Big. And I think that's honestly why their CT side is so strong, because you've got players that you can rely on in your anchor roles. And if anything, this team is too CT-sided, and they need to figure out a way to integrate Letty and Paulie into being a little bit more aggressive. And I didn't think I'd have to say that about Paulie, especially from watching her last season and the season before. But I think they've definitely taken a step back, whether that's kind of in the game planning or whether that's in the map control they want to take. But I think if you unleash Paulie a bit more, you're going to get a lot more success out of these T-sides.
Yeah, I feel like that's what's been missing, and that's what we used to get a lot. So we'll see how that progresses through the season. But progressing through this series, Bigger Keeper now one map away from guaranteeing a spot in the decider. Inferno is their choice, Brandon. This is new territory for these two teams in a best of 3. So can Bigger Keeper do it on 2, or do we go to Ancient? Find out soon.
Could you do this to my heart? Why did I even let you in? I should have known that from the start. Your game of words would fall apart. Hasta la vista, my sweetheart. How did it taste to lick my soul? Did you expect it to be cold? You played around right from the start. Your game of words it fell apart. Hasta la vista, my sweetheart. Could you do this to my heart? Why did I even let you in? I should have known it from the start. Your game of words would fall apart. Hasta la vista, my sweetheart. How did it taste to lick my soul? Did you expect it to be cold? You played around right from the start. Your game of words it fell apart. Hasta la vista, my sweetheart. Hasta la vista, my sweetheart. it takes to let my soul. Did you expect it to be cold? You played a role right from the start. Your game of words can celebrate. Hasta la vista, my sweetheart. Hasta la vista, my sweetheart. Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista, my sweetheart. Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista, my sweetheart. Where the girls moving and shaking all around the world. With a good head flip, take all your shit cause we're in control. Don't you bother me when I'm sitting here ruling these streets. They call me the queen. Yeah, that's me. Some things just keep getting better like a lion. You can't tame me now. Flying high like birds of a feather. Oh Lord, we ain't stepping down. Yes. Never break if you're looking so fine. Go out if you're feeling alright. Take the night with your friends. Leave your man on red till the morning light. Got a buzz on some cheap red wine. And ain't nobody gonna pay no mind. If you dance on the bed, oh while you're letting those toenails dry, girl. You don't need no royal part in hell. You don't need nobody cause you do what you want cause you're the queen. Hey! Taking over one day, they'll say that all taps are wrong. We're here to prove that we're sitting real pretty where we belong. This refined badass little mama got a song she just wanna sing. Now I'm telling you one thing, the tune of all little diamond ring. Here goes. Oh my ladies, put your bags up in the sky. Let's lift each other up and we'll take it high. Celebrate if you're looking so fine. Go out if you're feeling alright. Take the night with your friends. Leave your man on red till the morning light. Got a buzz on some cheap red wine. And ain't nobody gonna pay no mind. If you dance on the bed, oh while you're letting those toenails dry, girl. You don't need no royal part in hell. You don't need nobody cause you do what you want cause you're the queen. Ain't nobody telling you what you need. So damn regal, cause we rule everything. You do what you want, cause you're the queen. Bring it back now. Celebrate if you're looking so fine. Go out if you're feeling alright. Take the night with your friends. Leave your man on red till the morning light. Got a buzz on some cheap red wine. And ain't nobody gonna pay no mind. If you dance on the bed, oh while you're letting those toenails dry, girl. Celebrate if you're looking so fine. Go out if you're feeling alright. Take the night with your friends. Leave your man on red till the morning light. Got a buzz on some cheap red wine. And ain't nobody gonna pay no mind. If you dance on the bed, oh while you're letting those toenails dry, girl. You don't need no royal part in hell. You don't need nobody cause you do what you want cause you're the queen. Yeah, you, hey you, why you gotta move the way you do, makes my body ooh, ooh, yeah. I've been trying to ignore your energy from across the room, but it would take a year of therapy to unsee you. Yeah, you got me breaking rules, I don't wanna fight it, baby I like it. Trouble, 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 I need it on a level, level, level. trouble, trouble, trouble. 'Cause you look like the kind of trouble I need. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, come on, boy, here we go. Yeah, trouble, trouble, trouble. I need it on a level, level, level. And I know that you can give it as good as I'm gonna give it. And I know that you'll do trouble, trouble, trouble. I need. Look out, I'ma start a fire. Look out, someone's gonna get hurt. Trouble, trouble, trouble. I need it, and I know that you're the one who's gonna give it to me. Trouble, trouble, trouble. I need it on a level, level, level. And I know that you can give it as good as I'm gonna give it. And I know that you'll do trouble, trouble, trouble. Hey, you.
I'm gonna stand and fight, and I won't back down while it burns to the ground. I've got you in my sights. I'm gonna stand and fight. I'm never gonna run again. 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 I'm gonna stand and fight, and I won't back down while it burns to the ground. I've got you in my sights. I'm gonna stand and fight. I'm gonna stand and fight. I'm never gonna run again. Gonna stand and fight. I'm never gonna run again. Gonna stand and fight. And I'm never gonna run again. Gonna stand and fight. Back down while it burns to the ground. I've got you in my sight. I'm gonna stand and fight and fight and fight. Never gonna run again. Fight and run again. I'm never gonna run. I'm never gonna run again. I'm gonna stand and fight, and I won't back down while it burns to the ground. I've got you in my sights. I'm gonna stand and fight. I know you think that you got me running so scared. Toxic, black kiss. I'm gonna be your own worst nightmare. So in the end, we both know I'm gonna win. It's only a matter of time. So come on, boy, why don't you show me what you got? You think I'm gonna fall, but baby, I'll be standing last. You better run for cover, 'cause I'm coming at you fast. You think you're so bad, but I'm tougher than that. This time I will take control and never look back. Last call, lights
lights out. Couldn't call it fade into black. In the end, we both know I'm gonna win. It's only a matter of time. Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome back in. Sorry, I was being a diva and I held up the broadcast for an extra couple of minutes. But we are back for map 2 between Bigger Keeper and Dreamcatchers. After Bigger Keeper took Dreamcatchers' map pick of Mirage, we head to Inferno, Lucy.
Yeah, it's getting hot in here. Because Brandon's been being a diva the whole time. But that doesn't mean we can't enjoy some Counter-Strike action. He's good to go. We're hot to go. It's Inferno. Let's go.
It is indeed.
New
And this
territory.
was... Yeah, but this is also like a good map for Dreamcatchers. I'm excited to see what Big have prepared here. I haven't seen too much of their Inferno. You spoke about their losses that they suffered against the Imperial, HSG on this map previously. I hope they've sorted something out, but that hasn't got off to a good start. Wayne's found Letty.
Yeah, both teams have L's to Imperial in the book. Who will stand tall here? Flashbang good. Sana will find one back, but Kitsuna doing damage. The pistol doing all the work here. Kitsuna, a lights out round. Triple kill for her with the USP. And Dreamcatchers off to a good start.
That was quite simple, wasn't it? Just a simple flash play. Wayne gets the opener, and then Kitsuna just does the rest. It feels like progression was halted there from Bigger Keeper. And just not going around the corner at the same time. There was so many players to sort of deal with in that top banana area. And Dreamcatchers put on a lot of pressure. Double nades in towards top mid. This time it's just an eco. Out from Bigger Keeper. That round didn't run that close, so they just prioritized Glocks.
In other news, Inferno is where Astralis vs NIP is taking place. 6-0 currently for NIP on the T side. Juliana and Paulie have made this interesting. They've gotten a couple of kills. They've gotten space. Can they get past Fatal Secure Bumpler? No. They line up and she gets both M4 recovered. So all is okay.
That was such a caster curse. As soon as you were like, they've made this interesting, I was like, they're dead in like the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's no longer interesting.
Now this one's interesting. All the guns out. All the AKs. No AWP for Zana. No AWP for Kitsuna. Dreamcatchers are playing a little bit of a bonus. Can't really call it a bonus, really, can you? When it's 4 M4s and a single MP9. Smoke break, the swing, and Giuliano can only find 1 kill.
That's the MP9 as well. I think you're okay with that on the CT side. To go 1 for 1 there. Remove your MP9. Remove Giuliano. And assert control of Banana. There was no immediate response. But now you have to make sure these 2 players on A can hold. Jenny R almost catches 1 coming around the corner. Letty will catch 2 though. They weren't expecting the second player out the apartments. That's not given Big all of the space to get the bomb in and planted. Wayne and Sosya in a difficult retake.
No kits, but at least they're here in time. They are being really loud about their approach, though. So Zana, you feel like she's just going to close the round. As Sosya overlooks Boiler, Zana walks in behind, gets confirmation. Last player on short, and while she doesn't do all the damage, she does enough to disrupt Wayne, at least for a moment. Crossfire established now between Mini Pit and Cold Zero. And for Wayne, the bomb's already halfway gone. As we mentioned, no kit.
Yeah, she's saving the AK. Looking to see if she could do any damage. But I think T's going to exit through CT. I need to get out of there and make sure she holds onto that AK. Who's rocking the blingin' AK with the Cato sticker? That's pretty cool.
Where are the charms?
Yeah, well, they only just came out. You can't buy them either. You have to wait until they can be sold next week, so. Nice kills from Letty. The spacing there meant that they just didn't anticipate her to come out like a second and a half later. You think it's going to be instant, but no. Lucky for us, Dreamcatchers reinvest and they bring the Fatal Mag 7 in. So this could be a little bit of fun in the apartments.
It's going to fight contact, isn't it? You can already tell. Yeah, she's going to push Letty. Oh, not dealt with. Immediate adjustment. So that's an opening kill yet again found by Letty. So Big Keeper got all this space in towards apartments. For Dreamcatchers, it's now a stick or a twist on B. They've decided to gamble stack over towards A, and that's the right move.
Kitsuna fell off initially because she's low HP. Had to wait for the team, but because Big didn't go immediately, that has allowed Dreamcatchers to slide into the bomb site. 2 defenders on it now with all the HP and rifles. Big, are they just going to see what Giuliano can get up to over on B? See if her presence here, the smoke deployed, is it enough? Elizabeth making sure no one commits behind, and that's not drawing any attention. So it is the commitment through, charging into the bomb side. Jenny R, good adjustment. Needs to find another. Kitsuna hits a headshot, but Zana hits 2. And that's allowed this bomb to go through, but Elizabeth knows this is an isolated fight. If she finds Zana here, she's won the round. 20 seconds left. 3 HP, knows Giuliano was last on B. Maybe she's not quite won the round yet. 10 seconds. Can Elizabeth stay alive this long? Depends on Giuliano's approach, and Giuliano's running out of time. Running out of time and doesn't clear her. Elizabeth, after a real rough time on Mirage, steps up and delivers on Inferno.
To be honest, that feels really sloppy, though, from Bigger Keeper. 10 seconds left. Like, you've got time to clear every single angle on that bomb site. And Giuliano completely overlooks it. Elizabeth was hiding in plain sight. Good heads-up play for Elizabeth to take this fight onto Zana. Once pressure is being re-put back on towards A, after you feel like the initial kills are going the way of Bigger Keeper, Elizabeth steps in when it matters most. 10-2 at the half for NIP versus Astralis. They want to top that group. They want to go to Stockholm.
Just a handful of rounds from it. I mean, not great for Dreamcatchers, given it comes down to one player surviving. Big with the investment back in. Makes sense. Giuliano slides around the corner with the Mac 10. Kitsuna and Fatal now need to step up on the bomb site. Fatal falls. Kitsuna tries to get the multi. It's damage onto 3. Only 1 falls. Giuliano's triple entry looks like it's enough to get Big their second. Elizabeth and Wayne are giving this a look in. They know that if they save into this next round, that there won't be much investment around. So can they get something from this? At least maybe an AK for Wayne. This will definitely be that second round.
This is all Big need to do. I'm gonna tell you that, everyone, right from the bat. If Big just move together as a unit, it doesn't matter where they go. But if they just keep going for this pop-based approach, they're gonna unsettle Dreamcatchers quite a lot in this half. It's very evident that Big, when they do make these moves, they're always on the same page. You don't need to deviate away from that. Dreamcatchers have to give you a response at some point. But this is working. This is all you need to do to get your T half back on track. We know how good the CT side is for Bigger Keeper, so it's all about laying down a foundation. This is the way to do it, though.
Timeout for Dreamcatchers evaluating the approach. Will be another investment around the saved weapons. I wonder perhaps there's some aggression being considered here, a bit of a change up. A has proved to be a threat so far. Big Keeper prioritizing that side. You never know when that change up will come.
Maybe in this one. Still feels pretty defaulty. Zana's scaling banana with the MP9. Full blind. Elizabeth will get the first, but that is only the SMG. Paulie trades immediately, and that's an M4 dropped on the floor. The only primary rifle really for Dreamcatchers.
Yeah, it's a huge trade, removing that rifle. Whiting can't even just like slip forward to try and pick it up because she'd have to get rid of her MP9. So that's pretty much removed. And I think Big might just head back over to B now. You found this kill here. Lady's got good space to keep attention on A, and you've been A so many times. The Dreamcatchers are unlikely to over-rotate. They just go now. There's literally no one defending. Molotov lands. That's the only bit of defensive utility Whiting has. Swinging, her only option. Gets the information. That will cause the rotations to come. And maybe Big might start overthinking it here if they just committed the bomb site was theirs. Maybe it'll still be okay. Depends what Fatal can do. She's spotted. Couldn't quite get the boiler, but still gets the kill. Paulie needs this frag. That is everything. They do lose Jenny R, but with the bomb to be planted and Letty in a forward position, it still looks okay for Big.
Yeah, Letty's now unknown. They will try and clear her, and they manage it. Sosya jumping and dealing with her in library, but Paulie overlooked at top graveyard. Bails out Bigger Keeper. To be honest, that's not so much them overthinking the mid-round. That's them not doing things properly in the mid-round. Because you want to go to A, sure, that's absolutely fine. But why is the bomb going solo in top brackets? You've got the spacing towards long from Letty. You do not know about boiler. You do not know about short. You can't consider that to be clear just because Letty's got space out long.
You finally break through. Put Dreamcatchers onto the full eco. They're getting cleaned up in middle. A killer piece for the squad. The only one going wanting is Paulie. That was a nice little tap. They do lose one. And Letty upgrade doesn't look like it.
And now if you're Bigger Keeper, you go back to this top bracket, short balcony pop. You still got the Mac 10 of Letty. You can go a little bit faster. You know this investment is just about coming in. If you hit this with a bit of pace, you know how successful short and balcony has been. I think that would be the right call. Oh, they're getting aggro here, Dreamcatchers.
Very much so. And look at that.
Okay.
What happened to the round?
Disappeared in a blink of an eye because you got a double mid swing supported by the deep mid smoke and also supported by the double cast in towards apartments. And they just win all their gunfights immediately. Fun way to play that.
Kasuna picks down Banana as well. People were not ready to be run at from every single angle. Very cool call from Dreamcatchers. All these 1v4. First task is this AWP. Actually somehow manages to avoid that bullet. Molotov forward. Suna cooking. Somehow still standing, and Fatal just spams out Paulie.
Yeah, Kasuna staying alive there's everything because it means the spam can come through from Fatal. Fair play, Dreamcatchers, because I thought that, and I think Bigger Keeper also thought that it was going to be a passive round from them because they've just reinvested. Instead, it is aggression everywhere. They're throwing the same smoke as well, potentially to condition it. Actually, Fatal cancels that maneuver. Kasuna can start an apartment so he can get aggressive there.
Little boost up for Kitsuna. Spotted. And hang around.
Jenny's already in abs. And Bigger Keeper have got top banana. So from that one boosted peek in towards mid and the jiggle, Bigger Keeper have got all the map control. Giuliano goes swinging, but it is Paulie that trades.
Paulie just wants to go. Smoke deployed, charges through. Needs to clear second oranges. Elizabeth tucked into the corner, will get that kill. There's the trade from Zana, comes a little bit later, but does secure it. Letty will catch Fatal if heard Kitsuna. Re-smoke will land. Chance to blow it open, but doesn't reveal a single thing. CT smoke fades. Sosya. Oh, Sosya. Zana looked like she was going to swing her. And Kitsuna hits the timing shot. All the advantages the Bigger Keeper had found suddenly lost, and it's Letty that has to clutch. First kill is hers. The second almost delivered. The headshot connects, but the orb fires the fatal blow.
What are they doing? I'm so confused about why that bomb's not being put down. The break on the smoke is great from Kitsuna to delay proceedings, but they've got enough utility. They got the kills on the site. The trade from second oranges that Zana finds is immediate. I'm just not sure why they're not planting the bomb, why they're not setting up in an after plant. It feels like Bigger Keeper just in the mid to late rounds are just shooting themselves in the foot.
Kitsuna hitting every single shot out here. Dealing with these pistols with ease. Wying with the MP9 in the perfect position to mop up these remaining players. Nice little clean up. Bit of money farm for her. And 6 rounds for Dreamcatchers. After Big should have won that previous round and been the one that reset Dreamcatchers.
Yeah, this should, to be honest, there's been a couple of these where it shouldn't be 6 for Dreamcatchers. It should be, to be honest, like, I feel like they should only have about half of the rounds that they've got. This has been Bigger Keeper dropping the ball. Dreamcatchers have played well when the opportunity presents itself. But for me, Bigger Keeper, they've been the ones sort of letting the round slip out of their hands. Now it's aggression. Now it's Wayne just trying to take the fight down middle. Elizabeth takes it down banana. You're never expecting Wayne in the corner.
Jenny almost adjusts. At least Letty will get the trade. And Zana has actually bested Kitsuna. And Sosya reveals her position a little too soon. She's the only one on this side of the map. The Mortal pushes her forward. Zana needs to hit this. Sosya runs her down. Flames spread. She does her job. Another incendiary thrown forward. Letty trying to do everything to give Big something in this round. Bomb can come through. It's a deep moto smoke. Thrown by hand, but does give Giuliano the room. She needs to utilize it because Dreamcatchers are making their way forward. And Letty ready for that swing. Bomb being planted. Swing from Fatal is great onto Letty, and Elizabeth just catches Giuliano through the smoke. So again, Big, it felt like they had a good timing window there, an advantage, but they can't convert it.
When in play there, I thought it was going to be Elizabeth and not Fatal, but Fatal ends up winning out the fight on Letty. Elizabeth starts to make moves as soon as the first contact is taken, one of the short players being lost, and this is now Dreamcatchers feeling a lot more comfy. This is them taking the initiative, forcing Bigger Keeper to completely change their game plan, and it's creating these gaps. And it's allowing Dreamcatchers to thrive in this chaos. 7 rounds on your CT side feels brilliant. And for Bigger Keeper, especially when they could have had a couple more, 5 should be a bare minimum.
Yeah, we know the CT side's strong. Speaking of strength, NIP have qualified for the ESL Impact Finals in Stockholm. They've beaten out Astralis 2-0, which means they are guaranteed top of Group B. So big congratulations to NIP for qualifying. And Big get this fifth. Showing attention, smoke drop, they commit through it, fatal spams, almost two. Kitsuna will finish the job. And now you have to get past this AWP. Your bomb is committed in pit, but Kitsuna, Ramir, Sana capitalizes. And Sostia just tucks behind, but she's cleared by Zana, who's managed to deliver a massive double. Can't quite get away from Elizabeth, who swings long. So not out of the woods. Bomb still to be planted. And Ian wants to walk through. Elizabeth's by her side. They span through the smoke, but don't get the connection.
God, this round just keeps going back and forth. It's like a tug of war. And Ian looks to bring it over the line for Dreamcatchers and starts to move, but it's Jenny that steps in front. Giuliano goes over the top. Different elevations can prove difficult for Elizabeth, and so much attention being created, but she will try and find the fight on Giuliano. Can't manage it, so Bigger Keeper will find their fifth.
A great CT hold from Dreamcatchers sets them up for success in this second half, but we know Big Keeper, they do all their heavy lifting on the CT side. Without fail, they had 9 CT rounds on the first map. They don't need that many here, just 8.
Yeah, just the one less. Four players lean banana, and Jenny's been removed instantly at top brackets. This doesn't break the setup for now, but where Dreamcatchers are going currently on the minimap, It feels like you need to get a wriggle on when it comes to rotates. I think Bigger Keeper are hoping that Dreamcatchers don't go A. Unlucky, they've gone A.
Yeah. They do have kit though. But it will be the 4-on-5 retake. Paulie with the double splash. Giuliano raid boss. Taking their time on this one. Not wanting to reveal the play, but that is going to cost precious seconds. It's going to be an apps pop. You can see Paulie's going to set up these flashbangs to set up the dual Berettas. No, it's not. Never mind. I really thought that's what was going to happen. Maybe it still will. Giuliano charges forward, and she's the one that gets popped by Sostia, who pops to Paulie and Letty. Nothing to be said. Sostia has taken 3, and Dreamcatchers take both pistols.
It's too slow from Big. It really is. And yet again, the issues that were creeping forward on the T side rear their head here, even in the pistol. And it's just so evident. It's these players not moving and taking space from short and apps at the same time. And you can't have this separation between the 2 points of contact. You can if it's like milliseconds, but where you're having like a whole double engagement fight, and then the short players coming afterwards, it's not going to work. And this happens so much on the T side. You got to bear in mind, this is Big's map pick.
Kitsuna will remove the 1 defender here. Maybe overwhelm the Galil. A little freebie for you. It's going to be the play. Not so free, though, says Silcia. In fact, you can't afford it. They don't take any damage, but it was just USPs.
I think we're ancient. Genuinely. I don't know. I'm just not getting the same Bigger Keeper that we got on Mirage, and even in the rounds that they were winning, it didn't feel comfortable, like at all. It felt a little bit sloppy in the rounds that they were winning. There were a lot of moments where I'm watching the game and my hands are on my head. I'm like leaning back in my chair. I'm thinking like, what is happening here? For Dreamcatchers, they're taking full advantage of it. It's a triple setup in towards short. Flash play doesn't actually come. It's just a dry swing out of Yin, so Zana will find the opener.
Exchange of util, 3 players in Banana. Dreamcatchers smoked off currently. Big fat boy too. Okay, that one will fade. It's more of a skinny boy now. You can see over the top of it. Just about. There are 3 players here, and Zana is not far away. So, Beekeeper, their CT reads always seem to look good. Giuliano on the off angle puts them both down. As sprayed out in Banana, Sostia has to pick up the pieces in a 1 versus 4. Beekeeper's guns come out and they make it look easy.
And that was a lot more straightforward, and that wasn't anything too difficult to sort of handle. Dreamcatchers, they didn't have enough utility in the late rounds, so that they couldn't molly and flash so these players off the angle, so it's just a bait and switch. And Sostia, while she does find 1, getting out of here alive is going to be a bit tricky, especially if you don't have your gun out. Letty will lock it in. AK collected as well. That's 1 round back for Bigger Keeper. They need to make it successive, then they need to make it look convincing. But some of these kills, they were offered up on a silver platter by Dreamcatchers.
Yeah, Giuliano, I mean, it's a lovely off angle as they try and capitalize off the space. Like, I like the play, but it's crazy she gets 2 there. Dreamcatchers had an intention and they never swayed from it. another timeout. Still got a good lead. Presence towards A seems what the doctor ordered.
Oh, huge nade from Zana. Already softens up two of these players from Dreamcatchers. Missed Molly as well, thrown by the T side. Zana's feeling the pressure and the burden in towards top middle. She needs to back out. Jenny also comes over to group with her teammates on site. And it's only a hollow smoke from Dreamcatchers because there's no real presence behind it, but it's just trying to keep Bigger Keeper guessing. That's brought a rotate over as well. Giuliano's here, but I think they're more interested in B, the T side.
Yeah, Big Keeper rotating a lot. You can see Paulie's got the util and the information, so they can afford to have these players here, but Paulie is going to need to be prepared to fall off. Yeah, there's that info. Molly dropped. That'll keep him at bay for a moment. They're actually not going to respect it. Elizabeth takes a lot of damage charging forward. Paulie, surely a freebie here. How many can she take down? 2 before she's put down through the smoke. A massive hold from Paulie. And Dreamcatchers are afraid to commit through.
This relies on Letty not peeking, not swinging into top middle. Because if she goes, oh, never mind. Timing favors her. So she can move away, and then Zana's put on this off angle. There's no way they clear Zana, and she should be able to lock it in with Letty. Well played in the end from Bigger Keeper. I was really worried about Letty going alone there, because if she loses her life and Zana's not there, that's a completely different story.
Yeah, but her getting the kill and then falling back and going to that setup with Zana was beautiful. And again, Paulie knowing that they're pursuing her quickly. She needs to deliver here. The smoke gives her the room to work with. She can isolate these fights. So same 2 players we praised on the CT side of Mirage.
They needed that one. And now they need to do this one. Every round's difficult, but it's helped out by utility being sublime and Zana being on the angle to spray them all down. It's the ace from Zana, locking it in for Bigger Keeper, and they are 1 round closer every step along the way in trying to lock in this decider.
Yeah, we love an eco
the group
ace.
stage decider. Just realised that was misleading. They've already got the first map. You know what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the first time. Sorry, this is not relevant to this, but this is the first time NIP have qualified for ESL Impact League.
Yep. And Vilga's there. Coincidence? I think not.
Absolutely not.
Swedish organisation in Stockholm is beautiful. A re-smoke. Paulie feels the burn at the bottom of Banana and needs to escape quite quickly. She's been given a lot of responsibility because Giuliano temporarily is on a bike to A. No, it's permanent.
Sat nav locked in. Destination A.
Proceed to the route.
Just imagining if my GPS was just you. That would drive me crazy, actually. I hear enough of you in our
100
job.
yards. Headshot. Wayne.
Flash forward. Big, wanna crunch on middle. Zana gets the first blood. Now the swing comes from long. Success there in spades. Wayne finally gets the headshot she's been looking for. Losing all of her teammates. A swing out, a wide swing from Giuliano. Good damage, but not the kill. It's not done yet. All of Big are low. 30 seconds. Dreamcatchers make a lot of movements, trying to bait out a reposition, trying to catch someone off guard, and it's Zana that they catch. Wayne has gotten every kill in this round. 2 more are required for Dreamcatchers. Paulie could maybe cut everything off. In the library, she moves back. Letty is tucking down under, swings up above, and there's Paulie to come in and finish the job. YEN gives it a darn good try, but it's big that prevail.
Really like the slowdown from Dreamcatchers. They just take the pause, bigger keeper. You've already spoken about them rotating so much. And look at how clean this crunch was initially, because you've got Letty and Zana chiming in with kills. Jenny R's there in the middle. But by playing patient, by slowing down the game to almost a grinding halt, you catch 2 players, and it's nearly enough. But it's yet again these site anchors. Letty and Paulie, even on low HP, they just play the game perfectly. It feels like there's a timeout. We are not live. An unfortunate moment for a tech issue to happen. Stop knifing the chickens.
Or Brandon will knife the wall in frustration. You're a pacifist.
Every time someone knifes a chicken, my leg hurts.
Your leg hurts. Yeah. Little chicken, yeah.
I got the CSGO chicken tattooed on my leg, guys. That was, if you didn't know. Rough one. But to be honest, I think this is a nice cooling off period for bigger keeper more than anything. I think this tech pause will favor them. I know it's not their tech pause and you can't talk in it, but this is a moment to breathe. You've done the hard work by actually getting here in the first place. You've been able to recover. The CT sides are a strength. We've been talking about that the whole way through this series. And the pressure's on Dreamcatchers now because you had this game. You took the pistol. Both of them.
Both of them,
in the palm of your hand to make it to Ancient. And suddenly, you've got to now wrestle and fight back for the control on Inferno. This is tough.
These CT sides, they're the best. Beekeeper in a good position to get that double digit. It'll just be the pistols coming into this one. I'm super excited for NIP. It's so cool that we finally get them online because they've come so close so many times, Brandon.
Get out of here. That's my team.
Sorry.
Yes.
Just, I'm excited.
NIP. Get me a jersey. I will drive to Stockholm myself. I will just stand in front of the stage. NIP, NIP, NIP. They're winning.
All right, let's not forget about Navi and Imperial.
They're winning.
Furia.
They're winning. NIP are winning.
I love this new Furia. Fluxo also looking new, looking fresh.
But they're not in pajamas. And they're not ninjas.
Bibian the goat. Why did I say goat? So it's goat.
Mia is really, really good.
You're finally getting a Brit on the stage in ESL Impact.
Oh, it's amazing. It's 9-9 here on Inferno. Stop this. We need to focus. It's Tech 9s. They're still dangerous.
And it's going to be A, trying to make their way up through short. Letty spamming everywhere. Salcia flies out, takes her head clean off, but Jenny R was there in the mini pit ready. And Juliana, she's hungry for a few more. Gets seen out with the PT50, gets a kill, but they only lose 2 to the upgraded pistols. Beekeeper happy to pay that price to secure double digits.
Letty, 17 kills. Zana, 17 kills. They're who you want popping off. And Jenny R's getting some confidence kills as well on those ecos. They take the lead, bigger keeper. And I said Inferno was done. I apologize, bigger keeper. I should have been familiar with your CT game.
Yeah, considering we spoke about it for like 30 seconds, a minute going into this.
It just didn't, this game did not feel like it was within their grasp. And then a few rounds, it changes everything in MR12. That's fine. I'll hold my hands up. I'm wrong. Cool nade stack. It's just a shame that no one was there.
And not a shame for YEN who avoids it. Now nades go the other way. Cool nade stack. Shame no one's there. YEN going fast. As mentioned, Giuliano on the other side is able to take her down. A bit of damage onto Elizabeth. But now they're just streaming through. Jenny R is tucked into the backside. Over the top they go and they clear her. Letty drops a defensive smoke, but it doesn't give her enough space to work. Actually, that was a T-smoke thrown down. So the fast play into A only nets 1 kill for Big. We are right back, all tied up.
Good change of pace there from Dreamcatchers. And it's as soon as you see the utility fly out in top bracket, you know you've got that opportunity, because typically players are going to throw utility and back out. You still got your flashbangs as insurance policies. You've also got your trade potential. And as soon as you see the smoke sort of dribbling down from Moto, you know you can go. And it's 1 kill for Giuliano. But then the instant snap back on the trade. Jenny Letty can't hold on. A great round to call if you're Fatal. Double digits now for both teams. Money's still okay for being a keeper. That's the main thing here. It can't get out of hand just yet. But for Dreamcatchers, every round is an opportunity.
Much more of a team effort from Dreamcatchers here on Inferno as well. Everyone delivering in the crucial round. Sana getting aggressive. Will that scope have been heard? Oh,
Uh-oh.
That wasn't the molly Jenny hoped for. It still kind of does something. HE does a lot though, so if one piece utility fails, the other finds massive success. There's Letty getting the opening kill from the apartments.
Don't know if you saw Zana there as well, but she gets out of there. Look at Paulie, tries to push the issue at bottom banana, and suddenly that's a big gap for Big. Pun not intended. No.
5v4?
No, but she was trying to get ahead of all the info because Jenny would have heard the nade damage. Look at Wayne, she's got that little gap in towards balcony. She could get a backstab kill here. Meanwhile, for Dreamcatchers, they're all going B, and Giuliano's the only one there.
Giuliano, what can she deliver? Nice kill onto the first. Falls back to the off angle. Elizabeth swings though, and Giuliano wasn't quite ready for that timing.
I don't think they're going to be ready for Letty though on banana. Keep your eye on that.
It's backstabs on backstabs. Letty avoids the peek from Kitsuna. Wayne hits the tap. Sana turns around but needs to find this kill. Will secure it. Keeps it to 2-on-2. Bombs are planted. And Letty has won out that 5 first Kitsuna. It falls to Elizabeth. Bomb being committed, and they're just running her down. Letty doing a lot of damage. The smoke fades. Elizabeth hits the headshot, but the HE actually isn't what does it. It's the 5-7 coming out. The pistol from Letty, and a clutch that gets 11 for Bigger Keeper.
But they're not smiles right now. They're concentration mode on. They are locked in. Bigger Keeper. That gets scary, but it's Zana hitting a critical shot on Wayne on the flank, and it's Letty bailing out both kills on the site and Kitsuna on banana. That was an overextension from Paulie, who tried to group with her team in a moment where she didn't need to group. She just needed to remain focused. And now the entire objective for Big is to remain composed. I would not have minded a timeout there, just to take 30 seconds to have a breather. This is the most critical point in the game for both of these teams. The decider potentially locked in at the end of this map for Bigger Keeper if they can win 2 rounds in a row.
Great kills. Paulie and Giuliano just spam out to Sana, spotted a foot and takes out a bit of a waste. For the second, Wayne will avoid it, trying to bait out this shot so that she can take the wide swing, but Sana is just going to walk back through. This is the Bigger Keeper we saw on Mirage. They wanted to take those fights, want to assert their dominance, and they're doing so in style. Wayne 1v5, about to get swung on by 2. We'll get that first kill, but there's the second, and that is series point for Bigger Keeper.
And there's a bit of money here for Dreamcatchers, but you're running limited on Sosya, you're running limited on Elizabeth. Already the Galil downgrade we saw before we go into the replay. Huge double entry. This is the first time in a while we've seen Bigger Keeper not just take banana with 1 player, but take it with 2. And there's been resistance there for Dreamcatchers. It goes the way of the CTs. As it always feels like it goes the way of the CTs when Bigger Keeper are on the defense. 3 players start B. Aggressive. It's a head-on collision.
Elizabeth gets revenge. Paulie will get one, but Fatal quick around the corner. An advantage for Dreamcatchers and information that this was a 3B lean to begin with. Letty will get caught out. Jenny R gets at least the kill on B, but now it's Zana. It has to be Zana. Flick down doesn't quite connect. Sees the player crossing over towards the pit, but the smoke down makes it hard for her to do too much here. One will get planted. Zana and Jenny. Do they want to go for this retake?
No. It's wrong. It's wrong for me to say this, but I think the boring play and the correct one is to save. But they are interested in giving the retake a go.
Very risky. Not sure what that lost bonus is looking like, but it can't be good. And Solstia lives at 2 HP. Will be put down. So it's still a chance here. Jenny has no HP. You're relying on Zana. And maybe it's just Jenny. Can't convert the kill onto Kitsuna. And now we can see the repercussions. There will be no AWP into this final round for Bigger Keeper. Someone goes wanting.
Shout out Elizabeth, because she gets the opening kill. Was largely absent on Mirage, but stepped up for Dreamcatchers in a big way right when they needed her most. Famises, look at that. That's why I said save. That's why I'm the boring one. But you could have had an AWP. The allure of closing it early. I understand it. But now you could be plagued with OT.
For all that assertion of dominance that Bigger Keeper were throwing out, now it gets a little tricky. Flashbang, great though. The banana retake utility sets them up for that first kill. You don't want to test this again by pushing forward. You found your frag. You go any further, there are 4 Ts on the other side. Giuliano does have that util. Molly goes over. Paulie, you better be ready for this swing because it's coming your way. They are pushing forward. The bomb's dropped. Giuliano gets the kill. The flashbang good, but can't convert. Giuliano needs to fall back to stay alive as long as possible. Rotations on their way. She still stands tall. Eventually brought down. 2 players low. Keeper, good chance here, and they have to pull off this retake.
There's a nade to break the smoke, but it's Letty all the way far back at CT. The molly goes deep and Fatal hits the headshot on Jenny. Low players for Dreamcatchers. Time allowed for Big. They've got a kit.
Sana spots the leg. HE doesn't quite do the damage, doesn't go deep enough, so Kitsuna allowed to stay alive. And a difficult crossfire to break here, despite the low HP. Or maybe it won't matter. Zana gets 2, can't pull off the spin, and Fatal forces overtime.
Oh, you feel like the B defenders do everything there, but where Dreamcatchers are in top banana, that util just forces them into the fight. And you said Bigger Keeper needed to be ready. It didn't feel like they were, and it's because they didn't have any information. As soon as the contact comes in top banana, you group with your teammates there, Big, and you re-aggress. And they've been so good at doing that in the mid-round, looking into top brackets. That didn't happen in this round. When the pressure's on, when it matters most, they deviate away from their fundamentals just for a moment, and it's those seconds lost in rotation that potentially cost them everything.
Now with rounds to use. Oh my god!
What?
Kitsuna just took down a collateral kill through a smoke. It looked like Bigger Keeper were about to take full control of Banana, lock Dreamcatchers out. But Kitsuna just deletes them. That's the round done.
So, from the POV, it didn't look like the smoke even broke.
No.
Because it looked like Dreamcatchers was setting up a nade, right?
That was the intent, but it didn't break. Kitsuna fires anyway, and, well, results speak for themselves.
So the team that does force OT does win the first round of OT. I haven't seen that in a hot minute. And given how painful that T side was from Bigger Keeper, I feel like you need at least 2. With Dreamcatchers immediately drawing first blood, this is now slightly concerning for Big, and that was so simple. I mean, it was one AWP shot. We've got to see that on the replay.
Terrorists win.
I don't think she saw anything.
I don't think she did either.
That's... Oh no!
Oh,
There was
what?
a tiny little window in the middle.
That's sick.
Oh my god!
It wasn't the nade, it was a bullet fired through from either Giuliano or Paulie that
That's
made
crazy.
the little gap.
Oh,
That's awesome. That is
CS2.
awesome.
I love it. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
She wouldn't have known much about it. That's so cool. It's not cool for Bigger Keeper.
No, but that's just cool from a Counter-Strike perspective.
True.
Go on A. Done up. In short. Here's them. Running long. Oh, Kitsuna gets onto the angle expecting that peek. Finds the kill. Jenny R will at least deliver. Her and Letty on the crossfire. Need to deliver. Flashbang's good. Jenny's feeling the pressure, but still able to get a kill. Letty gets nothing.
How? How did Letty not get a kill there? It felt like Jenny R was the one that was set up to fail. In fact, she's the one that succeeds. And Giuliano and Paulie, it's OT. You got to go for these retakes. We're getting past Kitsuna on the angle. Isn't going to be that much of a difficult task for Giuliano. Molly can now go in towards sight. Pressure being applied everywhere. And for Paulie, she pushes through the smoke but gets overwhelmed, and Fatal will find both kills. Dreamcatchers hold on.
Fatal's a demon when it comes to overtime. We talked about her a couple of weeks ago and how she really ramps it up when it comes to second halves, right? When it comes to closing games, that's where Fatal delivers. And I think those final rounds of regulation and the way that that round unfolded shows you that in practice. 2 T-side round for Dreamcatchers. You feel like they've done enough already. Bigger Keeper gonna get one back, and their crunch works just as well. Oh, what the? Kitsuna.
She saw Giuliano as she peeked into.
Yeah, but still a nutty shot.
To be honest, that one was less exciting than the collab. But it was still sick that she hits it. Letty now flashed forward by her own devices. She's able to deal with Fatal. Elizabeth trying to find a little window. Kitsuna deals with Zana. This round is not over because Elizabeth dealt with Letty. How is this round spiraled out of control for Big?
Flash over. Jenny's close, but doesn't commit through that smoke. Kitsuna swaps to the AK. They got to get close into coffins. Covering off these angles. Elizabeth tucked in. That smoke is a nuisance. They have to wait for it. Need to be able to clear this position. Paulie has the smoke, so I can go onto the bomb. This double setup. They have no idea where the post plant is situated. Here comes the smoke. Jenny taps it, looking for the swing. First kill hers, and now you know the second player. Jenny can just stick, and Paulie will in fact get both kills. So despite an explosive start, and a good chance for Dreamcatchers to bring that back, Bigger Keeper will take 1 on the CT side. Not sure that's enough.
I can't believe they won this retake because as soon as it gets into the 2 versus 2, you're like, okay, it's over. The positioning's so good. You've got 2 players in towards coffins, but Big just ignore it. And where they don't really feel any contact from anywhere in the site, they just drop a smoke and they go, screw it, we'll just try it. And it does work out. Match paused. As we get the player cams, we wait for just a moment before OT can resume. You don't think it's enough? You think Bigger Keeper haven't done enough on Inferno now?
No, only 1 in that first half. That's not enough. The T side left a lot to be desired. I think Fatal's being told, "Hey, you're on camera." See Sonic in the background. Gotta go fast. Kind of fits into Fatal's play style at times. Oh, moment to breathe, because that was some crazy CS in regulation and OT.
I was just taking that moment. Sorry. it's been a lot. It has been a lot. And the fact that this can still go for more, not only in this map, but potentially a third as well, is incredibly exciting. And Ancient is such a good map between these two as well. And last time, that was Destruction again by Dreamcatchers. It was a blowout on both Mirage and Ancient. He said that Inferno is uncharted territory. This game is for one of these teams to secure a definite spot to qualify for the decided games to who goes to LAN. It's certainly delivering on all fronts.
You couldn't have, I think, conveyed that in a more confusing way.
How?
The winner goes to the play-in. It just, the amount of different words you use there.
I said decider.
Yeah, but it's just the way you phrased it. It's like 4 different qualification words in there. Sorry.
Huh?
It confused me, the way you put it forward.
In my head, I thought do you know what? It doesn't matter.
The winner finishes top 3 in their group, which means they go into the play-ins, qualify for LAN.
That's what I said.
Bottom of the line. Real big. Do anything different on this T side?
I hope so. It's more aggressive in Banana. It's a good counter nade thrown in. But one back, and that forces Elizabeth and Wayne into sight. Look at this fun little boiler boost.
That is fun. All this pressure in Banana, it's Draw and Kitsuna to rotate. She brings utility as well.
It's the right call right now.
Yeah, it feels like Big committed to going this way. I worry. This is definitely going to be B. Oh, Dreamcatchers are getting aggressive. Kitsuna fires off her orb twice. How has she managed to get 2 there and get away? Unbelievable from Kitsuna.
That was just contact. That was just contact. And look at Fatal in second middle. Jenny's aware this could be a possibility, but walks straight into the crosshair. They're stuck. There's nowhere to go. A 2v5, you need to get by Kitsuna's AWP. Good luck, Bigger Keeper.
Yeah, no utility to do so. You have a flashbang. Lady's not throwing that. Everyone's here. The round's done. Kitsuna doesn't miss. Zana gets the fire off a shot, but it doesn't matter. It's map point for Dreamcatchers. They want to force that third.
What was the decision here just to go into B? I guess it's because you got the top banana space, but that is such a costly mistake because you've not put any presence in towards top brackets. The boiler boost here's nothing. Of course you can rotate a third player over, and then Kitsuna just walks, and she's on 28 kills. Big need 2 in a row.
Yeah, they needed those 2 rounds on CT. Not done yet.
Okay, sure. Bye, Jenny.
I think half the kills on this map have been through smokes.
Thanks for playing. And a double push at the same time in Banana. Dreamcatchers, they've got everything they could possibly want. This round feels like a lock-in.
Yeah, this double setup, mini pit and pit. Plus, you've got this long player. You are avoiding Kitsuna at the very least if your big flash is good. Sosya put on notice, but Wayne gets that first kill traded. You've still got a double pit setup to deal with. You're not ready for Fatal. Oh, Zana. Maybe she is ready for Fatal. Somehow they break through this setup. They put it into the 2-on-2. Very fast up Banana. Come Dreamcatchers. Zana How ready is she? Kitsuna goes back to swap weapons. That's maybe giving Zana a chance. A good jiggle. Flames go forward. Not expecting the second player. Blow in the smoke. Juliana reveals herself. Kitsuna has all the information. Is she just gonna stick this right in front of Juliana under her nose? That's how Dreamcatchers take it. A bit of the old Nine Pandas fearless, but coming from the new members. What a way for Dreamcatchers to take Inferno.
Death Taxes and a Ninja Diffuse. It's always the way for Nine Pandas Fearless, and now it's the new guard stepping in to do that as well. To Giuliano, who's one of the most decorated in-game leaders in the women's scene, is a statement piece. And Dreamcatchers, you've got to give a lot of credit to them because their first half, immaculate. Their second one, it was slow to get going, but they showed resilience. They showed tenacity. They forced overtime, and from there was no looking back. Bigger Keeper did not have a way in, and whilst Giuliano and Zana tried their best in that last round of play, it always felt like Dreamcatchers were in control once OT got reset.
Yeah, Kitsuna just had an absolute map. I mean, what a ridiculous performance from her. What else can you say? I feel like her and Fatal, Wayne, I mean, everyone was just absolutely on an entire another level when it came to the tail end of the map. Like, what a beautiful Inferno. That was just an exciting game of Counter-Strike. There was just so much going on. Real shame for Bigger Keeper, because it felt like they'd done enough to take this map. They built up, they got to series point. They just couldn't quite close.
Their CT side was good, but what happens is you've got that stat that we were speaking about before we went live, and we said, look, the CT side's always going to be good, but why aren't they winning games then? And it's because their T side, it was scrappy. You go back and you watch that demo for Bigger Keeper, you'll notice significant trade spacing being not good enough. You'll look at the map control being acquired, and some of it wasn't there. You think back to overtime, they just decided to go B without putting any sense of utility in towards top brackets, any pressure. It was not very good on that T side for Bigger Keeper. They suffer and they face the consequences of it. A third map decider after what feels like a marathon of a best of 3 already. How much energy have both of these teams got left? Kitsuna top of the board, leagues in front of anyone else. Zana tries to come as close as she can to Kitsuna, but it's still a 6-kill difference.
Now, Kitsuna was just lights out, just absolutely the MVP of this map. A brilliant performance from her. And overall, it felt like Dreamcatchers, much like Big on that first map, it was the team effort. Everyone was showing up and delivering when they needed to. We even had moments from Elizabeth, right? And that's a big bounce back from her after a really rough Mirage. So this is a team that I think has a lot of resilience. And I think this is where Big are going to be tested so much because I'm not convinced on their resilience. That's not something that I'm confident in saying is the thing that this team has. I hope that with Letty delivering, with Letty on this team, that's an improvement that they will find. And we are seeing signs of it, but I think this is an example of where some of that resilience kind of fades away.
We got the head-to-head that we're going to bring up. We got asked to do this a while ago, so we should have Kitsuna and Zana here, to be honest, but we had Sostia and Letty because these two players were delivering so much on both respective CT halves, and Letty was so instrumental in trying to make things happen for Big Keeper on this, and I think Sostia had a really good resurgence. I think she had a decent Mirage as well, and I want to reframe what you just said because I actually do think Bigger Keeper have resilience when it comes to building back into a game. The difficulty always for me and Bigger Keeper is two things. It's their close-in, and now it's their Ancient against Dreamcatchers. Because the Ancient against Dreamcatchers is going to be really put to the test now. And where you've had sort of that game where you feel like you should have put it away. I feel like there were so many moments in that game that Bigger Keeper should have won those rounds. I think I even said it in the first half where it was like there was 3 or 4 of them that should have gone their way. That would have been enough. That would have been the game done in 2. And yeah, Ancient, I'm very concerned for their Ancient now, I'm going to be honest.
Well, to be fair, last time these two teams played, Dreamcatchers won both Mirage and Ancient, both for 13-4. But Mirage this time around, a very resounding victory for Bigger Keeper. So you imagine, Ancient, they've been drilling it, they've been improving. Can they do it here in a match that decides who ends up in top 3 in the group? Don't go anywhere, we'll find out soon.
Boys make empty promises that they can never fill. So I don't rely on them, and no, I never will. I just do it for myself, I don't need no one else. And they say I'm sick, but I don't do this for my health. I love the woman I become. She ain't ever, ever, ever looking back. She knows exactly what she wants. And if you're wondering, she wears a dress and pants. It's all about me, all about me. I could walk in your shoes, but it's not about you. It's all about me, all about me. I'm out here paying my dues. I still win if I lose. When the whole wide world's a mess, I look into the mirror. No, it's not blurry now. Oh, I can see it clear. I am my own champion, so make no mistake. Baby, not all superheroes come wearing a cape. I love the woman I become. She ain't ever, ever, ever looking back. She knows exactly what she wants. And if you're wondering, she wears a dress and pants. It's all about me, all about me. I could walk in your shoes, but it's not about you. It's all about me, all about me. I'm out here paying my dues. I still win if I lose. I don't need you now because, baby, I give me the rush. Tell me, who do you love? Cause I love me. Get back up and wipe the dust. I am where I put my trust. Tell me, who do you love? Cause I love me. I don't need you now because, baby, I give me the rush. Tell me, who do you love? Cause I love me. Get back up and wipe the dust. I am where I put my trust. Tell me, who do you love? Cause I love me. It's all about me, all about me. I can walk in your shoes, but it's not about you. It's all about me, all about me. I'm out here paying my dues. I still win if I lose. I don't need you now because, baby, I give me the rush. Tell me, who do you love? Cause I love me. It's all about me, all about me. I'm out here paying my dues. I still win if I lose. It's all about me.
Big mood, attitude, and I'm positive ain't gonna lose. It's a vibe, it's a mood, and I'm feeling good. How about you? I've been looking like a queen, people staring at me 'cause I got that juice. Hate you like caffeine, yeah, I say what I mean, baby, get this boost. I'm what you need, ding, fix you like medicine, and I go down smooth. March to my own beat, not very discreet, baby, catch this groove. Yeah, I walk like I talk, want a taste of my sauce, you can't mess with my shine. So boss, I peacock, got this ish on lock, I ain't stressed. Genuine, big mood, attitude, and I'm positive ain't gonna lose. It's a vibe, it's a mood, and I'm feeling good. How about you? Lay it on thick, yeah, I'm confident. When I shoot, I don't miss. I'm a bad, bad bitch. I came to win. Don't give me nothing less. Make you wanna commit. Yeah, you know I'm worth it. Yeah, I walk like I talk. clock. Want a taste of my sauce? You can't mess with my shine. So boss, I peacock. Got this ish on lock. I ain't stressed. Genuine, big mood, attitude. And I'm positive, ain't gonna lose. It's a vibe, it's a mood. And I'm feeling good. How about you? I'm talking about big mood energy. It's a vibe. Big mood, attitude. And I'm positive, ain't gonna lose. It's a vibe, it's a mood. And I'm feeling good. How about you? I started dancing again the day I finally left you. And I started praying and saying amen just to get through. I cleaned up my mess, all the pieces, got my hair done, bought a new dress, back on track, all fixed up and ready to run. Now there ain't no stopping this train. Now there ain't no stopping this train. I took the long way, but I came back around. All of the hard days are over now. Woo, love is a fire burning in my heart. I got back my rhythm, and once I start, there ain't no stopping this train. I've been walked all over, but now I got someone to walk with. He loves when I drive, and he don't really care where I've been. Lifts me up, helps me to win, lets me be me in my own skin. Full steam ahead when I'm with him, and I love where we're going. I took the long way, but I came back around. All of the hard days are over now. Love is a fire burning in my heart. I got back my rhythm, and once I start, there ain't no stopping this train. Love is a fire burning in my heart. I got back my rhythm, and once I start, there ain't no stopping this train. Tomorrow we will rise.
Guys, there's so much going on. My brain is imploded and melted. But we've got to be focused because we've got Ancient coming up next, the decider between these two teams. Lucy, that was a hell of an Inferno. Ancient, I'm worried for Bigger Keeper, but I feel like if Jenny R has a good game, that's the win condition for this team, in my opinion. If Jenny R steps up on Ancient like we know she can, I think that might be enough.
Yeah, she's a bit of an ancient professional specialist, so to speak. I think Letty is also incredibly solid here, anchoring. So, you know, all the pieces are there. The CT side, I'm not worried about. The CT side, I'm not worried about at all. The T side, I'm very worried about. All right, You know, when we saw that graphic at the start, I thought, okay, maybe they've just had like a lot of games where it's just been like one-sided and so it's thrown out the stats. But no, their two-sided is just not quite it right now. And that's causing some serious issues because this would have been a 2-0 if they were able to deliver on that T-side.
It gets even worse, but with the fact that it's been so one-sided on CT to the point where if you win the pistol on T side, you convert the first gun round even. You start off like 3-0, 4-0. That would be enough. Like that's how critical the T side worries are now for Big. And do you know what? It actually puts a lot of importance on the knife round, really, in this deciding game. Because if you start T side, if you're Big, I think you're concerned. I think they need to start on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry that this is the case because it's a bit, I don't know. It doesn't match up with my picture of how this team should be playing on the T sides because I look at Juliana and I look at what I've seen from her before and what I expect to see. And I don't think the T side should be struggling this much. I don't know whether it's just they haven't quite found a way to make the new mix of players work on the T side. Maybe that's it. Maybe some of the roles just aren't lining up right. You mentioned some of the spacing looked wrong. Like, is it comms? Is it a combination of a billion different things just going on that they just need to refine? You've got some answers.
I think Inferno's comms. I think that was comms on T side because if you look at it, you've got players coming out of balcony before the players on top brackets are in a position to go around the corner on shore. So it could be, we've got the space, and then that gets sort of lost in translation as to, oh, we're going then. And it's like, no. If you just add in just 3, 2, 1, we go, I think that clears a lot of things up. I don't know what the comms look like. I'm not in the team speak. I wish I was, because then I'd have a lot more insight as to what was going on. But it did, from basics of what we saw, because CT wasn't an issue, I think it is comms on T side.
Yeah, because the CT protocols all look good. So let's see. As mentioned, Ancient, the decider, Big Keeper would have been wanting to have won that knife round. Let's see who starts where. And Big Keeper do get the CT side, a sigh of relief for the Roaring Bears.
Spoke about one player to watch out for, and that's Jenny R for Bigger Keeper. For Dreamcatchers, I think Sosya. Obviously, we got the regulars of Kitsuna popping up, but I think Sosya's really good on Ancient. Smokes immediately. For Dreamcatchers out A, Zana tucked in right in the corner. Needs to make sure she's not cleared. And she hasn't been. She's not been cleared, and she finds 3 kills.
That's a real shame, because I was getting super excited. That smoke wall was really cool. I thought, this is sick. They can scale in, take tempo control. The bomb can be planted in that smoke fairly safely.
I don't know if it was deliberate.
It looked deliberate. You don't miss 2 smokes there. I think that was deliberate. But for whatever reason, they didn't clear Zada.
It was because Letty took all the contact, and then there was a counter flash coming in from Big as well, thrown over from CT. That's awesome from the AWP player for Bigger Keeper. Has to be proficient with pistols if you wouldn't the sniper. She gives a big sigh of relief to Big. And we've said strong starts mean big success stories. And that feels like it's going to be the case here. Tech9's in towards Jaguar. Smoke's dropped in as well. And you've still got Sosya just in the corner, and Zana's been overwhelmed.
And Forgone, flashbang's so good.
Yes, yes.
That's what Dreamcatchers are thinking. Bomb down. M4. Where did it go? I don't know.
Oh,
no one knows. Oh, they found
Doesn't
another
matter.
one. Maybe. This is still fine. Beekeeper can still win this. And in fact, they're looking in a good position to do so. A double up in the cave. Jenny, keep your gun out. Oh, through the flash. And that's cost her. Does Lady want to stick this? A tap on it, looking for the swing. Sees the first, second. Known. Can she win out this fight against Kitsuna? No, of course it's Kitsuna. The force buy back from Dreamcatchers finds success.
You've got to have your gun out in those moments. especially when you are split up in a 2 versus 2. The T side more than likely are going to play together. You don't have info on ramp, you don't have info on cave, but as soon as Letty swings out sight and gets the kill, there's no resistance, which means they're either playing for time or they're playing in cave. Regardless, you keep your gun out.
Of course, Big have to force back. What a crushing round to lose. Push forward and into the Mac 10. It's a collection for Wayne. Push out from A main. Might catch Fatal slipping, and it will. So that's a kill at least, and a second rifle picked up. But now they can just funnel into the B bomb site. Jenny's the only defender. What a shot, though. Straight to the dome of a flying Kitsuna. Puts it into the 3-on-3. And this is certainly doable. Bomb gets planted. Be a keeper. Group up.
The groups are a good idea because you are worried about Shelf. Jenny's still leading with the Deagle taking the first shot. That's confirmed info. You know Jenny's out here, but you're not going to be ready, surely, for these other players. But Sasha and Wayne swing in tandem, and Jenny through the smoke can only find one on the way out. Dreamcatchers hold strong. At the start of the round, it didn't look like a force buy for Big Keep, but they made it into something. Every round is slowly starting to become a challenge, but Dreamcatchers get the reward. They get a full eco out of Big, and now they can take the lead. Oh, what a shot.
Worst case scenario for Big Keeper. Nice round from Wayne. Gets the doubler. Quad kill in total. Even just a pre-fire into the long smoke, expecting that push out. Get the stack on A. But this is really bad news for Big Keeper after such a good pistol round, because we talked about so much. We've honed the point home too much, maybe, but they need a good CT side.
It's just true, though, isn't it? Like, the thing is that this is why these graphics are prepared, and it gives us something to think about during the series, on top of everything else that we kind of throw at you and yap about. Like, that visualization, that has been laid bare for all to see throughout this series. In fact, it's been exaggerated extensively in this series. Fatal doesn't want to be caught off guard by players. It expects more than just one. Currently, it is only Letty. Can she get out? Yes, she's okay. And then you send the Mac 10 in, who finds nothing. So Kitsuna has got no extra piggy bank money for her AWP. But she should be fine once the bomb explodes.
Oh, Wayne continues to clean up. We'll go down, but it is just the Mac 10. And those 3 kills more than pay for her death. And yeah, plenty of money for AWP. 3-1, Big will get the guns again. Too much to harp on about for that round. No AWP for Zana, so Kitsuna uncontested.
They're leaving A open. They're going for the 3 mids. Oh, they cancelled it. It looked like it was going to be 3 mids, 2 cave, scaling, taking the fights. Instead, for Dreamcatchers, they're just going to drop a smoke into CT. They're going to use Kitsuna on the long sight line to prevent jiggles coming in from big box. They're just going to go fast into A.
Flash forward, but Letty stands and gets the kill. Low HP, but gets away. Flasher also takes a bit of a blow from it. And Letty gets another before she drops, so she's over-delivered with her HP. Now it's Jenny's turn. 2 players scale very quickly. Poorly, 1-for-1, bomb drop. Fatal picks it back up. Kitsuna catches Jenny pushing. Puts it into the 2-on-2. Zana behind default. Giuliano in donut. Both these players separated, but not revealing anything.
You're so worried about CT if you're Zana. Fatal's last known location was in towards Temple. So by Dreamcatchers pausing, they're waiting for a reaction. They're going to get one potentially out of Giuliano. Zana. It's Zana that peaks first. Juliana will trade. But it is onto Fatal. So now you know that Kitsuna was over towards A main. You know Kitsuna's got to go and get the bomb as well. You can just remain. You don't have to peek if Giuliano.
The smoke deploy kind of gives Kitsuna something to work with, though, so it might end up being something that Giuliano regrets. Kitsuna's not being given the opportunity, just going to go for the bomb, plant in the safe spot. Giuliano can't deny. Now Kitsuna on the angle, not ready for the swing. So Giuliano will win out the clutch and Kitsuna finally put down.
That's the experience of Giuliano. Notice how she just makes this small, slight micro adjustment, moving over to the right-hand side of Donut, immediately changing her line of where she last got the kill. And where Kitsuna comes off the angle, looks in, you're never ready for that left-hand side swing of Giuliano. It makes it really difficult to flick onto. She hits the shot, she gets the round. Zana is now reacquainted with the AWP. And as soon as they lose the round, Dreamcatchers, they take 30 seconds to talk about what went wrong and what they can do next.
Because again, you know, if you're doing catches, if you win this round, it essentially counts for 2. Warp was saved, but that's it. Letty again delivering. Expect her to be holding strong on this A bomb side again and again and again. What will Zana do with this AWP that's recovered for her?
Support, because they're pushing B.
As soon as boosted. Oh, actually hits a slight tag, but Zana was ready for it.
This is really defensive out of big. As soon as they get the opening kill, they just drop the smoke, they concede the space, but they immediately reposition into a ramp take. This is dynamic, and you've got Jenny jump in, so she can see if they push into mid, and then that makes the B ramp play so much more effective. Elizabeth is holding, but Paulie's already around the corner. It doesn't even matter, not needed. Giuliano hits the shot, and that forces Dreamcatchers in Donut.
Yeah, funneled in. Jenny drops the defensive smoke, so it gets even harder to push through. Where do you go? You've smoked yourself off, and now you get smoked off. Oh, this sucks. This really sucks. At least you've got time so you can respect these and let them fade. But they're just stuck in here. Penned in.
And Giuliano's flanked, so she can clear all of A main and confirm that, okay, well, they have to be in Donut. Coming back out middle, looking for Red Room. This is a really good gap to try and exploit, but Zana's holding with the sniper.
Yeah, if they get past Zana, though, there is space to make their way somewhere, but getting past Zana, easier said than done. Now you are going through this funnel, Letty up high, and Jenny down low. The 1-2 punch, enough. You keeper, don't lose a player.
That's really good protocols. And this is sort of, again, going in vein of what we were saying on Inferno. Notice how that all happens, because Zana gets the opening kill. They then hear these players coming in towards Cave. They drop a defensive smoke and immediately swing into a B ramp take. And you've got the player at Donut, Red Room and Jenny just jumping with the MP9 to get the info. Giuliano then activates and gets the kill on towards Shelf. Everyone is moving basically in a circular motion, and it is pushing and almost washing Dreamcatchers sort of in this cycle and pushing them, tumbling them in towards Donut. And then you've got the layering of the utility. You've got Giuliano pushing in towards Spawn, making sure that they can only go one way. And from there, they're trapped. They can't do anything. That is a perfect round of CT Counter-Strike. In fact, I'd even argue that's the best round of Counter-Strike we've seen in the whole series.
Big praise for Bigger Keeper. Keeping so many players alive is also perfect for them because they need to build up the CT side after getting reset so early. Dreamcatchers onto the pistols. Real test of endurance is this series. Exactly what you'd expect in such an important match.
Whilst we've got time, I think it might be useful if I read out the group stage scenarios for Group A, so everyone's sort of up to speed. And I'm going to read it off a list so I don't butcher my words. So in Group A, Imperial have qualified to the LAN finals in Stockholm. Whoever wins this map between Big and Dreamcatchers solidifies their spot in the decider, so they will get top 3 guaranteed. HSG have got a world in which they can make top 3, but they need Dreamcatchers to win, and then they need to beat Big. Permitter can also make the top 3 if both Big win this and Permitter beat Dreamcatchers, and Crescent can't make the decider.
So no matter what, one of those decided spots is 100% decided in the very final day of games.
Yes.
But one of these teams dictates their own fate here. HSG is just watching on. Permitter and HSG are both watching on, praying for opposite outcomes.
Yeah, supported opposite teams. This is quick. This is bomb down, best case. For Big. Survive with numbers. Paulie loses her FAMAS instantly, and the bomb can be planted.
Yeah, B has been actually a struggle when the pace comes. That's twice now against pistols that they've been overwhelmed. Oh no.
Dear.
Guys. It's okay. No, it's not. It's really not okay. It's okay.
It's fine.
It's fine. But it's not okay, actually. It's fine, but it's
really
not okay.
not. It's really not okay.
There wasn't even armor there. That was a couple of PG-50s, maybe a Tech 9.
That was very windy at B site. It was windy for Jenny. It was windy in Cave. There was just a wind tunnel over there.
Yeah, well, listen, for all the praise we've thrown on the anchors here and Letty for being tested on A multiple times now, successfully holding up, I'm not seeing the same thing from Paulie on B. So let's go back to what we saw in Mirage on that A bomb site, which was rock solid. A couple of times been caught off now.
I think that incentivizes Dreamcatchers to go in towards a B play, considering how easy that was just on the eco. I think that's why Zana's over here. Maybe break it open the smoke, the nades follow in. That's nice, but Scaling is here, and Wayne finds Paulie immediately.
Yeah, and Juliana's just smoked off. Okay, well, gets the kill anyway. They do lose the rotation, so bomb planted for long, Scaling assured. 3 on 4. Big have to scale down lane. Sooner, flash forward, swings, can't get the kill. Letty wins it out despite the flash being successful. Now it's looking a little bit better. You've got a smoke on Giuliano. That's going to be critical to get this defuse off, but if she falls, that becomes a lot trickier, and they all fall. Can't get up ramp. Dreamcatchers breaking into B again.
And what's clever here from Dreamcatchers is they don't leave the player on site isolated. They take the fight in towards Cave, they take the fight in towards Short, and it's actually the contact that doesn't come in from the site player whatsoever, and it just means she can tuck in and guarantee the round if needed. B-bomb site frail. It's happened again. For Dreamcatchers, they might even be just tempted to put a bit of pressure in towards mid, but always end here. FaZe was just out middle. They have no idea, Big.
She's gone very far up.
Juliana's got to clear it.
No, she's not going to. Fatal. Guarantee kill. Gap was left open. Fatal happy to exploit. Someone stick around and lose that fight. Kitsuna breaks open. Breaks open A. Letty's the only one surviving. The bomb is here, but it's not going to matter. Wayne has deleted both players.
Got to remember how strong the CT side is as well from Dreamcatchers on Ancient. Remember when HSG put up a 10-2 half and they didn't win? We were there. So the fact that you can get 6, that there's a capacity for 8 rounds here for Dreamcatchers, that's very good.
most that Big will be able to get is 6 CT rounds.
Nice damage.
At
But
this
yes,
stage, doesn't matter.
Only 6. Yeah, it doesn't. No warp. That's a really big factor because you feel like Zana was winning some of those rounds single-handedly. Just from her opening kills on the sniper. The best bit about this is that Dreamcatchers have conditioned mid and B so much that you can just go into an A play quite quickly if you'd want to. That option is still available. Big fight in middle, one that Giuliano wins. That's a necessary opening kill for Big.
They're just going to go into B. Polly is just sitting here alone. She has to watch on. As again, it's a retake required. Good damage from Zana. Huge damage from Zana. Will fall to Elizabeth, but she might have just done enough here for her team. Maybe not. Jenny R does get the spam, but the bomb's already planted. Elizabeth's triple kill won't be converted to a quad. Kitsuna can't get it done. Surely the HE? No! It doesn't finish her off, but Jenny will. So Big will get that 5th. Again, it's costly, but they do convert.
And that's Jenny stepping up right when her team need her. It's so much damage from Zana, but it's Jenny finishing the killing blow with the shot through the smoke. It's Giuliano also checking her corners and just making sure that the player that was in towards short, I think it was Elizabeth, couldn't get up to any mischief. And Kitsuna, she tries her best. And it's nearly enough, but not quite. Still, they won the round. Could you tell who won the round, though? Because it's 2 MP9s on the back end for Big.
Yeah, the wins haven't been easy. Well, one was. Fine. Is Giuliano aware? It looked like she was eyeing off the angle. Will she clear it? Yes. That could have got scary. Elizabeth gets 1. Giuliano can't quite trade it. Now Giuliano's under pressure. It looked like she was going to peek that line. Sides against it. Giuliano needs to get out of this dangerous territory. She is in a very scary spot. Just on the smoke, gets down behind it, and will get away. Zana hits the shot on the Kitsuna. That's everything.
And you got the players pushing Donut at the same time. Giuliano hangs around and overstays her welcome. 2 players are still low, but the AWP can't capitalize on the HP. Fatal's making the move through Cave. She will get the trade, but Zana takes Sasha with her.
HE will go deep enough. Yes, it didn't look like it was going to, but it did. Letty denies that bomb being planted. Fatal, low HP. I'm going to walk back, turn straight into Jenny R. So Bigger Keeper will tie us up at the half.
Hold up. Where you going? Looking like that. Looking so good. What you trying to do? You trying to get in trouble. Should be a crime. Flirting with the devil. Get out the way. A new dawn, new day. Can nobody touch this groove? Work hard, get paid. Dress up like a Sunday. Watch me now. I'm making moves. 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 Everybody wanna, everybody wanna put me in a box. Can't put me in a box. Everybody wanna, everybody wanna.
A bit of resilience shown on that CT side from Bigger Keeper to make things even, but now they come face to face with their biggest nemesis, the T side.
Yeah. This round goes all hell of a long way for Big Keeper here. You're very loud in Cave. But they're going back to middle, and I think Dreamcatcher should be aware of this cheeky little play. In fact, they're pushed in, but over the top comes Bigger Keeper. And Letty and Jenny R get both kills. Smoke will land in CT. Fatal is ahead of it, but surely going to be in a bit of a stick of bother here. So many players running her down. She will fall. Bomb being planted. Jenny pushing a smoke. Elizabeth going to get caught out. This is the decisive victory for Bigger Keeper in the pistol.
That's pretty good, isn't it? 5 alive. A fun play. You're being loud in towards Cave to get the B rotates to call over that it's going to be a B hit. I really like the adjustment there for Dreamcatchers. The double step in towards middle, but they just get bopped by the Glocks. And it has to be an eco. You need to get the guns out as soon as possible here for Dreamcatchers. You're going to let Bigger Keeper feel a little bit more comfy. But that's fine, because that means you can get the M4s out as soon as possible. It's a stack on B. Oh, yeah. This is the good stack. It's not going to be in the right place.
No, but it's, you know, you love it. I've seen you love it. I've seen you wear it. It's your style.
It is.
Okay. So, pistol round. Second round. People have a two-round read.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes my brain just does that. With
It's
life.
okay. My brain is currently not working.
Right.
That was
What's
evident
it like
in
when it's
Inferno.
working?
Better than this. I'm not even going to entertain that.
Okay. Sorry, that was cruel.
That was actually really horrible.
No, Brandon, I said so many lovely things about you off air.
You didn't.
Off the record. No one will ever know.
I've
You
never
can hold on
heard
to
them.
that. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
great.
I said, oh no, you said I was sarcastic when I said it all.
Yeah,
That's just my tone.
And then you went, yes, I am being. So,
No, but I was
like,
being
what-
sarcastic that time. Slayers.
Don't lose the AK.
I'm onion-esque.
Oh,
That's cool.
that was nearly Slayers from
They picked
Juliana.
up. They picked it up. Thank
They
God.
got it. They got it. Chill.
Letty was getting roadblocked. Okay.
Calm your beans. Put them in the basket.
Beans
It's
in
okay.
basket. Beekeeper, you need to put this round in the basket.
Straight in my basket. That's such an old meme. It's good though. Wonder what Mood Deng feeling Bigger Keeper will have is this T side. Will it be a
Big
good
Pesto
one?
fans here. All right. Molly, painful for Elizabeth. It's a bit of free damage and information. Very slow from Bigger Keeper.
I don't mind this though. This is like the slow, painful, pull your teeth out kind of rounds. Dreamcatchers, they're now wasting all their utility. You've got a minute left here. If you're big, you've got enough smokes to go in for an execute. You can still explore in towards middle if you'd like to. I think decision's already been made though. I think they're going to execute B with like 30 seconds left.
Certainly seems like it. Smoke's gonna fade. Wayne sprays down 2. A lot of damage done. But Jenny has found an opener onto 2. Got that second kill onto Elizabeth with 5 HP. And that's delivered enough. That's gotten this bomb down. Kitsuna has no armor. There's no utility. Dreamcatcher is sticking around here. If this backfires, you've given Big a runway to take this map.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised the Orc's being committed so far, but Fatal gets dealt with by Zada immediately. Yeah, hands on head, not expecting that peek. And Kitsuna misses the mark. All kills go the way of Big Keeper, bar one. Bar that opener from Wayne and Jaguar. No AWP, no money, no round for Dreamcatchers. Big Keeper take that scoreline and flip it upside down because they've now got 4 rounds left to secure top 3.
I can't believe they go for that retake.
I was going to be boring. I was going to be like, Lucy, you know me, but I don't think they should go for it because of the AWP.
No, it was obviously just not the play. No utility and AWP with no armor, no kit, nothing to really enable that to work. I am shocked that they go for it. I mean, they've been so successful in so many of their retakes, but at such a critical point when you can save an AWP and 2 rifles, when you're on the back foot, I don't know, it just feels like a mistake. And we'll see if it comes back to bite them.
Those are the mistakes you don't expect Dreamcatchers to be making as well. Those are the mistakes they've not made all season. But maybe that one lapse of concentration could be pivotal in a defining moment in their season. Big lean A. Kitsuna relegated to a 5-7. Has got the support of Sosya, but again, it's a 5-7 and a flash. There's no armor.
Big. There are a lot of players here, but good damage being done. They're not overcommitting, peppering, making it uncomfy. 4 players stand waiting. Kitsuna will get the kill. Elizabeth as well, and they do force their way in, but Letty bails them out.
It's not done.
It's not done, but Wayne has 12 HP. 12 HP and nothing to work with but time and timing. Oh, Letty, you're done for. Bomb not planted, but Juliana comes through, provides the cover, and another critical, technically clutch run out by her. Big almost let that one slip.
Nearly. Very nearly. But fortunately, Letty was there to get a multi-kill, and Giuliano was in donut and hadn't revealed herself. 100 ADR on Giuliano, 101 ADR on Jenny. These are the players that need to step up for Bigger Keeper. These are the players that are stepping up for Bigger Keeper, and they are running it right back into that A bomb site. Now the guns are here.
Speedy. Kitsuna's AWP shot doesn't connect through the smoke. Molotov deep. A site firmly under lock and key. Bomb not planted though. In fact, the spam means that Paulie can't punch that down. Fatal gets spammed out. Attempted to deny the bomb, almost successful on taking a player down, but instead she's the one that falls and Dreamcatchers in a 4-on-5.
No smokes left. Double setup. The jiggle at Aletti, trying to sell the idea that Giuliano's not in the corner, but in fact the contact goes the other way, but it's the same outcome. And Kitsuna gets dealt with by Giuliano on the wide swing. This is big in control. This is big locked in. And this is them having a fantastic T side.
We knew they had it in them. We knew they could do it. Well, it's not quite done. Not quite done. But they just needed to have 2 terrible T-sides to unlock the GOAT T-side.
Yeah, 2 wrongs make a right, I guess.
Yeah.
This setup was, again, one of the best we've seen out of Bigger Keeper so far. When it matters most, you got this double setup here. The contact actually goes the other way, but it doesn't disrupt Letty and Giuliano, and it's Giuliano instantly swinging off Kitsuna finding the frag. Not allowing any room to breathe. Not allowing that round to get out of control. Course corrected so far for Bigger Keeper. For Dreamcatchers, now it's a massive test of their resilience.
Do well to pull the attention away from A and then just commit through. Dreamcatchers will swarm.
So deep in CT.
Yeah, that feels a little off the mark, but Flames will take 1. Letty's bullets take another. Fatal almost goes down to the same Molotov. It seemed to last for 500 years. And now you know where she was.
Terrorists win.
Series point for Big Keeper.
This is, if I'm not mistaken, 8 rounds in a row for Bigger Keeper, 6 rounds on the T side. They've not dropped a single T side round. They're taking a pistol and they've run with it.
It just feels like when they got 13 forward twice on Mirage and on Ancient, they were like, we're never letting this happen to us again for Dreamcatchers. We were reviewing that and working out what went wrong, and they have nailed it. What a turnaround on both maps on the second outing. 6 opportunities to lock in a top 3 finish in the group, which will give them 2 opportunities to qualify for LAN. They're 3 kills away from being in that position. 2 kills away. Could have done it in 2, but at least they make this third one convincing, and that's going to be a big confidence builder for them. Talked about resilience. They're showing it. Zana, one through the smoke, showing that she can do it too. Kitsuna, for all her brilliance, there's absolutely no way it's happening here. A swing out. Zana hits the shot, finds her 20th frag, and Bigger Keeper take down Dreamcatchers.
Yeah, well done. Well done, because that was a true test for Bigger Keeper. They went through a lot of different emotions in that best of 3, and they come away, the ones with the smile on their faces. Take nothing away from Dreamcatchers in their performance, though, because they show tenacity in this best of 3, and they are not out the running yet in this top 3, I don't think.
No,
They
absolutely
still got chances. They still
Absolutely
got chances, and they deserve it. They really do. But for now, it's Bigger Keeper locking themselves in. We now know 2 of the confirmed slots, potentially, for the LAN final at the end of the year. We know one of them is going to be Imperial. We know in the top 3, the first team to the playoffs is Bigger Keeper.
Yeah, one more team from this group will make it through that. What a series here. Mirage and Ancient really delivering. The opponent's map pick and the decider was where Bigger Keeper really delivered the most. Inferno, maybe less said about it, the better. It did feel like they were in control, but then they just let it slip, and got to give the praise to Dreamcatchers and their ability just to come back into games. A team that you can never put away, as we always like to say about the players on this squad. That carries on under a new banner with new teammates around them, and Kitsuna in particular, you've got to praise her for her performance. A showstopper on Inferno. Couldn't stop Bigger Keeper going into that third.
couldn't stop Zana all throughout that series as well. She was brilliant. Jenny R, I said, look, let's point to her for Ancient. She had over 100 ADR on that map. I think it was really crucial in a lot of the rounds they were able to get, especially on CT side, really pulling forward for Bigger Keeper when they needed it, because they were in a little bit of a rut. Because remember, this was Bigger Keeper winning the pistol, then losing the force buy. They then lost the first gun round off the back of it. They were in dire straits. They turned their fortunes around, and then they created their own destiny on that T side. Yeen was the heaviest hitter. Right behind her was Kitsuna for Dreamcatchers, but it's Zana on 20, it's Letty on 18, and it's everyone pulling their weight for Bigger Keeper.
Yeah, there were definitely weaknesses in that CT side.
Yep.
They were being punished time and time again on that B-bomb side and against lower buys as well. So they should have had even more to work with going into that second half. But to be able to be able to then come back on the T side, the weakest side, and just hit the ground running and just never break a sweat. You know, for how close all those rounds in the first half were, the second half was just a complete different showing. Yeah, there was a couple of rounds that came down to 1v1s, but for the most part, they were very convincing, and that's the big keeper we want to see. It's just, you know, can we see that in every single map? Maybe not yet, but the big improvement considering how this matchup went last time.
And that's the experience of Letty really prevailing as well. When the going gets tough, Bigger Keeper needs sort of not only that composure, but that energy. And I feel like that best of 3 would have been even more tricky had Letty not been there. So I think a lot of credit does go to her as well for showing up, especially in that best of 3, for arriving on the server, doing the damage, but also just kind of keeping the team a little bit more composed.
Yeah, Letty was really, really solid, in fact, across every single map. It felt like she was really delivering. But another player that I think we do have to put our hats off to is our Kadia MVP. And that's going to be Zana. There she is, appearing on the screen. Again, very consistent force across all maps. I thought on Mirage, her impact was very clear. And I think on that Decider map as well, on the CT side, the rounds that they did get, a lot of it was delivered off her, winning out the head-to-head against Kitsuna, who had her number on Inferno, but also just delivering a lot of aggressive opening picks that Bigger Keeper had been missing.
And this is the Zana we want to see. And we said this all throughout Mirage, and I'll say it again here right at the very end. She was controlling a lot of the outcomes of the rounds because she was the one taking the initiative. She was calling around herself at times. I've got this spawn. I want to go and peek it. Think about how many times she started B on Ancient. She then goes in towards middle. She even has a go at A. It's dynamic AWPing. And this is where Zana does her best work. Haven't really seen it too much this season, but we get it in the most crucial game for Bigger Keeper. This needs to be par for the course for this team. They need to let her have that freedom because she'll thrive.
Yeah, absolutely. We really got to see that today. And Zana is a phenomenal player when she's feeling herself and has that confidence. So being given that and given this opportunity to take those fights, winning them, it really gives Bigger Keeper so much room to work with because we know their rifle core is really solid behind it. So it's a team to be very excited about, a team that's now on trajectory to go to LAN. But a team that has made it to LAN, we've mentioned a few times, we'll bring up the standings, is NIP. We do have our qualification game sorted over in Group B. NIP top the group, Imperial top Group A. Still 3 spots to decide. Keep in mind right now that we've got every team playing 4 matches. There's 1 match left for every single team. Top 3 teams, notably second and third, will go into the play-ins where 3 of those 4 teams will qualify for LAN. So just finishing top 3, you feel like you're halfway there. You have 2 opportunities in those play-ins to do it. And it's still wide open outside of Bigger Keeper and Na'Vi.
Yeah. It's tough. I think with that win that Bigger Keeper have now got, that also means that HSG can't qualify because they lost to Dreamcatchers in the head-to-head. So that is guaranteed HSG will not be in the playoffs, which is a bit upsetting, to be honest, but they will come back stronger, I know for sure. All of those games will be played next week, all at once, all at the same time. But for now, that is Europe done and dusted. We move on to South America, where it's Atrix taking on Insanity just after this quick break.
not enough for you to satisfy the craving. Can you take the pressure if I put you on the spot? Rise to the occasion, only get one shot. Level up, level up. If this is what you want, bring everything you got, yeah. Level up, level up. If this is what you want, you better level up, yeah. If this is what you want, you better level up. You could be the one, take the crown, what you claiming. Yeah, won't be here for long, it's your moment, don't you waste it. Oh, can you take the pressure if I put you on the spot? Rise to the occasion, only get one shot. Level up, level up. If this is what you want, bring everything you got, yeah. Level up, level up. If this is what you want, you better level up, yeah. If this is what you want, you better level up, yeah. If this is what you want, you better level up. Staring down the enemy, I show 'em who the boss. No one who you hating 'cause you haven't been tonight. Level up, level up. If this is what you want, bring everything you got, yeah. Level up, level up. If this is what you want, you better level up, yeah. If this is what you want, you better level up, you better level up.
When I'm in the dark, I know I'm not alone. I know you'll guide me home. You're my northern light. When I see the stars, I know they'll shine for you. I know you'll see them too, burning in the night. So when you try our horoscope, oh, you'll see that the constellations are searing in the stars. Baby, you and I, we can shine so bright. I know the constellations are searing in the stars. Baby, you and I, we can shine so bright. I know the constellations are searing in the stars. I see it in the stars. Never far from where it all began. There's stardust in our hands, in between our hearts. So when you try our horoscope, oh, you'll see that the constellations are searing in the stars. Baby, you and I, we can shine so bright. I know the constellations are searing in the stars. Baby, you and I, we can shine so bright. I know the constellations are searing in the stars. Take my hand, take control. Take my body, take my soul. And in my hand, in a big black hole. Set free the devil inside.
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, Qiddiya, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, White Market, the United States Air Force, and Logitech G.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back.
Tomorrow we will rise.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESL Impact Season 6. We are now diving into South America for our second day of Week 6. And things have already been pretty heated so far today. Just quick introductions. Again, I'm Nari, I'm sure you know. And of course, I'm sure you're familiar with James Bardoff. How are you doing this evening?
I am doing good. I'm looking forward to some more action. It was quite fun, the best of 3 we just saw. But again, South America tends to be quite tasty. And we've always got big names coming our way, and that is certainly true for the upcoming match as well.
Yeah, I think the 2-1 scoreline for Bigger Keeper versus Dreamcatchers may have caught a few viewers off guard. I myself was a little bit surprised. You know, the overtime hits, and I was like, oh, that's pretty exciting. Took it all the way to 1-1, but in that last map on the second half, Bigger Keeper really did kind of drive it home there. So they're going to be walking away with the victory, and that means hopes and dreams for a few teams are dead in the water, and that includes fan favorites HSG. Very, very sad to see. But as we move over into South America, we're going to have Atrix versus Insanity. And again, these are two teams that are kind of duking it out for the possibility of staying in next season and not having to play through the open qualifier. And finally, at the end of the night, we will have over in North America, Nouns FE versus Lotus. Now,
Go Lotus! My mate's playing for Lotus. She's standing in. One of my best mateys, Olya. So go Lotus.
all right, well, go Lotus. There you go. We'll put some power behind that one, and hopefully they do well this evening. And over here in South America, James, it is official. We can put it out there to the world. Furia and Fluxo will be headed to Stockholm at the end of the year.
Yeah, 2 very big 6-0s after the conclusion of yesterday's action. And this is kind of what you're expecting. This is what it should be for the time being. Sad to see the Capybaras getting battered at the bottom there. Love me a Capybara. But again, Furia and Fluxo doing really well. I think MIBR will be disappointed, especially with what that brand is capable of, with going 3-3 at present. So they'll be looking for more in future. But definitely we've got big names on Furia and Fluxo. And it's going to be very, very exciting to see what those rosters can do at LAN.
And this is obviously a pretty important game because Atrix and Insanity both sitting at 3-2. Whoever wins here will basically confirm themselves a spot next season. Whoever loses will have to have like some head-to-head shenanigans with MIBR. I'm not 100% sure what that looks like right this second. I will go and have a look at that when we next get a free moment. But safe to say, there's quite a bit on the line here for these teams. So we'll see how they do as the day progresses. But you can let us know, chat, who you think or how you think the teams are going to do. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top of this one? Do you think it's going to be Insanity, hashtag INS, or do you think it's going to be hashtag Atrix or hashtag ATX? Again, 2 very evenly contested teams, it feels like. So could be anyone's game, James.
Yeah, certainly is. I'm just trying to decide who I'm going to choose myself for this one, because it's about time I pipped you with one of these predictions, and I think it's going to have to be today, isn't it? So we'll see. We'll get into that one later, but it is going to be a good best of 3. Maps are coming through now. Inferno and Anubis bands. Are we going to go technical, or are we going to go fast and wide open? Are we going to see the likes of Mirage? What do you reckon?
I think that Mirage is definitely, yep, there you go. Definitely a strong possibility. strong win rate here for Atrix, so unsurprising at all that they did pick into that one. Ancient also very strong map for Insanity, and coincidentally, the two maps that they've both chosen are maps that their opponents don't often play very well. I say coincidentally, who knows? Maybe it's all part of the bigger picture. So those first couple of maps do make a lot of sense. Vertigo gets launched into the sun, but I'm sorry, James, we are potentially going to have to see a Dust 2 tonight.
You know, I'm in a mood today where I'm more accepting of Dust 2. I played a lot of CS today. I played a lot of Vertigo. I didn't play Dust 2, so I'm more accepting to see Dust 2. So I'm hoping we see the decider. And we'll see if we can discover something new about the ages-old map of Dust 2 in today's action. But I like the maps. We're going to see some fast, aggressive maps. I think Mirage is going to be great for individual performance as well. You can really turn on that map and take control of a game. So I'm hoping someone tries to do that successfully today.
Well, speaking of success, obviously sometimes you need a few things to align in order for that success to come through. And we're going to be taking a look at the lethal combination that China brings to the table here. Because, you know, you look at headshot percentage and a lot of people go, oh, well, that's a useless statistic. Who really cares? It's flashy, but what does it mean? When you combine that with opening attempts and success rate, she goes for 28% of the opening attempts and she is successful 47% of the time. Do you know why she's successful 47% of the time? Because she has a 70% headshot ratio.
That is quite nasty. And I've got to say, with that Photoshop on her right, she does look like Woman Terminator. Like, she looks like she could be like there's some movie out there where she's rolling as a Terminator. So that's kind of scary. But she is great on the server. And somebody I did want to highlight as well before I saw this overlay coming. So I'm grateful that we see her highlighted before we go into this match, because she's one of those names that has been on different rosters but has always been to note in what she's doing on the server, and those statistics definitely give us the evidence of that as well.
Well, speaking of players to look out for, of course, she is one of them. But our Kadia player to watch this week is going to be Mari. And she is someone that I feel has been very, very consistent. She is currently the top-rated rifler on the team. Now, I specify rifler because, let's face it, Lils has been absolutely out of this world on the AWP. So, you know, you can't really compare apples and pears. But when you're just comparing the apples, Mari has definitely been ahead of the curve in a lot of these moments. She is a multi-fragging queen, and she's pretty darn good on the pistols as well.
Yeah, looks like she's blocking everybody sending her DMs at the moment. Only joking. No, I think that's a great person to highlight as well, especially when you look at her team. It's very easy to look at the likes of Littles, the likes of both Bocor, Sinon as well. So I think to kind of watch the journey of Mari through this series will be quite interesting to highlight one of the other players and look at what the you know, by some measures, quieter parts of the machine do. Definitely not quiet in terms of the output, though, as I'm sure we will see today. And now we can see the rest of the roster here. And again, Sinon's one of those names that we are normally mentioning or commonly mentioning in series we see with Atrix. But I think Mari will be a great one to watch for today. It looks like they're in good spirits as well.
Apples, pears, mangoes, apparently. You know, Sinon just showing that she's in a league of her own. She can't even be compared with the riflers. She's just created her own category, and she is exceptional. So we do look forward to seeing how she's going to perform today. But on the other side, obviously, you know, Insanity, another really, really strong team with some really strong players. Obviously, first person we spoke about was China, for obvious reason. She has been performing incredibly well in her own right. But the person that I want to see stepping up today has got to be Cammy, because I feel like on that AWP, she can be devastating and deadly, but there have been a few series and a few maps where she's been a lot quieter, and that's been a bit of a kind of a sticking point for me as, you know, our resident or biased caster. I'm always watching them, and it's one of those things where you really do need to be getting the full value out of that weapon, and if you're not able to do so, it can be difficult for the rest of your team to kind of pick that up.
Yeah, I think if you were tuned into South America yesterday as well, you would have seen some standard bearer tier AWPing on show. And I think that if we saw a continuation of that from today's teams, that would be fantastic. Juliana feeling herself before we get into this. Let the blood flow through the body. But yeah, I think I would love to see some of that kind of battle sniping, taking control of the match, making the T's fear the position you might be holding from round to round. That would be fantastic. And I think, again, that's becoming more and more essential as these teams get stronger and stronger. I think that's going to be a key thing going forward. So I'm hoping to see that kind of AWPing today.
And I'm really looking forward to how this match is going to play out. So here's that all-important moment, James. There is no safe bet this time around. So who are you predicting is going to take home the victory here?
Okay, so I've been conferring with my buddy Steve here. Hello, Steve.
Oh, buddy.
And we are going to go with Atrix today. I want to see a W from Atrix. I've enjoyed the matches I've seen of them from them this season, and I think they've got the tools to do the job. So my prediction is going to be Atrix for today.
Well, normally I would agree with you, but I feel like for one thing, we've got to add some spice. And for another thing, Insanity have looked very, very good this season. And I think that having, got a couple of losses under their belt, maybe they'll be feeling a little reinvigorated and knowing that relegation potentially is on the line here. I think that's going to spur them on to greatness. So I'm going to put a little bit of my weight behind them today, Insanity. And hopefully they prove me right because, I've been on a bit of a streak with the predictions. So I'd hate to lose it out here.
Nah, it's time for you to get a loss under your belt as well now, Sam. So I'll see you at the end of this one in the losers column. At least hopefully for me. Either way, I'm sure it's going to be an exciting series between these squads. I think there's going to be interesting storylines within the, just a trajectory and development of the different plays and the different teams. I think always adds some levels of interest during any series, which we'll try to, carry through with our commentary and so on. And I think China is definitely one of those people. You go to like HLTV, for example, and you see her photo is under an MIBR jersey. So of course, a lot of these players as well, Furia have had some changes in the last year. So there's people we're used to seeing on different rosters who now have to find their place in a new organization with a new team, find new understanding. And when it comes down to those important like two-person shoulder-to-shoulder setups to try and defend or attack a site, these are a lot of intricacies which are not easy to develop. And I think seeing those things unfold in these series are great things to focus on. So for me, again, like China was a one to watch coming into this one just because of the different teams and rosters I've watched her play on.
And of course, we're going to be heading into our first map very, very shortly, which is going to be Ancient. And something just to point out, so the cores of these two teams had played against each other last year sometime, earlier this year, season 5. And it was a 2-0 in favor of Atrix. It was relatively close, 13-7, 13-8. But neither of those maps was Ancient. So relatively uncharted territory in terms of this particular matchup. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier on, Insanity have been looking pretty darn good on it overall. They've played it 6 times over the last few months with a 67% win rate. So they can be feeling pretty darn comfortable and confident. And with Atrix only having played it twice so far, what are they going to look like?
Always a difficult spot on a pistol round. Bokor is playing around Red Room. Forced away. Arcam will be dropped by Mari, though. See the bomb heading towards the A bomb site, and Bokor's in a bit of a pinch here. No one's really around to help her, and she's got 2 T's coming from either direction, but she'll hold her ground for the time being until she is eventually overwhelmed. Cammy coming through to drop Bokor and take position, but before that bomb can get planted, it will be reaching the floor, as will most of Insanity. Cammy's got so much to do now. This would be a great way for her to warm up, as she will be required later on. Too many girls to deal with, however, and it will be a pistol round taken by Atrix.
And another standout round for Mari as well. I said, beware of her on the pistols. A beautiful 3K to kick things off here on Ancient, and a bomb plant absolutely denied. No extra cash available. It's the best possible start to the map that Atrix could have asked for. We'll see if they can continue along on that momentum. Yeah, not too much to ride home for here for Insanity. And Atrix have gone for quite a big spin into this, going into 2 M4s and leaving littles on the dualies to save up for that AWP in the next.
Yeah, it has some risk to it. I think if you often in a pistol round, if you come through unscathed and you can get that cheap helmet for $350, if you got a kill or two, then you should be able to afford an M4 straight away, and then that just saves you money in the long run if you can get the big gun immediately. So that's always a great boost. And again, I mean, I guess it depends on the map and your configuration and how much you trust your teammates. If you can go on the cheap for this round and try and survive and get that AWP up immediately. Great urgency there from Atrix. Great attention to detail as well. So this should be a quick one, and indeed it will be. A quick eco round is a good eco round. That is great money for the CTs as well. The SMGs getting the frags, and the AWP will be bought with ease for Littles for round 3.
Yeah, I mean, Bokor absolutely farmed at the bottom there. So as you say, right, lots of money to spread around, make sure that everybody comes in pretty robust. Utility, a nice spread of utility here, so they're going to be feeling really comfortable. Now with Insanity's first real buy, we start to get a look at, okay, what are their approaches to these rounds actually going to look like? We kick things off with a little bit of presence towards mid, but it's instantly shut down by aggression from Atrix.
I have a contact play towards A with 3 players heading towards that tunnel. However, this is not the contact play you want. An early test perhaps for Littles. We'll see if the peak starts to come in, and Juliana takes one straight in the face. Close casket funeral for her. 2 more in that long position then. Now the bomb hasn't been shown. That could be a lurker, but there hasn't been much done elsewhere on the map. There's no position, no possession or presence on mid for the time being. And Armcam, I suppose, is leaving the options open, just lurking in this position. And CTs can get curious and go for a little creep. You can even find some angles to shoot them when they're halfway down the ramp over that box. Now she may have to try and find something, as there will be a pilgrimage through mid with the remaining 3. And that is a very nice frag by China. Again, the bomb not spotted by the CTs just yet. They don't really know what could be happening. They haven't really seen Armcam either. I don't think they've even seen her shadow. So the CTs are suddenly devoid of information to some degree, kind of having to play a position where she can fall back and rely on her teammates. But because they don't have that full info, there's only 2 CTs per site now. They can't really build on one of them, and that's another strong entry from China. But Sophia will have something to say about this round of a very fast 3K indeed. She has brought Atrix straight back into this one. Now Armcam at half health has to get a bomb plant, and she will be in the clutch. Bokor with the AWP with 50 HP. Oh, they're lining up. That was a fast headshot. Has she got one more burst in her? Littles will put her out of her misery. An expensive round ultimately for the CTs, but they'll keep the clean sheet for now.
I mean, bearing in mind that their investment into the round wasn't that heavy. They came through the round before with most of their players still left alive. They did buy into that AWP and obviously quite a bit of utility, but the actual investment itself wasn't super heavy. So yes, they do lose that cash, and it is unfortunate. But the fact that they win out the round, they take out all of the Ts, it's a pretty big feather in their cap for kind of long-term stability. So they'll still be feeling pretty darn good about that. And Sophia's a player I feel like I was remiss in not mentioning earlier, because she has also been so solid for Atrix.
Littles rotates her from A towards mid as they have a 2-1-2 setup for the beginning of round 4. It's like a fast one as the T's are all over the B bomb site, swing and a miss, and that is so much position lost. They are close to the bomb site, but there is a big risk for Atrix that they lose everything. And with how much money they spent in the last round, how much can they afford to lose in this one? They're not really carrying much, but with the positions they have, Insanity, those Tech 9s, those Mac 10s, this could be so expensive. The P250 catches too. And suddenly Sinon is alone, and the worst has happened. It is a very difficult position to cut your losses and just fall back with 4 players alive. But again, when they're in that post plant with those Tech 9s, that Mac 10s, it's a rough situation to be in for those CTs. They will lose everything save for 1 M4, and suddenly they're in a very different game on Ancients.
Yeah, so much for that long-term stability and economic freedom. Not how they wanted that round to go. A little bit egregious, but you're not expecting Cammy to be tucked into that particular little cubby. The fact that she gets 2, though, is massive. The first one is big. The second one, a little bit unreasonable. but she does her job. She does exactly what she needs to. And now Insanity are sitting absolutely pretty, an AWP of their own on board. And this is where I want to see Cammy come alive.
What a dire situation for Atrix. Such a setback for them. Oh, Sophia catches too. I'm not even sure if she was aware of the second collection, but that's exactly what they needed. And suddenly they are 4 against 3. And there isn't really solid position for the T's here. They're moving through mid at present. If they can drop Murray, then that might make a difference. But the CTs are being so proactive. They've basically abandoned the B bomb site. They're positioning themselves for whatever is necessary, and it won't be much more now that Cammy finds herself alone. Does she want to risk the AWP getting into the hands of the CTs? 1 versus 4. She knows they're low on money. But do you try and hide the AWP? Do you try and take more players away? They can't afford to really lose anyone at this point, these CTs. She saw a shoulder, I'm sure, but was she spotted as well? The jumping has suddenly stopped. She might be going for a bomb plant, but there are surely too many people to deal with here. And she will lose an AWP. 3 plays survived ground, then they'll collect an AWP as well, so I think that's kind of fair for Atrix, but that was a hell of a turnaround.
I'm impressed that Cammy took one with her. I didn't think that that was actually going to connect onto anything. Well done there. And I love this really aggressive play as well. Like, I mean, it felt like Insanity had no idea what was happening in that round. You see Atrix taking that aggressive position out B, 2 kills, completely unguarded for. Donut as well. No one is looking in that direction, and you just lose players where you probably shouldn't have. It's a great play from Atrix. It's a good read, and Insanity suffer.
Almost another lineup for the CTs there, as Sinan might have another fight on her hands. Cammy's ready for this one. That's a really important position with 1:30 on the clock, and it seems this is not going to slow down at all. A very aggressive game of Ancient so far. Insanity only looking for their second round, but if they can get it, it could lead to so much more. The previous round should have, if you think about it, but they may give themselves another opportunity. However, we have seen that Atrix won't sit back and be victimized in situations like this. They know they need to find a way to get back into this round. And they're trying to do exactly that, proactive, collecting together in this mid position. More or less clear the A-bomb site. Long is an unknown, but gambles must be taken. Insanity quietly creeping into it to B. So they'll be beyond this choke point before Atrix have eyes on the ramp. Now once that bomb is planted, do they go for it? Again, they're really on that edge position. They're on the fence where if they lose one player, they're going to call it. But it seems they might go for it. Here comes the utility, the ordnance from Insanity, but they're not getting the kills just yet. 3 on 3. There are kits here for Atrix. Mary will be giving the sound cues in the flames. Looking to her left, drops from her right, and no one's calling this yet. I think Sophia had to try and fall back there maybe in that 2v3, but they really didn't want to give that round up. And again, they'll be leaving with just 1 player alive. And I think Insanity might be looking for her as well. You never know.
What a round from Cammy. So they lose a player. She knows Sinan is cheater, so she pushes it. She goes super aggressive and confident, walks straight into it, and gets that first kill. Then, when she's playing down towards B main, instead of just swinging out, she does like a jump peek, spots the entirety of Atrix coming towards her. She's able to fall back, and then she still defends the bomb site with 2 kills back to back. Like, that is AWPing 101, right? That is like the what you want from your AWPer every single time, and that's what I was hoping to see today. She's already at 9 and 5, and we're only 6 rounds in.
Big push from the CTs. There are smokes to contend with, though. Nicely done by Insanity, containing the desperation of Atrix, but Mary still finds a way to give her team an advantage. We said she was one to watch, and she is showing us why. 5 on 4 from a Atrix who need more in terms of utility, in terms of primary weapons. 2 plays just with pistols, the secondaries on the 5. Littles is positioned well if there were any sound cues in that long A area. Murray will be having to glance every so often with her M4. They would love an AWP in this situation. Cammy's got one if they're willing to take it. Insanity just biding their time for the moment. Now, I want to say that Cammy started to run, and I feel like if you look at Littles, you see how she just moved her crosshair. She was pointing, her POV was facing the direction of the running, so they might have an idea, an expectation towards this B bomb site. You see that smoke go down as well. But I think they may have just got some sound cues, which could help them. Now, Sinan, up close on ramp, has just been given a smoke by her teammate to keep this delay going. So I think that information towards A could be critical for Atrix here as they drop another smoke and things become so desperate for Insanity. Mary starting to rotate over as well. She's got a flash she can throw behind her teammates as the grenades come through. Sinan rotates for the time being. Where's that flash? I think it's coming from the back. And look at the slaughter for the CTs. The information game. They will reap the rewards for it. And now Cammy needs to try and slink away. Don't drop that AWP, whatever you do. But again, the position from Littles in that donut area, just communicating the rotation away from the A bomb site was all they needed to use their smokes to put Insanity in a disastrous situation.
I think it speaks volumes just how much Atrix is able to get done, even in rounds where they don't have like a proper buy coming through. Because in that round, I mean, you were saying, right, they had 2 sidearms, an MP9, and then the 2 M4s. So there was so little to actually play off of and actually get results off of. And that's where it comes down to, how are you reading the round and how are you reading your opponent? Are you getting that information, those sound cues, those small little things that inform your rotations and how you, play the map and how you take control of it? So the reaction from them was fantastic to pull all those resources across. And then as soon as Insanity tried to pop through, and to be fair, Insanity had some good util usage. It felt like they might be able to pop through that smoke and get something done. But because Sinan was so up close and personal, and she's backed up by, I believe it was Bokor, it's just a spray down, and there's nothing Insanity can do at that point.
One interesting thing about CS2 is just the sounds travel further. So hard to be at a safe distance to start rotating, and there's an example of it. How costly, how punishing it can be for you to try and make plays. Bokor in the donut on this occasion. Dueling across mid, as it will be Insanity with the pistols on this occasion. Don't want to give them too many opportunities, though, for the headshots as Atrix try to stabilize. They've got 4 AK-47s on the CT side. That's normally a good indicator of success. Cammy still with this AWP. She's had so many awkward situations where she's just had to try and stay alive with this, and now she's in a 2 versus 5. But you're almost committing to losing the AWP. She's got $2,600 as well. So she's going to lose this AWP and then basically have no AWP. Dire straits for Insanity. There's no good option there if you're Cammy. Now she can buy an AWP but have no Kevlar whatsoever. So that's the situation she's in. You know, she goes for a save in that scenario. There's a fair chance you're going to get hunted. It's not the most comfortable map to save on with a certain amount of time on the clock. So they've just been put into really horrible situations.
And so much of this is coming down to winning your ones, which is such a herder thing to say. But it has to be said, when you look at the stats across the board, Atrix, every single player coming up massive, and Insanity, a couple of those players struggling a little bit more to win their ones.
Bokor no man's land, and just when you thought it was safe to stabilize that CT economy, the dominoes start falling once again. Now, Littles is in an interesting position if the T's go A. Again, Atrix are being proactive. With a minute 20 on the clock, how do they find information? We'll see if Sophia has a peek towards mid later on. Finance here as well, and Littles just basically needs to defend her position in case there's an A bomb site. You'll have a 2-pronged assault, and the surprise of the AWP is often, if not always, good for at least 1 kill. Blank is coming through now as Cammy will spot 1. She'll probably see 2 on the death cam. And that can run distraction as Littles goes through the smoke, surely, as her teammates are shooting. Drops the bomb planter. No bomb planted now. 3 on 2 for Atrix. They are ready for this CT side. Some rounds have been difficult, but they have the coordination and the pacing. A free kill for Silent. She's been lurking in red room. And it will be Crimson and CT spawn as well. 7-2 scoreline.
Atrix are just consistently working this map beautifully. It very seldom feels like they don't have control of every single area unless they've lost like 2 to 3 players. And even then, they still find a way to restabilize in invariably a rather surprising manner. I had my questions about how Atrix were going to look on this map, given that they haven't played it much recently, but they look pretty darn good. And just a quick update for those that are interested over on our community stream. The Killers have just won their first map. It was a 13-3 over the Capybaras, so they'll be heading on to their second map shortly.
The flashes for the Tech-9s to close the distance. Look at Atrix clearly finding information over towards B as well. Allowing the rotation. They are dictating not just where, but when these fights happen. As they will have more players rotate over. They'll do it carefully. Silent's got very good pacing, just in case there's a plan B or a plan C from the T's later on. She's there to catch the rotation, as we saw in Red Room in the round prior. Bokor's got a lot to do now as they come swarming to her direction. They're lining up for her, though. That was a great transfer onto Armcam. She will fall eventually, but I think she's done enough. Can there be a bomb plant here for Cammy? 45 seconds. She could try and go for a round win or some more damage. None of those will happen, however, as they will stabilize. 8-2 for Atrix.
Only 2 more rounds here for Insanity to start making some magic happen. Yeah, only getting 2 rounds in this half, 10-2. That's almost unrecoverable. And I say almost. We know that stranger things have happened. But it does make it that much more difficult. So these next 2 rounds are pivotal for them. Again, a couple of players need to start finding the magic here, need to start isolating these duels a little bit better, maybe playing off of one another a little bit better, and finding those openers.
Oh, the footstep. Gave a bit of warning. No surprise anyone's in that position anyway. And China is there to clean up. She's angry. Look at her go. So good on the entries. Despite the few rounds we've seen from Insanity, China's entries have been savage, and they will find a 3rd round at least in this first half. That was a nice fast one. There's plenty of money for the CTs to buy, so no harm done in that respect. That was a good one. Some success towards the end of the half, but it's China on 5 kills.
I feel like all 3 of her kills in that round were headshots. I was only vaguely looking at the kill feed, because let's face it, kill feed reading isn't what we're here for, but I'm fairly certain, which of course just kind of illustrates the point we were making a little bit earlier. An absolute demon. But 1 round, not quite enough. 1 more is what they need.
Won't be seeing any more of China in this round then, as Silent comes back with a response towards the end of the first half. 3 on 5 then. Insanity will have to do it the hard way. And Atrix is so good at sourcing information in rounds such as this. They already have Silent and Sophia back-to-back through B, getting that information. And she's just playing for info. See how she disengages immediately. There's no need to fight to the death. All they want is information so they can rotate accordingly. That's exactly what they do. And look how she's responded as well. Last scene, pushing through Cheetah. Now on the B bomb site, just doing whatever is necessary for the squad as they look to compromise Red Room, but that is a painful discovery. Little stops for a second. Speaking of seconds, there are 45 remaining for Insanity to try and turn things around here. Plenty of sound cues for Mari. Does she stay alive or does she try and stop the bomb from being planted? Cammy looking towards long A. Silent coming in from the back, and surely that activates Mari on the other side. Nice one tap from Juliana, who has 2 more to find. Desperately need this round, do Insanity. Shoulder to shoulder come Atrix. Good for 1. Not ready for Sinon, though, who cleans up once again. A 4K in the round, and you can see she is very pleased with the result of that.
That elusive 4th round. Unfortunately, Insanity were not able to get that under their belts at the end of that half, and Atrix go into the half with 9 rounds to their names. It feels like a bit of a Herculean task here for Insanity, but there's a part of me that feels like if they can just get the pistol, maybe there's a world in which they turn this back around.
Yeah, perhaps the worst is over for them. And they'll find their feet on their CT side. Plenty of order to be had, especially if you've got the utility in the buy rounds at the beginning. I love the mid to late round, though, from Atrix. How proactive they were, looking for information, fighting on their terms, disengaging once they have shown presence, etc. It was really fun to watch. We'll see if Insanity are afforded the space to do the same, because maybe it won't be up to them if Atrix continue on their run. China will be carrying the kit. I'm sure they will say China and we will say China. We should ask them if they if we speak to them later.
It's a good idea.
Kevlar for everybody else. Of course, their heads will all be exposed. 1 P250 in the hands of Mari. She will be the raid boss for this round. Looking to clear Donut. I love this little detail. Before the bomb plant is secured, they will clear Donut, take position. And that's really going to compromise the retake. And especially with the flank of Sinan to be considered coming in. That's just like, even if Sinan doesn't get the kills there, just the fact that she could peek at any time makes it really difficult for you to go and attack Donut. Never mind the fact that there are 3 people in there. But again, the presence of mind, like Sinan has been playing really well in this game so far, and she's been giving us great examples of various tenets of Counter-Strike. So props to her. And again, she's just like, hi, and she's just waving, saying, hey, I am a problem, but when I decide to be, but just stay there because I might peek you in a minute or so. Great work.
Yeah, it was a really unfortunate round for Insanity. Like, I saw the vision for the round. I actually quite liked that they went for the donut play, but 1-for-1. At that point, there's already a huge player advantage for Atrix, and it's so easy to maintain that control. And here's where things get scary, because it's that double-digit scenario with guns in hand after winning that last round. 3 MAC-10s to just absolutely melt through the entirety of Insanity. I would like to see these pistols do some magic, though. I think that there is a world. And I do like the respect that Atrix are showing, because very often on these pistol rounds, there's going to be like some crazy monkey aggression. So they just kind of hang back a little bit, wait to see what happens, and okay, nothing's really happening. We can start to commit.
There is a world. If there is a world where these pistols win this round, it is a world that is ruled by capybaras. There is a flash for Juliana. I have seen this go wrong before. But there have been rounds over history where there's been like an eco stack and the team have sent a probe out to see if there is a stack on a bomb site, and there isn't, and they go to the bomb site that has the stack and then they get annihilated. I haven't seen it for many years, but I distinctly remember it happening more than on more than one occasion, where they run into the stack and just get popped. Super Mario Sisters. Sophia bouncing in towards T-Spawn. If you look at the water in T-Spawn, I remember when this was released in CS2, and I said, like, you know, if you drop a gun, if I drop a gun for... No, I think I said if Simple... No, I said if... I would normally tell someone like Simple to drop me an AWP, right? But I was saying, like, if I was dropping him an AWP, he wouldn't be able to see it because this was all covered in moss. And then they removed the moss. People were so mad at me. But I feel like it was a logical, like, you know, yeah, you've got your nice fancy moss. There's still some, you know, a bit further on, but let's be reasonable here.
I think if you drop the gun in water, it just shouldn't work for the rest of the round.
I've never tested that. But there are some like rifle competition things, I think in Finland, where you have to like crawl through mud and so on, and I suppose their guns work afterwards. I bet some don't though. Anyway, the AWP has announced its presence. Cammy is over towards A. Not rotating for the time being. She's holding steadfast, and Atrix are thinking better of this journey, it seems, this expedition. Or Are they slowing down to spread the CTs out a little further? They're not going for that information seeking just yet. Mid is relatively open. Armcam will be keeping an eye on it from the B bomb site, essentially. And there's still a lot of time for Atrix to decide what their play is. So in the mid to late game, it seems they are changing things up and heading towards that B bomb site. Quietly walking. Oh, as Sophia makes her way in. That trade means the bomb is on the radar and the rotation will be instant from Insanity. Now things have to speed up for Atrix before all the CTs get into position. But they're still holding. Looking towards A, but that was the bomb spotted. 27 seconds and they've got to deliver. But Juliana is delaying until she runs out of bullets. But Armcam's here to pick up the slack and get an upgrade for her FAMAS. Maybe. Maybe not. No, she's still got a FAMAS. Might have shot the gun away.
Bit of a weird round from Atrix, I felt like. Particularly towards the end there. Like here, this 1-for-1. Sure, the flash comes through. You're hoping that it's going to give you the ability to, you know, actually get that kill. And eventually, they do manage to get that down. But last player left alive, you're in like a 1v4, 1v3 in that situation. It's going to be so difficult to actually make that magic happen. Felt like they were a bit late to the starting block in that round, and they paid the price for it.
Oh, man. I was admiring the grenade execute from the CTs through the B bomb site on the radar, while also watching all the Ts just charge the one player on that A bomb site. And maybe having seen Cammy there in the round prior, they just decided someone takes a bullet for the president, everybody else charges in and cleans up, and they will deny this retake attempt. That is for sure. Juliana and Cammy can't afford to lose anymore. This has actually been a catastrophic round for Insanity if you look at what they are left with. Seems Atrix want to be done with Ancient pretty quickly.
The low and slow approach kind of came back to bite them a little bit. They gave Insanity a lot of time to kind of spread out, get that information, figure out where to respond, where to poke and prod. So they go, you know what? Next round, let's just run it down. Let's just full send it. And to be fair, they had a less than stellar buy. So you got to make do with what you have available. And I think that they made the right call in going for a more aggressive push in that round. And they just ran over Insanity, pushing them all the way back towards that CT spawn. The MAC-10 doing some serious numbers. And it's that round that just goes so quickly in favor of Atrix. Now we're on map point, and Insanity's money is not good. Cammy still has an open hand, so if there's anyone who's going to try and pull this back from the brink, it's going to have to be her and Juliana in tandem. The opener probably going to be the big deciding factor in this round.
Bob collected from T-Spawn. Was there for a while, indicating a slower run for Atrix. Boy, have we seen some fast ones on this game of Ancient. Cammy looking to offer a nasty surprise. This smoker's gone. Last piece of utility. Hold on a second, though. We've got some heavy ordnance being thrown into this B-bomb site, and the T's moving in afterwards, but they will be cut to ribbons by Insanity. Finally, some success for the CT side, but there's more work to be done. Kind of managing to plant that bomb. 2v4. They can still get some more kills from this. The CTs need to stay standing if they can. 2v4 made 3 now as Atrix are in the clutch. Suddenly it's a 2-on-2. What is happening? The dream is collapsing for Insanity. Ooh. They get completely wiped out. 2v4 to 2v0. That is a statement-making round to finish off the game.
A few misplays, it felt like, in that attempt at a retake. I think you get a little bit overconfident, but at the same time, the nerves are setting in. You know it's map point. You know the bomb is planted. You know that time isn't necessarily on your side. And so you start to kind of make silly mistakes. And you're like, oh, well, there's 4 of us. We can make it happen. Atrix stamped their foot down. More specifically, Sinan stamps her foot down. She played the end of that round beautifully. I don't think she had any right to get as many kills as she did, but it just again goes to show, you know, the caliber of player that she is, and it's great to see how she has stepped up today in a really big way. And across the board, it's really felt like Atrix have really put up numbers here, really just kind of come to play, whereas Insanity, man, I mentioned it a couple of times, and I was really hoping that in the second half things would pick up a little bit and I wouldn't have to come back to it. But there comes a point where you've got to point it out. And Brandina, I think if she had 3 kills in that whole map, I'd be surprised. And sometimes there are extenuating circumstances. There are things that are happening in the server that are potentially, you know, making things a little bit more difficult for you. But that is not the way you want to kick off this series, and not such an important one for them. Relegation is on the line.
Yeah, that was a rough situation for them. And, you know, commonly when you see a very lopsided map, I like to say that perhaps the losing team came into this series expecting to win it in 3 maps, but that was their map pick. So they're going to really have to do things the hard way. That was definitely a beatdown from Atrix. And again, I think Sinan was fantastic in that series. She was basically just a great demonstration of quite a few Counter-Strike fundamentals done very, very well to great effect. Of course, it's a team effort to give each other the space to do those things. So credit to everybody, but she definitely stood out. I think we were fortunate enough to see many of her plays on camera as well on both sides, which certainly helps, but she did great work for the squad in that game.
Yeah, Sinan is always one that I love to talk about, particularly for her anchoring. I think that when she plays a CT side, she plays incredibly well. She tends to be quite dynamic. She's got some pretty fancy footwork, and her shots pretty consistently hit. So she's always a favorite one of mine to watch. But it really did feel like Atrix across the board, like we said, you know, they really did step up in a really big way. The kind of the lowest performance, quote unquote, was Littles in this one. And I mean, she didn't really have too many opportunities to bring out that AWP, and she did have a few uncharacteristic misses when she did have it in hand. But, you know, first map's a warm-up. We'll see if she can pick that up as the series goes on. But Cammy, I said I wanted her to show up, and she really, really did on that map. So I'm glad to see that she's back on her usual form.
Yeah, I've got to give a shout out to China as well. We saw some fantastic entries from her on the T side of that map. The only issue is they were very limited as a team in what they were able to achieve because of how well Atrix were playing. So she is definitely in fine form, and that may come to more fruition throughout this series. But yeah, so with what she was able to, the opportunities she was given, she took, and definitely won a round or 2 for her squad. And so she's performing well enough to do something more in the maps to come.
Well, we also have a head-to-head for you guys, and you may be a little surprised to see who we chose. And we went for kind of a quality over quantity sort of approach for this one, right? So it's not necessarily the players that were the loudest, the players that had the best results in terms of raw numbers, but it felt like these were the 2 players that were really having the most impact.
Yeah, I think I basically jumped the gun with my comments on China there, but we were looking at both these players before the series started, and you know, it's easy to pick the 2 players who got the most kills, or both AWPers or something like that, but these were 2 important players for the squad we both highlighted. We could see how important China's frags were in some of the rounds they won. That 3K around mid was one of a few examples, but again, I think with the opportunities afforded to her, she was able to do a fair bit. But with how strong Atrix were and how well they were proactive on their CT side, getting information, rotating, shutting down what Insanity were trying to get started, you know, Mary comes into play as a very strong player on that side as well. So I would say that both these players were putting in work for their squad, but one squad overall was too strong for Insanity to find more opportunity for someone like China to do more.
And of course, now the big concern comes into our second map. We're going to be heading over onto Mirage. And this is a map that they have played before. Previously, this was a few months ago, and it was when it was still Divina FE, and there were a couple of roster differences, but it was a 13-8. Not the closest of affairs, and we know that coming into this, it's going to be Atrix's map pick, and they've got a 75% win rate currently on this map. Played it 4 times, only lost it once. it's starting to kind of spell doom for Insanity. Now, we've kind of pointed out a couple of mistakes that they have made, and now they've just come off the back of losing a loss. Do you think that it's still within their purview to bring back that mental and get all of their players back on board to maybe take this to that third map?
I think they can do something on this map, absolutely. I wouldn't put too much stock in those numbers because of the sample size. Like 75% is a pretty devastating number with a big enough sample size. But with 4, that there can easily be a fair amount of variation there, and that is hopefully something that bodes well for Insanity. So the numbers don't indicate too much for us, which is a good thing, because hopefully that means that Insanity will have a better chance than we might think. I would like to see them do something. I want to see the likes of trying to have more opportunity on a nice open map. And we know she's got the talent for those quick bursts, those headshots. And I think a nice open map and Mirage, maybe she's got more opportunity to take over on that T side.
Well, we will find out very, very shortly. We're going to take a quick break, folks. And when we return, we'll be back with map 2 on Mirage.
We whip our hair up, we tear the walls down. We need some fighters right now, we ain't playing around. We let it all in, time for a rinse out. Pound for pound, yeah, ready for a knockout. We here to tear up, we here to throw down. You better speed up, cause we can slow down. We whip our hair up, we tear the walls down. We need some fighters right now, we ain't playing around. Get out our head now, get out our head now. We've been slaying all day, what you saying now? Get out our head now, get out our head now. We bring the heat, yeah, beating up the fire now. We ain't so sweet, sweet, give it all, so give it all to me. We ain't so sweet, sweet, give it all, so give it all to me. Get out our head now, get out our head now. Where all my fighters at, we about to throw down. We whip our hair up, we tear the walls down. We need some fighters right now, we ain't playing around. We let it all in, time for a rinse out. Pound for pound, yeah, ready for a knockout. We here to tear up, we here to throw down. You better speed up, cause we can slow down. We whip our hair up, we tear the walls down. We need some fighters right now, we ain't playing around. Get out our head now, get out our head now. We've been slaying all day, what you saying now? Get out our head now, get out our head now. We bring the heat, yeah, beating up the fire now. We ain't so sweet, sweet, give it all, so give it all to me. We ain't so sweet, sweet, give it all, so give it all to me. Get out our head now, get out our head now. Where all my fighters at, we about to throw down. Stand up, throw down. Stand up, throw down. You belong to me. Stand up, give it all, throw down. To me, to me, to stand up, give it all to me. Throw down, give it all to me. All alone in a crowded room, avoiding nights. Stick to the shadows, staying out of the light. Looks like I got nothing, I got something inside me on fire. Looks like I got nothing, I got something inside me alive. I wanna shine. Just need a spot somewhere out of the night to shake off the chains that I wear. I wanna shine. Light the sky at night. I wanna shine. Shine all the light. Someday I'll shine. Pull the hood up over my head and I fade away. So many words in my brain, I'm too scared to say. Oh, looks like I got nothing.
just need a spark from somewhere to light up the night. Shake off the chains that I wear. I wanna
Can you feel it in the room? I bet you can. It's an atmospheric move. Shift to the tighter side of hand. Just watch what I can do. Got a set of keys and a foolproof plan to take over the world. Can't be nobody's girl.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL Impact Season 6. We are in South America, and it is just the end of Week 6 in the season. Now, we finished up our first map of the evening already. It was a pretty one-sided affair with Atrix winning out on Insanity's map pick. Now we move on to Atrix's pick. It's Mirage. It's one of the most well-known maps, not just in terms of people that know about the map, but players are very familiar with it at this point. It's been around for quite some time. So looking back to what we saw on Ancient, what kind of adaptations can we hopefully see from Insanity that might help them bring things back into their control?
I think the new battleground, if you will be a different challenge in terms of how well Atrix were doing at finding information on their CT side. You know, there's a world where things are actually more difficult for Insanity in terms of Atrix's CT side and finding ways to get back into rounds and so on. But I feel like I'm leaning towards Insanity having a better time of things and having more of a showing of themselves. Again, you look at like some of the rotations we saw on Ancient when Atrix on the CT side were using smokes and time to make things very punishing on the other side of the map and so on. I think that we'll probably see less of Insanity in situations like that, or at least I'd hope so. But, you know, it's going to be an interesting measure. Like in the mid to late round, I feel like Atrix were often the stronger team. They had better overall understanding of the situation across the map. So if that's going to be the determining factor in the series, then it's going to be very, very difficult for Insanity to put in work here. And the focus will have to be keeping the CT's poor when they are on the T side. But then again, if that mid to late round on the T side is going to be difficult for them, then who knows? So I think there are definitely some conundrums for Insanity to find a way to solve as they move into this game of Mirage.
Well, here we are, folks. Map number 2 coming at you. It is going to be at Mirage, as you can see on your screens, and as we've said a couple of times now. And what I'm really looking forward to seeing is how Atrix tackle this map, purely because on the previous map, it was all about proactivity on the CT side and a little bit of aggression on the T side. Now this time around, they're going to be starting on the T side. It looks like it's going to be a pretty strong pop. Oh my.
We had the same right there. Yeah, China got popped. As did Cammy. Promising start then for Atrix. Denial of information with that Molotov as they start to come through now, and Armcam's in a spot of bother with all the T's coming her way. Brandina still on the A bomb site. She will be a late rotator, and when she makes her way there's not going to be much in the name of help. And at this point, 1 versus 4, you could just really go and save your Kevlar. Like if you're going to force buy in the next round, you might as well save your Kevlar at this point. That is something which I think in the last 2 years of Counter-Strike was more of a consideration where people would just run to their doom. But again, it's like a game of very small edges, and every edge you can find definitely means something. There will be no Kevlar saved on this occasion, though. It will be a complete wipeout. A very strong round for the T side. Sinan comes through untouched. I think Sophia did as well. So they'll both get the cheap helmet upgrade, which allows them to get a stronger buy. So a promising start for Atrix.
And another demonic pistol round for Mari as well. I think she got a 3K on Ancient in the first pistol as well. So just kind of continuing to live up to the Pistol Demon name. And I think what was so surprising about that round is you're kind of expecting them to just be running through apps. You're not necessarily expecting two players to be running down towards lowers, swinging, and just popping your head straight off. So, unfortunate one there for Insanity. The reaction was correct, but the timings just did not work out in their favor.
Basically just a flash invested in this round. Always nice to see P2000 enjoyers. I'm not a good enough aimer to equip a P2000. I need the extra half second of the silenced USP to give me a chance to shoot someone, so I never get to use it myself. I'll be patiently waiting. And again, these rounds are still important as well. We can measure the T side and how they use their tools to find what is safe. Littles is the expendable person here, really, with the MAC-10 who can be sent in to find out if the site is safe. They have opened the correct door, and now she can go and hunt for that bonus money. These C2s will find themselves on the wrong end of a tough bargain. All dancing around, so it will be a shooting gallery. Nice pop. Maybe there's some bonus money to be made for the CTs. Either way, they'll be looking towards their buy round. And I do wonder, in a situation such as this where you didn't really get much done. Oh, hold on a second. Brentina's actually putting in some nice work there. She'll come away with 59.50 after that round. That is more than she was expecting before. I was going to say, you know, when you have like a very dry pistol round and you're basically on a super hard eco round too, you're going to be missing things in that buy round. And you can see the lack of grenades here. But picking up that MAC-10 has made a hell of a difference because it's allowed them to afford an AWP for Cammy. And that could be the difference maker for them.
Could just turn the tides, particularly if she's still as switched on as she was in that previous map. And Brentina, I mean, the ending of that round is great for her. There's that little bit of extra. I thought she might get that last one as well. I was a little disappointed to see that it wasn't to be. Atrix again with very kind of definitive directioning. 4 players towards apartments here and 1 player out towards mid to potentially draw a rotation or get an early pick off. This could backfire, but it could be devastating.
Scary scenario for China, giving the sound cues. She was on the balcony. There will be 3 players here, though, for Insanity as the push continues to come in. Cam and Juliana getting to work, and China is just hiding in plain sight for the time being. We'll see if she can be activated later on, but so awkward around the smoke. That's so unfortunate for her. And Atrix now find themselves in a 2 versus 1. Bredina still on the rotation, coming from the other side of the map. You'll hear some footsteps. Again, sound travels quite far in this game. What's one towards default, not seeing enough to make a proper connection there, but she might still be able to isolate a fight here. Indeed, she will. Littles is now trapped for the time being. A big swing. I think she flashed herself there. And Brendina is able to finish things off with a hand up to the face of Littles. Awkward timing. Sometimes it be like that, but Brendina will manage to secure this round for her squad. Big fight on the B bomb site.
Brendina running out of bullets there should have spelt disaster. But as you said, I think that was a little bit of a self-flash. And the fact that Brendina dodges that flash entirely, and it's not even on purpose, right? The pillar, she's just in the perfect position to not have it connect with her at all. It's a great retake from her. And it was a great stabilization as well, because China, like, she's tucked in so close that no one even checks her. So the trades can go really back and forth, and she's still alive and in a prime position, unbeknownst to Atrix. And that allows them to regain control of that site. But again, it's down to those heroics from Brandina. Beautiful 1v2 there. Finally get themselves around on the board. Yeah, they do lose the AWP, but they win the round.
An important trade when you're carrying the bomb. Quick upgrade as well. China will use that to move into a forward position. Now with 2 CTs here, she's in a very strong spot, especially with an MP9. If there is some action here, maybe there's time for Armcam to reposition, but she happens to be doing so anyway. Vocal's surely a free kill here. Looking the wrong way, but China slightly off there. She's got to be frustrated, especially missing the frag through the smoke on the round prior and then that happening. That was a free kill. That was the bomb. That, you know, you will feel like might be the round as well. And now look how little information the CTs have. They are playing a reactive game. Let's not forget how proactive Atrix were on the CT side on the previous map. Like at this point, you've got to take some risks. Otherwise, you're just waiting to be a victim. And that might be the case here. But again, I did say Mirage is a map where some individual performance may allow a team to shine brighter. Eyes on Brandina with the AK-47 playing in those fireboxes. You know, some countries all these triple and fireboxes the opposite way around, but my country, this is the fireboxes. In they come. Now she needs some distraction being run. Oh boy, they're all a bit off at the moment. Feels like coming into this one a little cold, trying to run but getting stitches. 4-on-2 in favor of Atrix, and there isn't really much else for Insanity to do.
So we'll have a moment here as the bomb explodes and we get into the next round. So I did check quickly on, you know, the head-to-head scenarios. If Atrix lose this matchup somehow and become tied with MIBR, they will get relegated because they lost the head-to-head with MIBR. However, if Insanity lose, they have yet to play MIBR. That'll be happening on the 18th of October. So if Insanity lose today, there is still a chance that they can make it in, or rather stay in the next season for ESL Impact. So maybe a little less stressful for them. For Atrix, losing here means that's it. They're back to the open qualifiers, which is rough. But for Insanity, there's still a chance. So maybe there's a little bit less of that pressure on them.
Difficult scenario for Insanity. Going for some gimmicks with Armcam. There will be smokes up on the short position. Able to escape the situation. We'll see if they can do something else. Have a look at China. She's got some good map control and a great headshot as well, which means 2 pistol kills now for Insanity. But as she rounds the corner, Mari will retake some control. And that will stretch the CTs out more. China getting dropped there, despite the good work, gives plenty more space to Atrix with the time on the clock. And now gambles have to be taken. Got 2 rifles and 2 USPs with no Kevlar. How do you place these pawns across your chessboard? Atrix well equipped with 3 players, but they are carrying heavy artillery and they are currently facing the correct way. Armcam alone with the M4. That clock is ticking. Can she isolate the fights? There are some warning signals coming her way in terms of the execution. Her teammates are so far away. Oh, they've heard her. They may have seen her also. 34 seconds, and they are really trying to make this site as clean as they can. But now Brandina and Juliana are on the way. She can maybe play off with these pistols. If she can win this duel, indeed she can. And now with 24 seconds, they've got to deal with all these CTs before they can plant this bomb. This becomes awkward if they can stay alive. But Cammy, down to the 1v1. Sophia will trade. 23 HP left. And you have to wonder if it should have been this close, all things considered.
I mean, I really want to hand it to Insanity. A lot of these rounds have been very close, even in the rounds where they shouldn't have been. But unfortunately, close is not really good enough. And obviously in this round, we didn't expect it to be much more than that. And you know, we'll praise them for the fact that they were able to bring it as close as they were. But as we get into kind of the next rounds, as we start getting that money back up, if Atrix continue to run away with the round leads, we have the possibility of a repeat of the previous map, which is absolutely devastating. So now, with rifles back in hand, we need this round to be as close as the previous round. Maybe not as close, but we need Insanity to win it, basically. Insanity really are starting to feel that pressure mounting a little bit more here. And again, you know, a couple of players struggling to really find their stride so far on the CT side. So now, with a bit more robust buy behind them, a little bit more to actually work with, need to start seeing those changes.
All right, 2-pack. 5M4A1Ss for Insanity. No AWP on this occasion. Let's not forget how fortunate they were to get their first one. Look at the storm of Atrix players not allowing the CTs to really get anything started here. Oh, wow. Well, minute 30 on the clock and Armcam is alone. Other side of the map. All your teammates are gone. Not much else to be done. Larger in charge.
Feels like they're just really crumbling under the aggression. I mean, some of the rounds where Atrix played a bit slower, we saw it on Ancient. There have been opportunities for Insanity to retake control in those rounds. But when Atrix go full, you know, pedal to the metal, flat out onto the site, Insanity just have no way of stemming that tide. Atrix just keep kind of using that to their advantage here. Up to 5 rounds now with a 4-round lead. And a quick update once again on our community stream. The Killers have beaten the Capybaras 13-5 on map 2. That'll put the Killers at 2-0. Doesn't make the biggest difference in the world in terms of their overall scoreline, but, you know, they'll be happy to have put another win for themselves under their belts.
Hero rifle for Insanity in what is so far a disastrous half of Counter-Strike. Been very oppressive. They're doing what they can. But Atrix are just, they're set up so well, they're coordinated. And I remember some of the other matches we commentated of theirs where I was enjoying what I was seeing from them as an up-and-coming team. They're definitely rising with skill. And again, I think that a display like this in terms of attention to detail, discipline, but also the trust in your teammates, pacing, as Sinan has been demonstrating in the first map of this series, are also strong. Like, the fundamentals are certainly here for this team to continue to rise. Maybe the wider question is what their ceiling might be in the next year, let's say. They're definitely putting on a display of strength and power in this series so far. Another anti-eco round essentially for them now that rifle's been taken away.
Yeah, I think Insanity is definitely a team with a lot of potential. Atrix obviously as well. And Atrix has kind of proven that pretty consistently this season already. You know, they did take a map off of MIBR. And they've looked really good in... Oh, sorry, not took a map off of MIBR. They beat MIBR, actually. Blonde moment there for me, yeah. So this is a team that has really kind of gone from strength to strength. See how much more they can do.
Fast one from Atrix, just all over mid. Bokor dropped in that short position, and that could be key, and that definitely helps defend that connector area, although they've had to fall back from that short position. Atrix with only 3 players remaining committed in mid, but they'll have to go back and collect the bomb. If Mari can stay alive around this connector spot, have a look at this, creeping through the smoke. Crosshair was in the right place, but Juliana was faster. I don't know what else Atrix might be able to offer. I say that, and I just remember they won a 2v4 in the last round of the previous map. Maybe that will happen again. Has to be quick scopes from Littles, and to see Cammy repositioning. The flash forced her off the angle. She walked back into it and walked back into an AWP. The utility now in that shadow position as they isolate another one. 2v4 to 2v2. And now Littles is in the clutch, and China's able to trade that frag, but they lose so many players in these 4v2 situations versus Atrix.
I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about a couple rounds back, where I said, you know, so many of these rounds are so incredibly the round. And this is what we were waiting for. Another really closely contested round, but one that they're able to come out on top of. Obviously, a clean round is the ideal. It's the thing that you really, really want to happen so that you can save up as much as you can from the previous round. But unfortunately, that's that little bit more difficult. So for Insanity, they're still going to be happy with the overall result of that, which is they got another round under their belts.
Littles putting in work. 7th kill. Oh, that's awkward timing, but great for Brendina. Good pre-fire as well. Arm cam also activated, leaving Sophia in a 1 versus 3. Seems that despite the oppression, Insanity may have some fight in them left. If there's no bomb plant here, that would be huge, but I mean, let's not count Sophia out. She's just made it a 1v2. She's got over a minute on the clock, but Cammy's got the angle. No bomb plant after all, and Insanity move to 3.
Okay, we're starting to see some really solid signs of life here. Finally starting to see them stem that tide, playing a little bit more up close and personal, particularly with that MP9 and being able to really get in Lil's face and then follow that up with a 2nd kill as well. Brendina, big round from her. Got to keep that momentum going here now. Quite a lot of firepower still in Atrix. Yes, it's sidearms, but well, we've seen what those deagles are capable of. So we don't want to count that out just yet. But this would be a statement round for Insanity. Break the economy, get yourselves up to 4, and start to feel a little bit more comfortable.
If there's a rush here, does China drop a molly below the window, I wonder? Speaking of mollies. Good timing, just to delay their plans there. Oh my days! Did she hit a scope after the molly, I wonder? Did she have the vision? Okay, Cammy's there. Did she visualize and then just go for the big peak? Oh, man. The brutality. Armcam flanking A now. But she's just about not going to see anybody. Maybe they're confident in what is happening. I think she needs to get her skates on, because if we've got trouble on this A bomb site, as we are losing CT after CT, they are at the woman disadvantage now. 2-on-3, no rifles collected, but maybe the pistols will be enough. China down to the pistol herself. Armcam denies that bomb plant, and Sophia will be the last one to fall. But Atrix are always dangerous, as you said. It doesn't matter if it's primary weapons or secondary. They are dangerous from round to round.
Kept that a lot more expensive than Insanity were bargaining for. But it's another round that Insanity take home. So can't be too disappointed with that. Still got money across the board here. Haven't had a full rifle round in a hot minute for both of these two teams. So looking forward to seeing if we can get that. Remember, there's only 2 rounds left in this half, however, and both teams' economy is very messy. So this might be the last robust buy for one of these teams in this half. And for Insanity, it's really important that they try to even out this scoreline. 8-4, not terrible. 6-6, you're laughing.
Cheeky peek with the FAMAS. Cammy is there to trade. Not the only AWPer putting work in at the moment. The Silent looks to draw attention to the A-bomb site. That bomb needs to be rescued in mid, and it will be. As Cammy will see one fall back. She's had some really nice highlights this season. Need to connect more of the shots in this series, though. Matrix heading towards the B-bomb site now as Insanity repositioned. Just 3 remaining, and again, really lacking in info. No one in mid now. A's gone quiet. China and Brendina will be focused on B. Presence shown by Atrix. They will wait for them to make their play. They need to understand if the site is clear, though. That's maybe one way to do it. Brendina, 20 seconds. She's bought herself some time switching rifle. One coming in from short and one still in the apartments. That clock is so close to 10. She's won the next duel, and now Littles has to make a play. 8 seconds on the clock. Do they dance around the pillar? She's got to find the frag now. Shotgun mode, and she'll do it. The no-scope is there. There is no mercy from Atrix. They find a 7th round, and she still tries to squeeze in the bonus money at the end as well.
Oh, man, I could see it happening. And you know, or at least you suspect, you know that the last player alive is the AWPer. You suspect that they still have it in hand. So the fact that they're running around, you know that you have a slight advantage because it means they're not scoped in. So you try to push that and the no scope connects. That's heartbreaking for Brendina considering just how much she got done in that round. And as mentioned, losing that round puts their economy in such a tight position. They've still got a little bit that they've managed to bring through here, but Atrix has so much. They have lost Sophia though.
Atrix fishing. Looking for someone to collect. Minute 20 on the clock. Very comfortable with the long game. The long con, if you like. No more nades, save for a flash in the hands of Cammy. Or in her pocket, maybe. On her utility belt. $40 seconds for Atrix. Vocor heading towards the ramp. She's looking for an entry to pull the CTs out of position. Grenade towards Palace. Trying to find something. It's working. You can see Armcam's rotating away from B. That simple bait has been enough as Atrix start to make their way forward, but China's going to be very, very key, but she'll be absolutely checked for, and they've lost the bomb site. Just one player showing presence and a little over-rotation from Insanity, you could argue, has left them lacking position on this bomb site after the players they've lost. Atrix know how to pull Insanity from pillar to post, and they will punish them for it. That is a great last round, and it shows you just what Insanity might be up against for the remainder of this series.
Hold up. Where you going? Looking like that. Looking so good. What you trying to do? You trying to get in trouble. Should be a crime. Flirting with the devil. Get out the way. A new dawn, new day. Can't nobody touch this groove. Work hard, get paid. Dress up like a Sunday. Watch me now. I'm making moves. I'm making moves.
This time around, they do actually manage to secure that 4th round. It was so very nearly a 5th as well. But a great little bait and switch at the end of that half meant that Atrix did walk away with an 8th round, bringing it to 8-4. Now he swaps sides. We're looking forward to seeing how Sinan does once again. She was quite a standout on that previous map, and I always laud her for her anchoring ability. This round, however, probably not going to see too much action.
Oh, maybe we'll see some from Mari as she is standing on triple with the lowly USP with 5 Ts looking to explode on her position. Playing anti-flash for the moment. Sophia gets domed and here come the targets, but seems she'll be the target on this occasion. So far so good for Insanity. Definitely needing a promising start to this half. They've planted the bomb. Now what will Atrix do? All about the headshots, of course. They've got enough people alive to go for a retake attempt. Well, this HE could be delightful. Not 1, but 2. That's big damage, but they've got to follow it up and they won't be able to do so. All about the headshots at the end of the round. And they'll all go, almost all go the way of Insanity. So that's an important pistol round on the board for them.
Yeah, it was certainly needed. I think the fact that they got that 4th round and didn't leave it at 9, or rather leave it at 3, means that obviously there's a bit more room to play with. But still, that pistol round, you cannot understate its importance long term, particularly here on this T side, that the T side economy is just so favored right now. So if you can win that round, get all of that cash.
Crazy round once again. Fight's almost cleaned out. Still going for the jaw of the Deagle there. That's such a scary role to play, but they're not too concerned, Insanity. But Armcam holding the angle. I don't know if they're aware that both Deaglers are here. They don't. That's something in Atrix's favor, and maybe they'll get the peak they're looking for because of that. Littles with 4 HP. Surely he's got to go first. Protect the VIP. Trying to make it to that helicopter. But it's taken off already. 8-6.
I think 3 kills in that round is not terrible. You're pretty happy with that, all things considered.
Yeah, solid.
It was a very chaotic round, however. Brandina with a MAC-10 has proven to be quite scary. We saw it quite a bit on that first half, and we're seeing it kind of replicate itself again here on the second half. She's having a much better map, and that was kind of what I was saying at the end of the last one. Sometimes there are like extenuating circumstances, there are factors that can make things that little bit more difficult. Now, she's been an absolute rock star, and she's really helped out in bringing them back from some pretty dangerous scenarios.
Flash for the CT squad. Waiting for an opportunity. It's going to make it a little harder, though. Well then, not the pick of Insanity, but the score is heading to be even closer. Unless something crazy happens here. There's the flash, and here comes the swarm. Oh, they're getting a lot of frags here. They might be able to pick up some rifles. That's an important one. There are some AKs to be collected. They don't have Kevlar, but there's even a molly for Littles if she can find an angle. Can't imagine she pulls one out here, though. And rotate into a different position. Have the sound cues been heard? Yes. You can hear the footsteps, Brendina. Nervous stuff. Insanity can't afford to lose this round. Not one, but two Molotovs. They don't have a kit, but even the kills could be something for them. Oh my days. Bocor, that is absolutely disgusting. She has done great work, but she doesn't have time to win around some warning shots and then some from Atrix as they clean out Insanity in a USP round with one flashbang.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we've been saying. You can't count Atrix out. Even though they didn't win that round, the fact that they're able to clean up every single player on Insanity means that any semblance of a bonus, of a extended bonus, of cash being saved through has just been wiped off the slate entirely. And Bocor, in a round where they all came in with USBs, well, she's going to get to hang on to an AK. So, all things considered, incredibly successful round. And Littles has got an AWP in hand. So if she can get a nice little opener here, that could also sit them quite well for this next round.
So nice how she repositioned from the first duel to the other as well. Oops. Fine and saying hello. Now, she is on an island. Oh, that is such good utility damage. She just feels them coming her way. Drops the smoke grenade, which allows easier rotation for her teammates through the door position. And there is Sophia, thanks to that smoke. Finland's been dropped now. See if her teammates can pick up the slack. Sophia moving forward. That molly delaying any chance of a bomb plant. Got to get her reload in, though, and that allows her to be punished. Marie top mid, Bocor in kitchen, shop rather. Big peek from China, using the time allotted to better understand the situation. Mari now might have a chance at a 1v1. She certainly does. Armcam looking for a third frag. 24 seconds. Does she hear the beeps? There's the info. Is there a kit for her? Oh, she's close enough to not need one. Armcam's got to win this duel. The pressure has to be searing for Armcam after such a comeback. Whew. Did she spot her there? The coin flip now. Who picks where faster? Really going for it, Murray. Just one more bullet needed, but Insanity survived for now, and they tied the score on Mirage after the battering they took on Ancient. It's 8-8 in the second map of the series.
All consecutive rounds here. I always talk about how round 5 can be a bit of a momentum shifter, but with the way that the economy has gone for Atrix, unfortunately, it's unlikely to be the case this time around. Although it was you that yesterday talking about, you know, if there's an AWP on the board, the round is always winnable, and Littles still does have that AWP, so maybe we'll see some miracles happen here. For Insanity, however, the momentum that they're building right now has got to be standing them in good stead.
Pistols again. Headshots again. Atrix ever dangerous. And you have to wonder with how many frags they get in rounds such as this, does it cause hesitation for Insanity? Does the mental game make things even more difficult for them to find success when things start to go wrong? It's a big spread of Atrix players. Finan's angle is so good though, but Brendina cleans her up on this occasion. She could really do with a second one. Is Sophia fast enough with the Deagle? Indeed she is. And she's still got more to say about this round. China in such a bad spot now, really trying to isolate these fights. It's like free-for-all deathmatch. Opponents coming from every direction now. Able to force Sophia out. She's doing well, China. Ready for the challenge. Down to 9 HP though. Escapes the angle. Bomb plant would be good. She could drop a smoke behind her as she passes. Indeed, she will do exactly that. Now she's got a chance to come in from anywhere. She can play the beeps. She could be Palace. She could even be CT. She could be in any spot. And there's only 2 people to figure it out. She's got the sound cues as well. This would be such a monstrous clutch for China. Oh, she spotted Bokor. She knows where one is, not showing. She needs to find both of them. Catches the second one. Now she can play the beeps. Bokor creeping around the smoke. Has she got time to defuse it? I think she will do. Oh, she thinks she doesn't, which means that China has a career clutch there. Such a disastrous situation. The way she isolated the fights from the B bomb site is to be commended. That was really hard to do, but she did it.
I mean, it's so tough because you come into that at a massive anti-eco advantage, and again, Atrix just show their prowess with whatever gun you put in their hands, and they keep it so dangerously close. Now, you know, you've still got a rifle. You still theoretically should have the advantage, but given how dangerous this has been, you know that you can't overplay your hand. So the fact that she gets that first kill, backs away, rotates out, gets the plant, and then rotates through jungle back to, you know, towards mid and then back through jungle again, she's playing her hand so close to her chest, and it's damn near impossible for Atrix to read into it. And it's devastating for Bokor because I'm pretty sure that's the second time she's been in a situation where she takes down every single one of Insanity's players, but she doesn't have time to defuse because she doesn't have a kit. And that's such a rough position to be in at the end of the round, knowing that you've done so much, but it wasn't enough to bring home the win. And for the first time in God knows how long, Insanity have a lead in this series.
I said that a map like Mirage might give a player like China the opportunity to take over the game, but that wasn't the fashion in which I was expecting it to happen. But that is such an important round, and of course, as I say that, she just gets dropped in mid immediately. 4 versus 5 for Insanity. Such an important rock for her squad, but now the rest of the team are going to have to pick up the slack here. Otherwise, they're going to lose that lead immediately. Murray dancing in the flames, unable to get something from it as well. They are collapsing one by one with little to no response. Cammy finally showing something on the ramp, but she's basically in a 1 versus 5. Now, we've seen her do nasty things with a scout, but on Mirage as well. Few places to hide. And she needs a reload. 2 bullets in the magazine. 3 people to find. H is coming her way. She may have slipped away. It's a very common thing in CSGO. You could put up a certain smoker and create a one-way there. 1 bullet in the magazine. Have her teammates told her. 30 seconds. 3 people. There's a flank coming in as well. Gonna stop making a play. Not being given anything at CT. Little's giving her the respect for the time being. It will be free for Sinan just to her right-hand side. Asking too much of Cammy in that scenario. Again, China getting dropped immediately doesn't bode well with how important she is for the squad. And their money's been broken also.
Finally, though, after 5 rounds, Atrix will find some success. It's taken them a while to build themselves back into it. But we spoke quite a bit about how close these rounds consistently tend to be. Regardless of who's actually winning the round, you're still getting a lot of economic damage done. And unfortunately, for Insanity, despite the fact that it's been 4 rounds or 5 rounds back to back to back before they eventually lose one, because it's been so incredibly close, as you mentioned, economy not where it needs to be. And it looks like this could be that slippery slope that was always kind of looming, particularly at the end of that first half, but that now becomes a potential reality. They only have pistols to work with here, scant utility as well. There's still a bit there that you can still get something done with this. You can get yourself in onto a site. You can block some sight lines. You can make something happen with it. but it's less than ideal, and the most you can really hope for here is a bit of damage and maybe to steal some of those guns.
I'm glad they're going towards A, because I think against Sinon specifically, they're not going to succeed towards B. I think she's just too ready for things like this. Can they spill onto the bomb site then? Matrix must have an idea of what to expect with how their economy is, but Murray's still committed in one of the more difficult positions to play on Mirage in that shadow area. And here comes that spill. Just playing on the edge of the Molotov, and there are no frags for this T side from that. They are so confident, Atrix. It really feels like they have Insanity's number in this series. The rounds we have seen, despite the score in this half, in this map rather, they are so ready and they're so confident. And it's great to see as well. It's great to see a confident team who believe in their players in the lead now. I mean, with the money invested in that round, Insanity had to have had like a minimum target, maybe included a bomb plant. But they got absolutely nil points.
That sounded fancy. Was that fancy?
No points. They got absolutely nothing from it.
Okay. Not fancy.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Nil points.
All right. See if Sinon's got some fancy footwork, yeah? She has done in the past. But it's like they know. And they're just going to circumvent her entirely. No, we will not be feeding you kills. Not today.
Blocks. All that needs to be said about this round. Let's look at the bigger picture here. Insanity are looking at a 9-11 scoreline. Maybe without full utility on their players. I don't have my abacus handy to figure out how much money they'll have. They'll be in a scenario where they essentially need to win every round. And that's all they're thinking about now. I wouldn't even expect a frag in this round, but Cammy's managed to find a way. So about 43 to about 4,300 average, the squad. Let's see what they're able to do.
Yeah, it should be pretty robust across the board. AWP is going to be a non-factor, which is unfortunate. Cammy's been really solid throughout most of this evening. But unfortunately, they're not going to have quite enough pennies in the piggy bank for that one. And it's obviously, you know, for Atrix, they're pretty happy with the lack of reinvestment that they're going to have to put up into this one. I think that this should be a proper full buy.
Well, they're lacking in grenades. You can see each person has about 2 grenades to their person. You just can't afford any more than that. Right now, they've got 2 flashbangs. Armcam will buy a 3rd. So definitely lacking in that department. And with a big map like Mirage, they may feel limited in the options they go for. Like, does this compromise their mid to late round where they won't have as much util as they may be used to? 3 flashes to make a play. Like, if you go for a mid take, you're going to have no flashes left afterwards. So let's see what they choose to do. There'll be a smoke up top mid, as is very common on Mirage. But what is ultimately play for the squad? Atrix holding on to most of their utility for now. Not really seeing a challenge in that mid position. But they know how to use it. Sinon's so good with her utility damage. Being entrusted with this bomb site. Mari will be drawn over for some support. So Insanity is showing some presence early, which is forcing the CTs to dump some util, which will be important for the execute to come later. Smoke in the window. And I don't know what other smoke on the radar is meant to be. But Sinon's just decided to take control of B apps, but she will be traded. She hasn't seen the bomb on the radar, but there will be a rotation from these CTs as there are plenty of footsteps towards that B bomb site. Sophia's got a very good angle. Crossing the short player. Well, she might just collect everybody there, but it seems that Insanity will try to do that. Bokor still lurking on the site itself, but she will be dropped as well. Littles then, 1 versus 2. They've got the money to buy. They can go for this. They can absolutely go for this. Through the smoke she goes. Spotted by Brandina with the Tech 9. This is worrisome. She can pop both of these players. No problem, but it will be Cammy to deliver a 10th round. That was a must-win for Insanity, and they survived the test.
Honestly, they played off of each other so well in that round. The communication there was definitely on point. And I think largely, I mean, Sinan going aggressive there. I see the vision. You get that first kill. You want to try and double down on that, but she's not able to. She's busy spraying, and kind of as she stops for the reload, the swing comes out and she's taken out. It's a great trade. But at that point, the B bomb site is now sans Sinan, so it's far easier to get into and Insanity play off of each other. Atrix maybe getting a little bit too confident, but now the confidence will come deliver in spades.
Stereo frags at the beginning there for Atrix, and the cleanup will be prompt from Sinan, making her way towards short. Normally seen on the balcony. She has thinned these numbers out, and Insanity will do exactly the same. 2 quick ones, dropping Sinan and Sophia. And the retake is on, an AWP up short for Bokor, who's got options if she wants to press on. Now, does she wait for Mari to run distraction? Give some sound cues in the kitchen position. She's collected an incendiary, which goes towards default. But Bokor's been smoked off. Now, if you look at the money, there is an argument to hold on to what they have. They don't really have a good option to get back into the B-bomb site, so they will go for a save as the score is about to be tied once again. We are in the deep waters now on Mirage, and Insanity are threatening to take us to a 3rd map of Dust 2.
Or at the very least, overtime. I think there's a really good chance.
Counter-Strike's #1 overtime fan right here.
It's true. It's true. Everyone knows. It's what I live for, really. I mean, we praised Atrix's mid to late rounding in the first map, but it feels like Insanity have stepped up massively on this map. The number of rounds where they have been 1 or 2 players down and have still somehow managed to claw their way back into the round and then still win it out has been ridiculous. Really solid stabilization in so many of these rounds, and that's what's really kept them alive, kept them afloat, and kept them from going down for the count.
Shadow gives a little warning. China's just out there on her Jack Jones, man. She's getting popped by an AWP. It's rough because she's so important for the squad. Like, she's got a lot of clutch in her. She really kept her team in this game with an important round earlier on, just surviving a round. Target practice in mid there. Atrix's AWPer. They are going contact. Just walking in with little to no warning. Not the first time Mari's been here. She's got great support flashes. Only good for 1 on this occasion. Bokor falling back the whole position for a retake as her teammates come to join her as well. 3 on 4. Atrix holding on to their advantages. Sophia goes for a big swing, and then there were 3. Bomb not planted just yet, though. No more flashes remain for these CTs. They do have multiple smokes, though, and a lot of HEs as well. 22 seconds on the clock as they so carefully move in to plant that bomb, and Sinan's just charging through. She's not waiting any longer. She wants this round over with, and now. But Littles is left in a 1 versus 2 as Brandina's found 2 of her own. Littles with that AWP. Atrix with not much money, about to face game point. She'll have to give this one up. Can't risk losing it. Have to hold on to it for the next round.
Insanity just continue to impress me. Round after round, stabilize after stabilize. Great job of flushing out Sophia. I think in a 4 versus 3 there, Atrix have such a good opportunity. But the fact that Sophia is kind of tucked into the wrong side of jungle, she gets flushed out by a molly. She has to swing. And as she swings, she's taken off the board entirely. And I swear this is another round where Atrix get the opening pick, but it's Insanity that win the round out. It's actually amazing to me how good Insanity are looking on this map, considering how lackluster they looked on Ancient, which was their map pick. We come on to Atrix's map pick, their opponent, and we're seeing signs of life that we really hadn't seen before this evening.
Yeah,
and they were one round. Go ahead.
I was just going to say they were thoroughly outplayed, basically, and this has been difficult for them as well. Like, they've had to have individual moments of brilliance to keep in the game. And when you see China run out mid on her own there and just be cannon fodder for Littles, it just feels like they're not going to do well in that round. But here they are, ahead of Atrix once again. But holding on to that AWP could be very important for the CT squad. And there are 4 rifles around it also. Little's looking for that free kill in mid once again. This time China's in the underpass. Patiently waiting for the team plan. Bomb towards B-Apps for the time being. Smokes for top connector. So Sophia may be compromised here. Juliana dropping Sophia. Little's announces her position. 4-on-3 for Atrix. Maybe that overtime is coming, heading towards the sub 1 minute mark as Juliana makes her way towards that short area. And again, proactive Atrix. Murray looking towards A-ramp to find out what's happening there. In the meantime, they need to defend this B bomb site, but Juliana is charging through. Sinan has a good position for now. Can she buy some time for that rotation? Going into the smoke, just disappearing entirely, holding on to that Bullman advantage. A 3-on-2 for Atrix as they desperately want to tie the score here. Cammy taking some pot shots, doesn't really know what's happening. A molly onto default will be brutal. Barrel spotted by Sinan. You know where that last player is. Cammy in the clutch now. 15 seconds to find 2 or get a bomb plant. Bomb site being abandoned for now. She's got to commit to this, surely. There's just too many people to find. 6 seconds, running out of time, and she has opened the wrong door. Mary is right there to take us to overtime.
Well, that's a round where Atrix get the opening frag and do actually convert the round. And it was an important one for them to convert as well because it does keep us in this map. We've now finished with regulation, but had Insanity won that round, we'd be heading over to our map 3. So Atrix, of course, they want to get it done in 2. They're not a team that wants to do it in 3. We'll see if they can stamp their claim here. Because now we kind of have a clean slate as we head into overtime.
First to 16. Who remembers those days?
Boomer.
Bomb rotating over towards A. You take that. I'll go forward. You flash me in. Now, connector will be in an important position. Sophia trying to understand what might be happening here. Oh, Littles goes down for free. Littles had a smoke as well, which could have been a second smoke for that bottom con position. So now things are really compromised. Sophia will be popped as well for free. Juliana is on a tear for this one. Finds her 3rd frag, and she has shut this round down. Sinan completely out of position. This isn't a whole lot she can do here. 1 versus 4. Picks up a very expensive AWP and should have to find somewhere to hide because there isn't much else to do in this round.
It's crazy to me how much of that comes down to the mid smoke. The fact that you're able to make your way up from under, tuck in the corner, and that cross is completely unnoticed. And so poor Littles, who is convinced that her 6 is covered, by rights it should be, has no idea that one of Insanity's players has completely threaded the needle. And now she is no longer for this world. Great round from Juliana to kick things off there. Eventually traded out, but opens up so much and makes this round damn near unrecoverable for Atrix. It was just that smoke. It's like that line in 13 Reasons Why, where she's like, oh, it was that smile, that damn smile. And this one, it was that smoke, man. It was just the wrong position.
Good momentum for Insanity at present. Bokor charging up. The flashes are here as well. She could find a second. Leia just running for cover from the charge of Bokor. Such good synergy with these Atrix players. Sinan on the B bomb side is a brick wall round after round. Bomb still in the hands of Insanity. In the low number clutches, it's always been Atrix who have threatened to win every round. Those 2v4s we've seen on this map and the previous. 2v5 though. DT's coming from everywhere. Brandina trying to believe that her teammate can plant a bomb. That isn't the case just yet. Can she stay alive? As Brandina tries to find a way to open up this round. Catches one lurker, and there are so many more. There's Cammy dropped. There is the bomb dropped. 38 seconds then to find an incredible ace. Stuck in the corner for the time being. That's not the only utility that might be coming her way. But the lead from Sophia's rifle will do the job first. Score is tied again, 13 apiece.
And Sinan's a little bit more of an aggressive play, works out a lot better this time around. She doesn't go quite as deep into apps and rather kind of holds the line just outside, but it does work out. And this is one of those rounds where we see that proactivity that Atrix is so well known for. Getting that space all the way out in towards mid to get that opening kill. That's the Atrix that we tend to expect. Working the map, getting those, getting all of that space and enabling those opening kills. And that's what brings them, as you say, back to an even kilter once more. And now for Insanity, the way that they're playing, they're not looking to get caught out by that again. Playing that a little bit more passive, waiting to see if Atrix do anything crazy. And we'll move from there.
I love the aggro setup on ramp. From Murray and Littles. See Murray playing anti-flash there. Not looking to contest mid for the time being. No one fires after that flash. Littles forced back her Little, no pun intended. Now, she doesn't want to go too far back and expose herself to Palace, but how long can they hold this setup for? I think Murray may have heard some rotation elsewhere and just goes for a peek in the meantime. The charge comes in towards B, and Sinan's got a lot to do here once again, and she might just be able to do it. Juliana, though, will win that duel, making it a 3-on-3. Bokor still here. Do they know there are more CTs on the site? Not really safe to go for a plant yet, but there's only 20 seconds remaining, so at some point they'll have to, and Murray could take advantage of that as well. All eyes focused on the bomb site, and Brandina will go down for free. Bomb planted, 2-on-2. Bokor waits ever so patiently. Murray continues to show presence, spots ahead, swats ahead, and that leaves Murray in the clutch. Murray versus Cammy. I think Bokor's disconnected. Down she goes. Seems that flash may have kept her alive for now. Cammy 23 HP. Murray with the pistol. Both dancing around the pillar. Shotgun mode once again, and this time it's Cammy with the no-scope. 14-13 at halftime.
Oh, man. Round and around we go. Back and forth, back and forth. It's crazy to me that we had a solid streak from Atrix in the first half. Then Insanity came through, matched that, And ever since we hit 9-9, it's literally just been blow for blow. Neither one of these teams managing to find any sort of a solid footing that they can springboard off of and turn into long-term momentum, which is great for us because it's really entertaining to watch. Nobody wants to see like a blowout match. We want this to be as competitive as possible, so we're loving it. But I imagine that for the ladies, it starts to get really frustrating when you get a win, you start to feel like, all right, we can do this, and then instantly it gets snatched away from you in the next round, and it almost feels like back to the drawing board.
Tense game of Mirage. They're really fighting Insanity. Very focused indeed.
Quick word from our statted out lad, Newt. Appreciate you, Newt. He did go and find those stats for me. Atrix got 18 opening kills in regulation. They only converted 9.
Damn.
That's an outrageous statistic. And again, I mean, it says so much about Insanity and how well they've been doing at stabilizing, even when they're 1 or 2 players down. That's very impressive.
Are you leaning towards either team to win this at the moment, this game of Mirage?
Well, I mean, I said it, that, you know, Insanity were going to win the whole series. So we're going to map 3, obviously.
I feel
That's
like
how that works.
You know, it's so easy to say, oh, anybody could win this, could go either way, but it really feels, I mean, there's a lot of scenarios which have a big part to play in how the round plays out, but are really going down to the wire and who wins those scenarios. So it is super unpredictable, which is enjoyable, but nervous to watch, even though I don't have a dog in the fight, so to speak, but it's crazy in a good way.
What about a cat?
Hopefully not in the fight, but they are roaming. My cat's been very one of two, very keen for my attention all day.
Oh, yeah. For those of you that weren't here at the start of the show, we got introduced to old Steve. He's a cute boy. There's
Leopold wandering around as well.
Those are very human names for a cat.
Man like Steve. Steve's a great name for a cat.
My cat's name is Shrimp.
Shrimp.
Yep. He is a chonker. I did not name him.
Man like Shrimp. Anyway. Insanity lead by 1. Everybody back on the server once again. Little's off to a positive start down mid. Feel like I'm just starting to wonder if the T side was the stronger side for Insanity in this game of Mirage. 3 of them remain. You know, as tough as it was to deal with Silent on the B bomb side on that CT side, I still think maybe things are going to get more difficult for Insanity in this half. And they certainly are in this first round, as it's almost a wipeout. Quick scope from Cammy, and she is still alive. Bomb traversing T-spawn at present. She'll try to isolate some fights. Now, she's in a 1 versus 3. Eating flashes for days. She is very, very focused indeed. Looking towards the ramp. 3 bullets left. Oh, she's caught Bokor off for free as well. Trying to scurry away, but Sophia towards Tetris will be enough to tie the score once more. 14 apiece. Again, first to 16 wins. If we go 15 apiece, and it's overtime number 2.
I mean, that really was a valiant attempt from Cammy. Again, you know, I've been singing her praises quite a bit today, but she really has been impressing me with just her own raw mechanical skill. Unfortunately, in that particular instance, a little bit too much to ask of her, and not the first time we've seen her in that situation. Certainly not the first time we've seen her come off second best. And once again, it's around and around we go, 1 for 1, blow for blow. Who's going to take the lead this time?
Look at all the util for Atrix. Got plenty of options available, especially with all 5 standing. Trying to keeping a passive eye on what the T's might be up to in mid. Just allowing them to have that presence. And they know what it could mean. They know what could be compromised. You can see Armcam with good timing repositioning to focus on CT at least. So they've chosen to give up these positions. That was such an important look from Juliana. Great timing there. Walking into Cammy's angle. You have to wonder if Atrix are falling apart now late on in this game. Just giving these kills up. Cammy's going wild on the B bomb site. She's got plenty of help as well. Marion Bokor. Now just Bokor. Last one to fall. Utterly denied. Not sure if they broke ground on that bomb site whatsoever. And it's game point for Insanity.
I feel like Sinan's initial positioning there where she does get killed off is questionable. It also felt like the 2 players spot each other and are almost surprised to see each other. And Sinan, unfortunately, was the a bit more delayed to respond. So she loses her life early. And once again, opening kill over for Insanity. They have been a lot better at capitalizing on those advantages, so they will take that round. Now, once again, on map point. But we have gone blow for blow. One more blow to come through, however. Cammy with an opener here. This could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it's getting desperate for Atrix as they're just giving up kills for free now. Running past Juliana, not really checking that position. That's going to just shut down the whole game, surely. Harry and Bokor left, and what can they really do? Atrix have been crippled by Insanity. Cutting corners in these last rounds has just made things even worse for them. Bokor and the bomb. Versus Cammy, posted up. Straight into the reticle. And that's going to be that. We will be going to a dust too. They have made quite an insane comeback indeed.
Again, so impressed. I've said it a couple of times here, but this is a team. It really was night and day between the first map and this map. Ancient, they were not switched on. Their players were not performing to the level that we expect from them and the level that we know that they can perform to. We come in onto Mirage and it's like a completely different team showed up. They were stabilizing perfectly. Their mid-round calls were beautiful. The fact that they were able to survive even when there were 1 or 2 players down so consistently in 9 rounds, to be specific. If they hadn't been able to do that, this map would have been over long ago, just based on pure opening kill statistics. So the tenacity that they've shown to keep this going, and then in overtime to keep it going blow for blow to finally take us to that 16-14 victory. This is a side to this team that I wasn't expecting to see, and I'm really happy that we have been able to.
Yeah, what I enjoyed about that from Insanity's POV was that was a really hard-fought victory. They had to fight tooth and nail for a scrappy victory in that game, and that's those you get stripes from victories like that. That was a really hard game for them to make a comeback in, and then take down overall. That was such hard work for the squad, and props to them, because that really was a grind, that game of Mirage.
Yeah, and again, I mean, these stats are just through the roof. Littles again playing the opener AWP, 7 entry kills for her. But again, it was Insanity that were able to just consistently bring things back under their control. Juliana massively stepped up towards the end of that map. You know, she was doing well at the beginning of the map. She was doing pretty well in the second half of the map. Once we hit overtime, she was there, but she definitely wasn't on our radar as kind of a top performer on the map. Once we hit overtime, the way that she was playing around the map was fantastic. She hit some crazy multi-frags. She did a great job of making sure that Insanity were able to come out on top of the second map.
I think it was Brandina who was 0 for 6 at the beginning of that Mirage, wasn't
Yes.
it? Yeah, had a super quiet game. If you look at the stats, there's a better overall average on the team that lost, which just shows you how difficult a game that was for all concerned by the end of it. But definitely for Brandina, had the coldest start at the beginning, but definitely came in to help deliver the goods towards the end.
And speaking of Brandina, we're going to have a look at our head-to-head here. Compare and contrast. And I know a little bit earlier we did the quality over quantity. This time around, we've gone for quantity. Mari and Brandina. And okay, you might argue Juliana could have been there. And fair enough, she could have. She started to really pick up towards the end of the map. But I felt like for Brandina, it was a matter of consistency. So often throughout this map, she was on top of her game. And she really, really did a lot to keep Insanity alive.
Yeah, certainly did. Again, Brandina playing catch up there, but came in as the team needed more heat. She brought the heat and helped her team take it over the line there. Again, it's such a hard... I mean, we could have picked so many different people for this head-to-head. Again, it was like such a down to the wire game. I think anyone could have secured the victory with how many of those rounds went, but it was nice to see Brandina catch up and make a difference for her squad after such a cold start also.
And of course, Mari was our Katia player to watch, so we're watching, and she is absolutely putting on a show for us. Now, that of course is our second map done and dusted. We're going to be heading over to Dust 2 very, very shortly, folks. So grab a drink, maybe make yourself a quick cup of tea, because when we return, we will find out the conclusion of this series.
Hold me, kiss me like you mean it slowly. You don't think I need it, but baby, the next blow could be my coup de grace. You told me we were in this together, but lately, for worse or for better, I'm lonely. Taking all the hits, I'm ready to withdraw. Am I so brave that you forget I'm broken? Am I so strong that you forget I'm suffering? You can't just step in when the law is won. I need you next to me along the way. I'm fighting silent battles every day. Silent battles.
Jumping in my getaway, wanna live to see another day. Run fast and run far. I think there's a better way. Spin me into disarray. Heal all of my scars. Feeling that fire, fire, fire. I'm going wild. Ready or not, here I go. Ready or not, here I go. Ready or not, I've been waiting for this. I'm so ready for this. I'll give you all that I got. Ready or not. Swoop you like a hurricane. I'ma take your breath away. She tell me more. I can't seem to get enough. Like a kid in a candy shop. I keep wanting more. Feeling that fire, fire, fire. I'm going wild. Ready or not, here I go. Ready or not, here I go. Ready or not, I've been waiting for this. I'm so ready for this. I'll give you all that I got. Ready or not.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL Impact Season 6 South America. This series is definitely turned out to be one that we weren't expecting it to go the way that it has. That sentence ended up a lot longer than I intended it, but you got the gist of it. Our first map, pretty one-sided. Our second map, all the way into overtime, but Insanity somehow managed to put that one in their back pocket and take us all the way over to Dust 2. Now, I'm really looking forward to this one. Again, relatively small sample sizes for both of these two teams, but worth mentioning, Atrix has played it twice as many times as Insanity have in recent months. It's a 3-6 split, but they both have similar success rates on it. So what do you think we're expecting to see here on what is probably the most bog standard map that we have in the pool?
So I'm expecting to see what is on paper going to be an uphill struggle for Insanity, just because I feel like Atrix are the more organized team. They're a team with more depth. So I think Insanity are going to be an underdog, as they probably are to some degree in this series overall. But what we saw in Mirage is that they can fight. I think that both snipers probably have a higher peak in them within this series, and this is a great map to find that peak. I think we've seen a few shots missed here and there, and I think there's too much opportunity to be missed on Dust 2, so they could have a real impact on where this game goes if they can be in the right kind of form going into this one. So I'm curious to see how many like aggressive plays up mid we might see from the CTs. You know, that comes with its own risk and so on. But ultimately, I want to see the AWPers in fine form, and I'm curious to see how Insanity do from the point of view of them probably being an underdog. We know, again, how proactive Atrix are as a team, and that's difficult to deal with when done well, and they like to do that well. You know, Silent's a rock for the squad, and is very hard to get past on the CT side. So lots of challenges ahead for Insanity.
Yeah, I think that the B site in particular is going to be a difficult one to crack through, regardless of which team you're going to be playing on. Sinan has proven time and again what a solid anchor she can be. Mari has also been pretty scary when she puts her mind to it, so we'll see how this does pan out. I will say both teams have shown some pretty decent prowess in mid-rounding, you know, across different maps. So I think that it could be a fairly even affair, much like what we saw on Mirage.
Speaking of CTs pushing up top mid, they're going for it in the pistol round. Atrix looking to take matters into their own hands immediately. I'm not sure if they've seen the bomb or if it was behind a box. Either way, it's been collected by Brandina, and they will start to move together down through towards short Insanity. Their rotation will be heard by the long plays, and Bokor immediately goes back to try and find an angle to abuse this USP. Longer range than these Glocks. They've picked up some Julies. Interesting, you know, P250 for the T side. So they won't have the luxury of the one-shot range as these USPs do. I think it's a bit better on those Julies, though, from what I remember. Either way, it is a 4v3 post-plant for Insanity. On site and on short, they've got some good angles, but it's all about those headshots, and Bokor knows how to land some. There isn't a kit for these CCs, so they've really got to get their skates on, and they are being denied opportunity by Insanity, who are just chilling behind the wall. They'll come out and China will pop two, and Insanity will start things off well. Some good momentum early on Dust 2.
I liked how they played the start of that round. I wonder if it was something that they had kind of stratted, that they knew, okay, there's a good chance that Atrix are going to go for a aggressive mid push, so we're just going to chill at the start of the pistol round, allow them to run out. Once we've taken care of that, then we can decide where we want to go. So they get those couple of early picks, move in towards that A site, bomb gets planted, Bob's your uncle, you got your first round on the board here. So they're going to be feeling pretty darn good with that.
Gotta be careful about these angles around the smokes. Bomb site is taken though. But again, we know the Atrix have got some nonsense up their sleeves with these pistols, and look at this play into the bomb site. Even if it doesn't succeed, I love the attempt, and the synergy, the timing, and it is working for them as they drop the second last one, leaving China again in a horrible scenario, trying to isolate these fights. They have to find a way to stop losing rounds like this. And when I say that Atrix are more organized, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about, the depth. You don't see this kind of play from too many squads. They just have scenarios. They know how to deal with things like that, and very quickly indeed, and they are so dangerous. And they get so much mileage from those situations. Even in the rounds they lose, they do so much damage. That one, of course, they won, and now Insanity are in the bin.
I love the way that Sinan played around that smoke. The fact that she's able to dodge 2 players, and then as the third comes through, she's still able to get a pick off on that. And the flashes on that retake were nasty, beautifully placed, allowed so much. Now, of course, economic reset means that Sophia only good for 1.
It's going to be hard to retrieve her gun, though. So that's a good thing for Atrix. Blocks for the remainder of the squad. Again, sports psychology, like if you're going to lose a round, you shouldn't. Better you do it in round 2 than late round in the game, where it's going to have a greater outcome, a decisive round, a deciding round. Anyway.
It's like when you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, you roll your first natural one of the night, and you go, "Yeah, you know, you got it behind you. You know, get the bad one out the way." You know, you got to explain things to me in D&D terms.
I'm gonna say yes, but I haven't played Dungeons and Dragons before.
Oh, man, well, in this particular matchup, Atrix has definitely been the dragon, although losing out on that second
and Insanity
map.
at a dungeon.
Hey, no, what?
I tried. Swing top mid from Insanity, as they will start their default. They have 3 flashes, each on a different player. So don't envisage a takeoff long in this round. They'll now try to exhaust some of the utility that Atrix have. They have a lot, actually. You might see a takeoff short from Insanity now, which is part of the default. You pretty much always have to take short just to threaten certain things, to put the CTs in certain positions. They go for a dry peek and Littles is there. You end up losing a player. Now with 2 mollies and a flash, is A the play? Do they feel like they've got enough utility to make a play versus an AWP, which is on the A side? Do they identify 3 players on the A bomb site? Lots of questions that we won't get the answers to. Either way, they will be heading towards that B bomb site. Gonna be a risky one. Sinan trying to stay alive here, not quite winning that duel though. The one at the back gets popped as well. Boko with the door open is going to get dropped by Juliana. Good positions by Insanity, and there's some information as Mari is narrowly avoided. 2v3. Littles needs to be given something for them to go for this one, and she won't be, so she'll have to fall back.
This is a really well-played round from Insanity, because by the time they actually go in for the execute, Atrix have already expended every last one of their smokes. And so Sinan, who plays that very aggressive position right towards the arch and B main, she's now in a tough spot. She either has to fall off or she has to press it. And if she falls off, she's only got an MP9. So at range, you're at a severe disadvantage. So the best thing that she can do in that scenario is try to keep that aggressive position. And unfortunately, the smoke clears. Insanity pop through. She gets overrun. The site is free and clear because Sophia, who's playing in a fairly telegraphed position towards the back boxes, she gets taken out as well. And there's no way you're retaking at that point. So Insanity, props for a really well executed round, particularly because it started off not necessarily going to be ending that way, but they made the right adaptations and it works out.
Those double HEs will be warnings for later, avoided by Insanity. Again, happy to start slow. They'll need to establish some control on short. Littles is currently lurking in that position with the AWP. In a very forward spot. Minute 15 on the clock. Always a quest for the T side to identify where that third player might be, towards A, towards B. Maybe in a rotating position. China dropped by Sophia through those mid doors, and we head towards the minute mark. Silent dropped towards B though. Oh, that was a chance for Littles. She really needed that kill. One dead mid, one dead B. Oh, arm cam. Straight through the doors with a grenade in her hand. Not expecting a rotation so early from the CTs. That was a free kill they didn't need to give up. And that could really bite them in the bum. They haven't established short control in this round thus far. Now with 25 seconds on the clock, we'll be looking at 2 CTs per site. But Littles hasn't been forced off her angle just yet. Of course, she did announce her position earlier on. And this is what I was talking about missing too many shots. She had 2 chances now where they have failed. With the lurker over towards B, maybe looking to catch rotation getting dropped. The bomb will be planted towards A. No util left for Insanity. Still feels like a 50-50 here. Sophia down to 1 HP. Coming in from CT. Long still being held by Mari, who has a flash she could deploy. Who knows if she'll get peeked though. There's the 1 HP down. Oh, this is so hard for the CTs, and they're going to lose everything. That's got to be a frustrating round for Littles especially.
It started off so good. And that's another unfortunate statistic just to add on to the ever-growing pile of opening rounds that didn't end in a conversion. I think for Sophia, I mean, she's been so good in mid, so she gets that first opening kill. Eventually, she's whittled down to only 1 HP. She still gets a 3rd kill while at 1 HP. And then they try to use her as cannon fodder and play off of that. And unfortunately, Insanity just play off of each other way too perfectly. So now Atrix, what was a lead, turns into a deficit. And now they only have pistols.
A lot of pistols, though. China's getting her bell rung. Now, she can entertain. She will die here. The rest of the team needs to get their skates on towards that B bomb site immediately. There is a flash for Sophia, and we saw what they did last time when they got close to that window. There are so many targets as well. I think the molly is the best option. I'm not sure I want to peek this window. Get that bomb planted fast, because these CTs will try to be a problem. They're all still standing. They do have at least 1 more molly, which will go towards the window. This is exactly what they need. Sinan will have no pass of this. She'll hold on to the rifle over towards A, but the rest of them just waiting for a chance to cause some mayhem. Will they go for the exits though? Bokor's in the tunnels. She could find an angle from this. They're being invited back into the bomb site as well. This is crazy. It's fun to watch Atrix in rounds such as this. They're just causing so much mayhem. I think Bokor's lagged out for a second time, as it did happen to her once on the previous map, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like she's dropped out. It's still outrageous to me how much Atrix are able to get done in pistol rounds. Exactly what you were just saying, right? Like, they cause so much havoc, causing mass economic damage. They've caused the next stock market crash early. Well, that being said, Insanity are still doing all right here. The fact that Cammy doesn't really need to reinvest means that they can spread around that cash quite comfortably. So, not a major issue. Atrix, on the other hand, they would be really happy with how that round ended up going ultimately. Quite a few kills, a little bit of extra cash means that this buy can be that much more robust. But this is the first time that we're really starting to see Atrix sweat. I think this might be one of the first times that we've seen them at more than 1 round deficit. If you can really call that sweating.
Well, I think with the confidence in which they play and how organized they are were probably not expecting to find themselves in this situation, especially with such a dominant victory on their opponent's map pick, and then to lose their own in a very difficult game, very scrappy game on Mirage. There'll have to be some frustration here. You can see in the way they play how much confidence they have in themselves. So this is, not what they're expected, but sometimes things won't go your way, and this is an opportunity for growth in that respect as well, overcoming a difficult time. Reflection for Littles as well. He used to get going with that AWP. No one really pulling away in the stats in these early rounds. Sophia leading though with 7. Only good for 2 rounds so far though. 4-2 for Insanity. Just waiting for Bokor's tech issue to resolve itself.
It looks like we've had a player and a coach crash, which is
this
not
update's
ideal.
caused a bit of crashing. CS2, we're seeing lots of reporting of crashing. I've had some weird FPS dives. I was playing a fair bit today because my connection is not great, and I feel like when the game first came out, I feel like if you have a perfect connection, then it might be better. Whereas if you have an imperfect connection, as many people do, then it's a worse experience than it used to be in CSGO. And I think there's maybe some better parity being found in that, because as I mentioned before, especially like if you look at North America, for example, I used to spend 4 months of the year there, and if there's a storm, people would say, like, when the match starts, there's a storm in my area, my power might go out, my internet might go out. Some places in America, you've got their internet cables are just wires hanging in the street, versus other places where it might be underground. There's all kinds of variations. Like in London, if you have buildings that were built before the war, then it won't necessarily go to your local exchange and so on. So there's all these different variations which can cause different quality of internet. And I think upon reflection, maybe slightly different design was maybe needed, in my somewhat ignorant opinion, because they don't really tell us too much. But yeah, the game does feel better, but there do seem to be some gremlins in the recent updates. So people are crashing a fair bit at the moment.
So happy to announce, chat, that we are on episode 2 of the Sam and Bardolph podcast. So I have a question for you. What has been one of your wildest tech issues during a broadcast? And it doesn't have to be your tech issue specifically, but just a tech issue that happened while you were casting. Okay,
this might... So I remember we had a FACEIT finals in our studio in London, and it was a time where all the online broadcasts were getting DDoSed all the time. And if you had a Skype account, for example, for some reason, Skype people could find the last, I think, like 5 IPs you had used on Skype. And we had somebody who had won a prize. I don't know if it was like a Twitch chat giveaway or something. And I logged into Skype I didn't understand the nature of the problems with it. So I logged into Skype for 20 seconds just to like send the person a trade link or something, whatever. And because of that, our finals got DDoSed.
Oh my God.
So that was one tech issue. In LA, when we had our studio in Santa Monica, it was above 3rd Street Promenade. And once there was a suspect package in one of the bins outside. So the police came in and told us they ordered us to leave the building. So we went to an Indian restaurant around the corner, where our observer was remotely broadcasting the match with no commentary from an Indian restaurant while we were eating Indian food. So there's another one for you. Coronavirus was a whole tech issue during Flashpoint, where we had players and everybody in the studio, then we had players in hotels, then we had instead of roaming cameramen, we had tripods. Then half the talent went home. Then it just kind of that was a whole tech issue. What wasn't a tech issue though was toilet paper, because when I would go on those long trips for 2 months, I would buy a 2-month supply of everything I need, so I was good. But everyone just went and took all the toilet paper from the shops, but I was chilling, so no tech issue on that regard. Yeah, there was one major where the servers kept crashing for some reason. Just the whole server would just have a meltdown. I remember that. I'm not sure exactly why that was, if it was like overheating or what it was. We had one of our producers. He put non-rechargeable batteries in the battery recharger.
Oh my God.
Which was in our studio, not even in the production area, and the batteries exploded while we were live.
Oh my God.
So that was a tech issue, just live explosions in front of us. I mean, it's a good thing there was no someone could have got blinded or something. Who knows?
In my head canon, just Hedwig is just cringing so hard at that story.
Yeah, had no fires actually that I can think of. That's something. That's good. Yeah, loads of tech issues. I don't know if you've got any to tell.
Well, I'm not much of a veteran, so I only have the one, which was a little over a year ago. We were reminiscing on it the other day, in fact, last week, as we celebrated Counter-Strike's first year, or like CS2's 1-year anniversary. And we were reminded of, we were busy broadcasting North America ESL Impact, and the CS2 servers went online in the middle of the broadcast. So while the teams were still busy playing on Go.
Oh.
So that was fun.
Yeah. Everyone's back on the server now, and we shall continue. Props to Bokor for being able to deploy that grenade while completely blind. Brandina trying to move forward for cover in that smoke to no avail, though, as Bokor's ready for it. A big fight on long leaves us in a 3-on-3, and we did see a push up mid from one of the CTs as well. Mid to B smoke is being deployed. Bokor and Littles are very out of position, so it will be down to Cylon to defend once again. 1 versus 3 on this bomb site. Trying to catch them off guard. She'll do exactly that. She's found to, looking for the transfer. She is so good. Outrageous behavior, and delays China enough for Littles to pick up the pieces afterwards. She did her job and then some. That's wonderful work to defend that bomb site.
That's a beautiful recovery. The fact that Atrix lose so many of those players, and then Bokor is able to pick up 2, which instantly brings them back to an even kilter. And then Littles, despite the fact that there's a smoke in her face, she's able to see just enough to connect that final shot, because it felt like there was going to be kind of a slipping away into the night moment, bomb to get planted and the retake to be very difficult. But before that can actually happen, before there can be refuge found behind the double doors, Littles is able to take it down. Great, great round. And it does bring that deficit that little bit closer. And what it also does is it puts Insanity in a really tight spot in terms of cash. So into this round, no investment to be made. I want to say it's the right call. It's damn near the only call at this point. But into the next, once we've evened things out, maybe things get a bit competitive again.
Those deep HEs they're very fond of. Somehow didn't get any sound cues from that. You see there was another smoke in the pit for Mari. I think she dropped one towards the pit as a teammate drops one on her back, so she'll be holding long for a while. In the meantime, Littles hits one. She can reset the situation. Oh, that's a lovely flick. This is some good target practice for her as well. It is under pressure, and she will be dropped to me eventually, rather. There'll be a flash on Bokor's back. Just the one play, lost AWP rescue. That's a confidence-building round for Atrix as they tied the score.
Bokor's util usage, particularly the HEs, have been pretty good. Doing that little bit of extra chip damage or getting a kill, right off the bat. Sure, anti-eco rounds, so they're a lot squishier, and those HEs do get a bit chunkier, but still, every little bit does make a difference here. Cammy's bought into the AWP and instantly gets results.
Very prompt indeed. Cammy will definitely be checking this position. Oh, the bomb carrier is isolated now from the players in the site, but I don't think that Sophia is expecting Brentina to come at her from that angle. They just went straight into B. Bocor, oh, this is the jump throw. This is for the bomb site itself. It limits where the T's can stand. So if you're mounting a retake, it certainly helps. One more molly as well. Quite a few flashes. Lots of footsteps heard outside. Towards the car, maybe. So close, though. Who deploys the flashes? Well, everybody's blind for now. China's able to deliver, but the trades will be there. Bocor, 1 versus 3. Only so much she can do here. Not much money in the hands of Insanity either, so they won't chase too hard. But they will chase. They'll be taking the lead once more. Bocor will hold on to the AWP, it seems, but not the round.
Terrorists win.
Taking down Sinan is such an important way to kick off a round. Because, again, you know, we talk about her ability to anchor. So if she's just not there, you have so much more possibility, so much more room to work with, especially because B tends to be a weak side. So if you take away one of the numbers there, you've essentially cracked open the entire site for yourselves. And that's why, you know, the anchor that you put there has to be incredibly strong, which, you know, makes sense why they have Sign in there. But if she's instantly going to get wiped off the board by an AWP from top mid, she's not going to be able to get the results that she wants. Looks like we're just going to have a repeat of Mirage. Just back and forth, blow for blow. We're inching ever closer to the half, however. There's only 3 rounds left. What do you think? Do you think that for either one of these teams, there's a huge favor for the number of rounds going into the second half?
I think if Insanity can keep winning every other round, that will be good for them. Because I still feel like, as a unit, Atrix are a stronger team, or a more dangerous team, if you will. I feel like they've got more ways to be a threat, if that makes sense. From what we've seen in the series. So I think the more rounds Insanity can take off of their CT side, the better. You know, not all these maps are equal. What we saw from them on Ancient is going to be harder to replicate on a Dust 2. But we know they've got the coordination as a squad. So the more rounds they can rack up, the better. This will be a hero AWP round. And a bunch of pistols, which Atrix often have done things with. I think Dust 2, there's just fewer places to hide. So they were lining up. That would have been unfair at that point. Now the bomb needs to be recovered. And Bocor and Murray are right here. Now, Juliana may need some help to get out of this situation. Look at the swing! Look at the swing from Bocor to give Murray the space to get that kill. The game sense of these players is so high. It's wonderful to watch. And yet again, with basically the pistols, the AWP's been lost. But look at the situation they have created. An AK-47 for both of them. Bocor's got full armor and a defuse kit. 30 seconds. Oh dear. This is so awkward. The CTs could be anywhere. They could be on the bomb sites rather than here. Murray will switch up as Bocor has lagged out again. Oh. That's such a shame. He had some really big situations where she could have had some impact, but has just disappeared, it seems. And that is so... That's got to be frustrating. I was excited to see what they would do.
Yeah.
But it wasn't to be.
I mean, Bocor's had some really magical moments over the last few maps, so you always look forward to seeing how much more can get done. And in that situation, if they have that crossfire and if they can actually play off of that, there's a world in which they actually do manage to win out that round. It's always going to be difficult. Cammy's still alive. She's got the AWP in her hand. She's being backed up. So, you can't really count it out either way. But that was a pistol round. They came into that with very, very little on their backs. They made it incredibly expensive, all things considered. No, they don't they don't win the round, but they keep kind of chipping away with 2 rounds left. If they can win this round, Insanity are going to have very little money into that next one, and there's a good chance that they even out the scoreline. But we're also at a situation where we could see for the first time in this series, Insanity go into the lead, or into the half with a lead.
Bomb carrier swatted through long doors. Sophia up to no good. Mary's quite close here as well. There's action all over the map. Watching that molly as best she can. She's going to go through that smoke. She is pushing through that smoke. But she'll be caught by Juliana spotting the bomb, and that just leaves 2. Now, with the bomb towards top mid, Little's moving in. Oh, God. Okay, no, the radar. The bomb's going back towards long. So that's across Little's path, though. But there will be a smoke that will cover some of it. This could still be interesting, though. And there is the bomb carrier dropped. But Little's has 3 more players to find. I think she might just be saving, because this is looking difficult for Atrix. They had a firm grasp on the series 2 maps ago, but this is a different look entirely on Dust 2.
I think it's always worth mentioning the kind of mental toll that it takes on you when you know that one of your players is having technical issues. And on top of that, when you have to pause the game, you kind of stall out your own momentum and stall out your own kind of traction that you were gaining, and you come back into it and you have to kind of reset, bring yourself back into the present moment and continue to perform at your best level. And obviously, teams do it all the time. It's part of the job. It's something that you have to be familiar with. It's something that you have to be comfortable with, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the easiest thing in the world to do. And it certainly can be something that gets under your skin. So it's entirely possible that Atrix are just kind of struggling now with keeping that same momentum with all of the kind of issues that have been happening and the pauses that they've had to take. And now they're going to take a timeout to, give a little bit of a discussion. It's the last round and a half here. They really, really not just want it, but they kind of need it as well to give themselves a bit more of a comfortable footing into that next half. So this round is important, I think, not just in terms of what they'll be able to do in the next half, but also just in terms of their overall mental. If they can bring this round back, that confidence can start to build again.
There's enough rounds on the board for a fighting chance in the second half either way, but 5 would be so much better than 4. 4, you're leaning towards a little more dependency on the pistol round for some comfort early. So many shenanigans from CTs through mid. I'll be careful around 12. Waiting at that initial CT util. You can see Mary playing close on long doors, but won't investigate further for the time being. Heading towards that minute mark, and it's been very quiet indeed, but there are a more menacing group of T players by this mid door position while the action starts to come in through B. Successful frags here, safety in numbers, fundamentals being played well. That's the bomb though. Sinan did all she could, but on this occasion, it won't be enough. Littles and Murray remaining. Through the wall won't be enough. Time to get a reload in, I think. Lurk smoke. And it's Littles versus the world. Not reloaded that orb just yet, but she's not going to really get too far into that bomb site. So then, a very different situation on our hands. Insanity lead 8-4 at halftime on the deciding map, Dust 2.
I just lost my halo. Not like I ever had one. Hotter than an inferno. Baby, that's my problem. I can make it like we live in hell, and I do it well. Now I'm looking at you, can you tell? I wanna love you savage. I'm gonna leave you ravaged, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna be a nightmare up in your dreams, night sweats, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. More, more, more. Wanna love you savage. Wanna love you savage. Wanna love you savage. Come and pick your poison. And make sure that you pick me. For sure, I could push your buttons, I would. And you know my seduction. Feel good, so good. I could make it like we live in hell, and I do it well. Now I'm looking at you, can you tell? I wanna love you savage. I'm gonna leave you ravaged, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna be a nightmare up in your dreams, night sweats, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna love you savage. I'm gonna leave you ravaged, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna be a nightmare up in your dreams, night sweats, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna love you savage. I'm gonna leave you ravaged, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. I wanna be a nightmare up in your dreams, night sweats, and you ain't gonna run. You want more, more, more. More, more, more. Wanna love you savage. 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 Wanna love you
And for the first time in this series, Insanity go into the half with the lead, 8-4 now, but now they move in onto their CT side, and Atrix, the T side, it's their playground.
Oh boy. And they're getting started earlier. Jump peek through B halls leads to absolutely nothing for Insanity other than pain and regret. There's another attempt from Juliana. Guess they just want to do it the hard way. China left in a horrible clutch once more, although I think she may be put out of her misery quickly on this occasion. Indeed, she will be. A prompt pistol round for Atrix, and it is game on immediately.
Another solid round from Sophia as well, getting those openers, running around the map like a mad thing. Here, there, literally everywhere. The first couple of kills come through in B main. She heads on over down towards mid to get that third before she's finally put down. And at that point, there's just no recovery for Insanity. So Atrix, beautiful start to the map here. It looks like they could just be evening out that scoreline sooner than expected.
Here come the pistolas. Yeah, that's enough damage in that direction. Get that bomb on rotation. Now, in these rounds, Atrix are absolutely wild with the pistols and the random selection of guns. See if Atrix can do the same. And coming for Sinon, she's just delaying the advance towards that B bomb site. But 1-for-1 might not be enough. There's a smoke grenade for Insanity, which could be used in a number of ways. It could be used for containment, just to try and make more people die one way or another, or it could be used for a retake attempt. But with no flashes, that's going to prove difficult. Look at that lurk smoke, though. Look at them charging in. They at least got onto the bomb site. Not much else, though. There's some attitude towards the end from Atrix.
I mean, Sophia's just having an absolute field day right now. She's also been a player that we've highlighted in previous, broadcasts, whether that's her becoming the MVP or just, singing her praises in a more generalized sense. She has been pretty consistent for Atrix. She's just going to keep that up.
Long firmly taken by the T's. That is a fantastic start for them. They've got plenty of util as well, and there's the instant response from the CT's classic stuff. You lose long, you take short. You lose both, you lose the bomb site. They must hold on to this position. They want a chance at fighting for things. With people on the lower ground, they do have a double peak scenario if they want it, when their smokes aren't up, of course. As is standard in many early long takes from a T side, they'll establish position and hold for a while. Interesting scenario between Sophia and Juliana, who will just hold position and allow the T's to make a play. But is there a way Sophia and Juliana will meet? That flank is starting to come through, and they're going to have a false sense of security because Sophia is top mid and has completely been bypassed. We've got flanks on flanks. This is going to be a big one, though. Have a look at that run. Is she good for a second? She is. Juliana comes through, and that really opens the door for her teammates to clean up. And now the numbers are overwhelming for the CTs around that A bomb site, leaving Sophia to drop in CT spawn. Unfortunate timing for Atrix. Fantastic for Insanity.
That was beautiful. And the flank on flank, so Sinon had made her way around through the T spawn, through top mid, up through short, and she's still good for 1. The problem is, Juliana's good for like 3. You need your flank. When your flank activates at that level, when it's able to get that much done, completely uncontested, it makes all the difference in the world. And for Atrix, while they had 2 back-to-back rounds, it was starting to look good, wasn't good enough.
This is really brutal timing for Atrix as well. Their control was brief in this game, and now Insanity are about to head towards 10, and suddenly that pressure just rises really fast. Jumping frags as well, some style points on that one. But again, that's such a confidence-building position for them. The Phoenix rising from the ashes of that first map to take control in the third.
Who would you say has been the MVP of this map? This map in particular.
Of this map in particular?
Yeah.
I mean, for the T's, I want to say Sinon. I'm a bit of... Oh my god. Never mind that. Look at these grenades. Atrix did that so much on their CT side, and they managed to avoid them, Insanity, and now they do it right back to them in cluster bomb fashion, leaving loads of X's towards long. Seems like there may be nothing doing in this half for Atrix. For Insanity, I'm not sure. I think it's hard to pick. There's definitely a team effort. You can see in the frags, there's a good average for the most part. Not sure if you have an opinion on that one, but I think that's a hard question to answer for Insanity.
Really is, yeah. I'm struggling with it a bit here because in previous maps, there's definitely been one or two kind of clear-cut players that had stood out and, really made a massive impact. But on this map, it really has been kind of, I mean, you got 3 players all on 12, right? Like it's so incredibly close in terms of what each of these players is bringing to the table. And I love that. I love that because one of our biggest criticisms was on that first map, you had a couple of players that did not have a good showing. And how they've managed to really kind of pull themselves up by their bootstraps to bring themselves into OT on map 2 and then all the way into this third map as well. Like that shows a level of stick-to-itiveness that I think a lot of teams lack. And it's really impressive. Because it's more than just the mechanical skill in the moment. It's that mental reset, the ability to be like, okay, I only got 1 kill on that map. Cool. I'm going to, on the next 2 maps, be an absolute rock star and I'm going to put all of you to shame. And it's awesome.
Dire straits for Atrix now. Things are looking real bad for them. You would have never seen this coming if you tuned into H and then just tuned in again now. But again, they put up a hell of a fight on Mirage to make it this way, Insanity. 4 rounds only on their pick of Ancients. To come back in overtime on Mirage. Lead by a good chunk on Dust 2.
My feed appears to have frozen, James.
Yeah, mine is the same.
Okay.
So production can sort us out shortly.
Shouldn't take too long. Should be back in lickety split. But we were so close to map and series point now. 11 rounds for Insanity. It's quite a resurgence that Atrix are going to need to mount, and at this much of a deficit it can start to feel daunting, especially I think if you came into this feeling like you were the favorite and then you come through really solid on that first map, completely one-sided, and second map suddenly you're in overtime, and third map you haven't even broken double digits yet.
Waiting for our signals to be cleared up. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Alrighty. Oh, are we back?
Yes and no. We're watching all the different expressions of China. We were stuck on a big smile, then clearing the throat, and now a studied look, a focused look.
It's the PowerPoint presentation that is China. You see those memes where it's like on a scale of 1 to 10, which China are you? And there's like 10 different like faces, and you have to pick which one you feel on a particular day. Like this is me on a Monday, looking like I'm about to start crying. Mondays are not the vibe, man.
Happy Monday, that's what I say.
It's never a happy Monday.
Monday is the day to go out to a restaurant.
What's that thing from Lord of the Rings? Are you saying I should have a good day, or that it is a good day, or that... Damn, I can never remember the full quote. It's just Gandalf being Gandalf,
Good timing for a tech pause.
Yeah, I was about to say. Thankfully, there is a slight tech issue that is being dealt with as well. So, folks, we're going to send this to a quick break so that we can try to get that sorted out as quickly as possible. When we return, we will have the finale of the final map in the series.
Hold up, where you going? Looking like that, looking so good. What you trying to do? You trying to get in trouble? Should be a crime. Flirting with the devil. Get out the way. A new dawn, new day. Can nobody touch this groove? Work hard, get paid. Dress up like a Sunday. Watch me now. I'm making moves. 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 Excuse you. Shaking that body. Hotter than a toddy. You must be somebody. Get out the way. A new dawn, new day. Can nobody touch this groove? Work hard, get paid. Dress up like a Sunday. Watch me now. I'm making moves. 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 So bad, it feels good. I do it like the others wish they could. You and I can make a scene, 'cause I'm the living, breathing girl of your dreams. Tonight gets real when you open your eyes. The fantasy suddenly comes to life. I'll take you down, make our own paradise. Do the big league, do you think can ball? Do you wanna play? 'Cause it don't get any better than me. No. Tomorrow we will rise.
Apologies for that slight delay, folks. Some slight technical issues that needed to be ironed out, but we should be good to go from here on out. We just, we wanted to build that suspense for you. Who's going to win? Are Atrix going to mount a massive comeback? Is Insanity going to prove my prediction correct and have me once again pipped that slight bit ahead of Bardolph? Who knows? We had to give you time to kind of mull over that a little bit and sweat a bit, and now we'll get to find out.
Well then, maybe I'm just a curse when it comes to these predictions, but Lotus is an AWP, so there's a chance that something can be done. They have some pieces of utility as well. Vocal deploys a nice chunky smoke grenade down mid. Right then, Atrix can't afford to buy, but they also can't afford to lose this round or really any other rounds. Very rough scenario for them. Vocal's the one with the lineups then. Given another smoke after smoking mid. Good timing on that smoke from the CTs though. A thwarting timing. As there is a molly towards short to try and establish some presence. But I don't know if the CTs saw anybody cross over. Looks like China's been looking at those mid doors. Emi is alone on the B-bomb site though. But maybe she will be enough. I'm sure there'll be some flashes coming behind her as she looks to find some more. Bringing the miss with that flick down to the pistol. And now there might be a second AWP to connect. There might be, but someone's got something to say about that. 2 players remaining then for both squads as we've got double AWPs. If they can plant the bomb, post-plant double AWP will be quite interesting indeed. Not the first time you've seen Bokal holding an AWP. No bomb plant just yet, but only 20 seconds. If got to really commit to this. China waiting. Does she charge in when she hears the beeps? One will be planted after all. Both CTs are here with kits as well. Walking straight into the angle. Arm camp switching for an AK-47. Can she find a way to take a 1v1 and win a 1v1? There's the first. Bokal has to deliver, but she gets deleted immediately. Armcam makes it look pedestrian as they move to match point.
My God. Atrix are going to be devastated with the way that that round ended. They did so much in a round that they had nothing to work with. Get in onto site, bomb planted, 2 versus 2. They've picked up 2 AWPs, so they can aim down sites, cross off of one another. And unfortunately, Armcam just that much better. Isolates those 2 remaining duels perfectly. Map and series point. Yeah, at least Atrix have some money to spend into this. Littles, despite how much she got done in the previous round with the AWP, this round she cannot buy into it. So it's just a scout and she has to make the same magic happen again.
Great focus from China. Full remain for Atrix. I think this will be a hard defeat to swallow for them. I feel like it was one they were supposed to win. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, as they say. Should it go that way? Even if they somehow bring it back, perhaps they'll feel it went too far. As for Insanity, though, they worked hard to get to this position. This was a very difficult series for them. It appears they are passing the test. Lots of lessons to be learned. Lots of growth for this squad as well. We spoke about the growth for Atrix, but what a victory this would be. That's a big frag. Simon going down is always a big frag. 5-on-3 now. And it just gets harder and harder. Bokal versus 4. Too many angles. They fail on the last hurdles there, Atrix, and Insanity comes through with a monumental comeback versus Atrix.
I feel like I'm kind of beating this storyline to death at this point, but I really do think it's incredible what Insanity have managed to accomplish, not just in this match in particular, but in this season. They came into this slightly kind of, I wouldn't say underdog, but certainly not the favorites by any measure for Season 6. And no, they're not going to be able to go to Stockholm, but they had a 3-2 scoreline coming into this match, tied with Atrix. On paper, you look at Atrix and you think they should win. They beat MIBR. The only teams that they've lost to have been the 2 biggest teams in the league. So surely that means that they should be the ones that walk away with the victory here. And after that first map, what was it, 13-4? so incredibly one-sided. It felt like Insanity weren't even on the server. It felt like some of their players weren't even on the server. We come into the second map, and again, it starts so incredibly one-sided for Atrix, and you kind of start to think, all right, cool, well, GG, pack it in, it's all over. But then Insanity bring it back, and they keep it so unbelievably close all the way into overtime. Coming onto map 3, they keep it blow for blow, and in that second half, they go almost flawless. I think they only conceded 2 rounds in the second half. That is a level of recovery that I think a lot of teams can really aspire to. So I'm super impressed with how they've performed. Yeah, I know we came into this thinking Atrix were the favorites. You thought they were the favorites. I'll be honest, in my heart of hearts,
favorites.
They were, right? And if you hadn't, predicted them, I would have done. But I had to put the spice on the desk, and well, thank you for forcing me to go spicy, because once again, I gotta go throw myself a party. I said if I come out on top, I'm throwing a party.
That was a hell of a comeback. Honestly, I'm proud of what Insanity were able to do, because we spent the first half of this series talking up all the great things Atrix were doing, how they work as a unit, how hard they were making it for Insanity, and it looked like a likely 2-0 blowout. But here we are, and here are the scores on the doors for that map. I mean, again, it was definitely a team effort. It was a hard slog. I think map 2 and map 3, it was almost like no one stood out in the victory to me, because they were all kind of just contributing equally across the map for that victory.
Absolutely. I think that the teamwork that we saw from Insanity towards the end of this series was fantastic. And now we do have to look at our MVP. And again, we were talking about this a little bit during the actual map itself, and it was so difficult to decide who was an MVP. And this isn't just our MVP of the map, it's our Kadia MVP of the series. And honestly, I think that Juliana deserved it. She had a great performance on map 1. She had an outstanding performance on map 2, and on map 3 she continued to be a key pivot point for her team. So well done to Juliana. I think that's her first Kadia MVP for this season, so really, really exciting stuff for her.
Yeah, well done to Juliana. And again, one of a few people who had some really important scenarios where they had to come out on top and or get the multi-frags, overperform on the CT side. And she certainly did. So props to her again, and the whole team. Like, honestly, it was just a great effort. I really hope they come away from that as a team, super happy with that victory. But also, like, in how good their opponents played, there are also lessons to be learned. So I'm really happy for them to win that series, because it was so hard.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now we can go ahead and take a look at our standings for South America, get a little bit of an update here. Correction on what I said earlier, because I was confuddled. Atrix, in fact, they did obviously beat MIBR. They win in that head-to-head, so they are just slightly pipped ahead here and in that contention for staying and, skipping relegation entirely. It's all going to be decided next week is it next week? The 18th? Maths and dates are hard, but it will be on the 18th, and that's when we find out for 100% certain which of our teams will be able to stay in the league and which will be relegated, because as we know, Furia and Fluxo are 100% confirmed. They will be going to Stockholm in a couple of months' time. So very, very exciting to see both of those two teams on LAN once again. And hopefully, the Insanities and the Atrixes will have that opportunity in the future.
Yeah, the right teams are going to LAN, but I think that being third to the two teams who didn't lose a single series, I think is great for Insanity. And I think most people would expect Atrix to be there. And again, they've been, we've been talking them up as an up-and-comer, as a rising squad who are getting stronger, asking where their ceiling is. But that's definitely a bump in the road for them that they'll have to review and wonder how it got so far and how they managed to lose it. But for Insanity, that's fantastic work, and there's so much to build on from that series as well, that if they can identify those things and get stronger from them, then who knows how far they can go in the future.
And I think that you and I have yapped quite enough for one evening, James. We had a great episode of the podcast tonight, but we need to hand the baton over to the North American squad. They're going to be coming in hot after a very, very short break for Nouns FE versus Bartol's favorite team, Lotus. So stick around
Go
and make sure to...
Klopka.
Yes. Make sure to stick around for the action, guys. We'll see you after the break.
I've never believed in fairy tales. I'll write my own story. I just start again if all else fails. I don't need your glory. Touch the sky with my head held higher. I'll say what I have to say. In my mind is a fierce desire. You better get out my way. 'Cause I'm fighting for survival, and I'm winning every day. I'm looking for approval, 'cause I'm doing things in my own way. Doing things in my own way. 'Cause I'm doing things in my own way. I might have misplaced or wasted time, but stuck to my promise. I gave to myself the gift of life, the strength to be honest. Touch the sky with my head held higher. I'll say what I have to say. In my mind is a fierce desire. You better get out my way. 'Cause I'm fighting for survival. I'm waiting
makes me sick. Dollars by the minutes, I'ma spend it quick. No talking me down, now I'm doing it now. 'Cause money makes the world go round. Sun kissed on my lips, the way I want it now. Don't trip, never slip. They wanna take me down. Talk is never cheap, so you say it loud, loud. Say it's not my fault. I don't wanna talk about it, not tonight. No, you probably think about it, but it's fine. Playing all the same, you know there's no amount. 'Cause money makes the world go round. I don't see a problem till it makes me sick. Dollars by the minutes, I'ma spend it quick. No talking me down, now I'm doing it now. 'Cause money
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, Qiddiya, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, White Market, the United States Air Force, and Logitech G.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back. Tomorrow we will rise.
Hello, and welcome back, lovely people. We have one final series of the day in the penultimate week of ESL Impact Season 6. Now, I am Affinity, and I am joined once again by the one, the only, the incredibly intelligent Mr. Nouns.
I wouldn't say intelligence. Yesterday, I wasn't believing in the numbers, and I should have.
I doubt that. Nope.
You don't. It's always a numbers game, to be fair. But yeah, I'm here with Affinity, and it's great to be here for the penultimate week. It's quite sad saying the penultimate week.
No.
Week number 6. There's one more
Where's
week
the
left.
time gone?
Oh,
It's
what a
all
time it's
gone.
been. What a time it's been.
It has, but it's been a lot longer of a day. Yesterday, every single game was a 2-0. Today, the opposite. 2-1 to Big a Keeper, securing themselves the opportunity to push on forward in this tournament. Atrix versus Insanity. Atrix so close to taking it, and unfortunately not quite going to take the series there. Insanity going to take the dub, and now Nouns, FE, and Lotus, potentially another series that we see going the distance.
We take a look at the standings. You see one team right at the tippy top, FlyQuest Red. They've qualified for LAN, so it's the rest of the teams to pick up the pieces and try re-qualify for next season. Sadly, Lotus and Nouns will not be going that far, I think. They'll be going forward having to go into the re-qualifying stage, as they see themselves both at 1-4 apiece. So right now, it's more for like prize money kind of situation.
It is. I might be mistaken here, but if either of these teams win today, there's still a chance, given that there's still one match to go, right? They go 2-4. If TSM Shimmer lose their games, it might come down to the round differential. I haven't checked that, but this is definitely, whoever loses this is down and out. There is no possibility, and in no world are they able to secure one of those top 4 spots to re-qualify automatically. And as you said, prize money as well. It's over $1,000 for both of these teams. It's just somebody going to be going away with a little bit of extra cash in the pocket regardless, and that's really nice to see. But the teams that we have coming up here, it's been a little bit of a turbulent time for some of these teams, but let us know at home what you are thinking here. Now, we have hashtag Noun if you think Nouns are going to be taking home the victory, and hashtag LTS if Lotus has your vote of favor today. So put that in the Twitch chat, spend your lovely channel points as well, and we will see who the Twitch chat favors.
I'm going to be very interested. I most certainly think there's going to be a lot of noggles in the crowd cheering them on. So I think a lot of people are going to sway in that direction. And I swear they're going to be all wearing their noggles on their faces. I wish I had a pair of noggles, to be fair. Those are cool.
I'm sad that I don't have one. For those of you who don't know what the noggles are,
They're the giant Nouns glasses over the eyes, and they're so commonplace in, you know, the NA scene. But let's take a look at the map veto, shall we, Newt? Now, there's a couple of things that we can probably expect to see coming out here. So the likes of a nuke ban is probably going to be up first from the side of Nouns. And then from the side of Lotus, probably taking out Vertigo. There we go, nuke Vertigo taken out.
Or
now,
the vice versa.
or vice versa, yeah. Those are the two maps that neither of them really play. Now, what comes next, that's anybody's game. Both of these teams have shown aptitude on a variety of maps. Now, it's not likely to be Dust 2 coming out here from the side of Lotus, but we've been surprised on vetoes recently, so I'm going to hold my breath. Now it's actually going to pick into it. That's punishing. Mirage makes sense. We've got quite a puggy, very sort of core map pool sort of vibe going on right now. And as for the decider, who knows where we may end up there. Ancient ban, Inferno taken out, and then Anubis to close us on out on this series. That's quite an interesting veto, I think.
Oh, it is a very interesting veto because I was looking back at the past results of these two teams trying to see where their veto might lie. And the last time that Lotus and Nouns actually faced off against each other was about 3 months ago. It was quite a long time ago. And it was actually on Ancient and Anubis where Nouns took both of those maps. So it's surprising that Nouns doesn't have that faith in their old maps, but let's see if they have a little bit of faith in these two players that they've got at their sides. They got a bit of sharing is caring, so to speak, especially in the opening duels. We got Tori and Ash. Ash, especially in Season 5, was sensational in the opening duels, leading to vast numbers in towards their opening duels and also getting a lot of round win conversions based off of that. It's just that this season, Nouns haven't really been able to convert these successes in the early rounds into late round wins. So their mid to late rounds, that's where they're kind of suffering a little bit so far this season. But at least now Ash is not taking up the whole burden of having to go in first all the time or try find these opening picks. She's got Tori at her side. Sharing is caring, sharing the duties of those opening kills. So it's lucky for her. She's got a great pairing at her side.
It is, and indeed, talking of Ash, our Kadia player to watch this series is going to, in fact, be heard. Now, so many players that we could have picked from here, other contenders from the side of Lotus that really shone, but Ash is the person that I have been really proud of this season. Just such a consistent presence in the frag department and just really helping her team out. And yeah, maybe not always at the top of the leaderboard, but she's always second place, middle. She's consistent, she is solid. And that's what you really need to be seeing from people, especially when you've had a bit of a rough season. You need these players that are your cornerstones, the rocks that your team can fall back on and trust. And Ash is just being that. And also maybe a little bit of a presence mentally as well to try keep everyone in check. Fun fact actually about Ash, she put a tweet out about a week ago saying that she'd gone the longest period of time that she'd had in a while without changing her settings, and that was 1 week. So she's changing her settings minimum once a week here.
Well, once a week? That's crazy. I've changed my settings quite a lot recently, and it's not helping. So maybe it helps her, but it just keeps her a bit on her toes. So hopefully that Jessica's over here has a bit of the brain power to keep Lotus on their toes, because I've actually really enjoyed the newfound freedom that Jessica's found for the rest of the team, because I know her time at EG wasn't the best. I think she was forced into a lot of positions, a lot of roles, but now she has the freedom to kind of control the rest of the team. And she's done it in space. She's done very well.
So I have a fun fact actually about Catalyst, who we've now got on the screen here. Has more sniper rifle kills in officials than rifle kills in her whole career. That's quite crazy to think about, because you don't get the AWP online a whole lot, right? You are being forced to use the SMGs and the rifles a lot more. And the fact that she is getting just so much consistency out of it as well is great to see, and she's really going to need to pull that out of the bag today. And then Tori as well. It's an interesting case with Nouns. I know that their org has been really supportive this season, but unfortunately not been able to convert that into results. Excessa, once again, with the just incredible makeup. We saw it last time. A little bit more, verticality on some of the streaks here. But I love the vibes. I love it when players get all dressed up for this as well. And yeah, she's been looking pretty good recently. I actually can't fault the performance that we've been seeing coming out here, especially on the utility side of things.
Oh yes, especially. Yeah.
I was going to say,
mention something.
Arianarchist. I was going to wait. It was really weird because halfway through the season, she actually left the roster. She put out a tweet saying, I've stepped back. It's not what's best for the team. We've got a lot of conflicts in the direction we want to go, right? And then the next week, she was straight back on the roster. And there's been a lot of talk recently that the team's feeling a little bit fractured here. And talking about that, it's going to need to be Forks leading the charge to try bring the team together, because they've said time and time again, they've been struggling with the synergy. They've been struggling with handling critique to each other during the games and stuff. And Forks, you know, the fragging demon that she is. By the way, one of the highest rated players. I don't know if you've got the list of, you know, the top 5, but she's rivaled only by the likes of Anna and Bibian at the moment. Bibian, sorry.
That's kind of crazy, but it's crazy and a bit daunting, to be fair, because it's just Forks for Lotus. So it's quite a troublesome set, because it's the Forks show, to be honest, looking at Lotus, and then it's the rest of the team. But with the team not performing, Forks needs to like kind of pick up the pieces here. So it's kind of
massively
leading me towards Nouns here, to kind of feeling the veto wise. But what kind of prediction are you thinking so far?
Well, I was actually just about to ask you that one. I am going to be leaning towards Nouns here. Yes, they've had a rough season, but also they've got the structure, they've got the support from the org, and they've got the fundamentals that are really strong, and that synergy is really going to shine. But what about you, Noon?
You talk about structure, and you just even mentioned before that Lotus are a bit fractured at the moment. They don't know what the future's going to hold for them. The team is a bit of turmoil. So it's really based on team Counter-Strike versus pug Counter-Strike. So your everyday run-of-the-mill, just 5 players going to a server, running, gunning, versus literally a team with a lot of structure, a lot of protocols, everything behind them. So this is a true test of what it would look like if I would step in the ring and play against a professional team such as Nouns. So
well, who are you
I'm going to go
voting
with
for?
Nouns here. Yeah, I'm going to go for Nouns here. I have no faith in myself, to be fair, if I was going to face off against Nouns at like a proper team. So I know it's a bit scary for Lotus here. It's, as you talked before, it's a lot of Forks here. So we're looking at Forks a lot.
Yeah.
But if the rest of the team could step up, there's a lot of potential. This map is going to determine a lot, because this is the pug home. It's the home of the pugs.
Home of the pugs. It's the dog kennel, you know? Home of the pugs. And it's going to need to be something really incredible coming out of this pistol round, I think, for Lotus. Now, we're seeing the usual Ash and Tori on this B side. Ash especially has been a pillar stone. Tori, however, getting the first pick there as well. There is an immediate call to response as Arianarchist is going to take her down. And now bullets fly back and forth, and it's Forks to be the difference maker. We've hyped her up, and she does not disappoint. And now tapping away, but they've been smoked out of this round. They either have to wait or disrespect the smoke, but they have so many opponents on the other side that that's not really an option. Zazu tucked in. I say crossfire. They don't really need to crossfire because they know that both are here. All they have to do is keep all eyes trained here. But Lunari, that's exactly what they want to see. Excessa got a little bit of a high ground, trying to rein this round back in. But it's Forks. 1, 2, 3. Gets it all done.
What a classic call. But it was the perfect call. It was a perfect read. Because you're playing against a team, they're kind of going to be like, there's no way it's going to be a rush down B. It's just not going to be the old Classico rush B fast, especially on the first round of the entire series. So they're going to be bringing out the rush B tactic straight away. And it just, well, as you saw, Ash and Tori couldn't get up into the apartments quick with that quick little boost.
Yeah, that one's a little bit of a shame they couldn't get the boost in there. Not good. This is a dangerous game to be playing. It is just a fake. How convincingly can she sell it? And yes, it's a gamble stack from Nouns. So not too much high stake on this either. I say that actually they're starting to move Forks on over. Maybe to try pinch at this site, and Nova just misses the timing on it. Forks with the long-range Nova. This is certainly one of the choices of all time. Not Puka, however, he's got 2. That's exactly what they want to crack this round on open. Going for a little bit more, and she'll be awarded it. And yes, they've run into the gamble stack, but they have successfully walked away cash in hand.
This is a Forks classic, especially when they win the pistol. Normally the shotgun comes out just to rake in the cash. Ready, 6.2k. That orb's coming out really quickly. Oh,
Yep.
it's already out. That was quick. Even the keybind for it, I don't even have like keybinds for buying stuff. I'm just like, nah, it's fine. I'll just pick and choose what I want. But they got that orb on speed dial.
They do. And I guess, Forks, when you're so proficient with it, and you've been using it so much, you kind of just become second nature. It's muscle memory, isn't it? Jessica's out in mid. Luckily, the smoke gonna bloom, and she's not gonna get caught with utility in hand. And it's Ash doing all of the damage in mid. They tried to cross. They're not gonna be awarded anything. Forks, that's a missed shot, but it's information. She's gonna back away, because suddenly her team looking really weak and stretched, really thin across this map.
It's a great opening pick. It was a little bit messy, a lot of exchange gunfire, shooting through the smoke, Cat is finding that kill, and then Ash pushing up top of the mid. Just to kind of keep that mid presence and not allow for Lotus to kind of scale forward with kind of like the cover of the smokes. So great play from Nouns. And look at where this leaves Lotus. They're very, very disconnected. One at top of mid, one at the bottom of mid, one at T-spawn. They're everywhere. Okay, they know where the AWP is, so Jessica's like, nope, I'm out of there.
They're not allowing Forks any easy shots, right? They're always just trying to bait out these and walk away with their life, because that's the main thing right now, is you don't want to be the one to lose to be the player to lose that spirals the round, right? Because 3 alive still. Yes, it's only 40 seconds left, but they're slowly crawling towards, well, I think Connector is where they're looking to head. I'm starting to really, really worry about this clock, Newt.
Clocks are scary. Time is scary. It's a very scary concept. I think we mentioned it a bit yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah. Ooh, Tori spots out one. She's desperately trying to make sure no one's coming through apartments. The flash is perfect, catches out Hawk. Zazu does find something to trade, but unfortunately has left Nopka on her lonesome to deal with this. The flash is good. It's actually going to catch out Jessica's, but she's not able to follow up on it. And 3v1, that's a difficult battle any day of the week. And Nouns, they do immediately bite right back. And even though we saw the orb on Forks in that third round, it's not going to be the round winning momentum.
As you said in the round, the protocol for Nouns was avoid Forks at all costs. They heard that orb shot at the top of mid and then went away. Yeah, that's on the top of the list. Protocols, number one.
If I was on Nouns, that would be my number one strategy. Avoid Forks. Solid strategy. But you do have to face her eventually, and that's one of the nice things that we see about Forks, is that she's usually quite fluid and dynamic with where she likes to play, especially on this T side. Ooh. Catalyst, ooh, gets one, but it's a lovely shot. Again, the name we keep on singing. And now Ash, the B anchor, left solely to defend there and has to tussle with Zazu, but it's actually A where the trouble is brewing. Nopka has managed to get herself on site. She spots one ticket boost. She's not quite able to adjust her aim. Ash keeping it under wraps. And now 4v3. They're heading B instead. They've drawn over the rotates. And now Tori left alone to fight the good fight.
Ooh, this is a very precarious situation. If Sessa gets this kill, ooh. There we go. You already see those two players already ushering back towards the A-bomb side, thinking that they're going to be pushing through connector, but alas, the hits on B and Tori's all alone.
Tori, here's the jump down spot. Is actually just going to back away, but the issue is backed right into Excessa. The lovely timing here through that mid push, and now retake is going to come on through. They've managed to make a round out of what was the most ideal buy for them. Now all they have to do is keep an eye on market. This utility is going to hold off the offensive by as many of those precious seconds as they can. And actually the call to save, that might be it already. Time too low, and with only one kit available, they really can't be affording to let these weapons fall when there's no money in the bank account for some of these players.
Hopefully they can hold on to these rifles, because Lotus are... they're a bit of the debt collectors. The tax women.
They are, yeah. Ooh, there's one. We talked about it. Debt collectors, and they've come knocking. That lovely A1S you had has in fact been repossessed now. And it's going to be Nopka wielding it. Ooh, a look at this. There's Excessor. That's the pick that swings everything there. Excessor single-handedly. Lovely stuff. Now, Nouns, they're gonna have to try do this. They've not got much support around that hero AK. It's really gonna have to do the carrying itself here. There's a couple of smokes, which means there is sort of a plan. They're not gonna be limit testing Lunari. That is what you want to be doing. That hero, and it's saving lives. And there's a second pick. It's getting a little bit messy. Lunari going crazy, gets one more. And actually, this could just be it. They peek into a 1-by-1. She runs out of bullets, and that is the only reason that Lotus even stood a chance at getting that kill. Solely based on too many bullets already being expended. Zazu runs out. The reload in the open. It's messy. And Nouns, they secure a second round, and in what fashion to do it as well, mind you.
It's no longer a hero AK, it's a Lunari AK. I'm going to change my tune, Lunari AK all the way, because she was the hero that round. That was sensational stuff from Lunari. They created a little bit of chaos, and just Lunari able to move around the boxes, just picking the players left, right, and center. Beautiful stuff.
Very, very indeed. Now, Boy's going to come on through. We finally get to see the AWP coming on out here. And Catalyst, we talked about it. More sniper rifle kills than AWP. Now, I'm wondering if we're going to see a similar theme coming on through within the map itself on a slightly more micro level here. Has it online. And actually, they are going to be sending her over towards mid where it's Forks with the scout to try contest this. And even though the superior weapon, there is a bit of a gap in the smoke, they're not willing to risk it. Ash just waits a second too long to throw the Molotov. It doesn't fully spread in time, but it doesn't matter because the rest of her team mows them down, puts them in the wood chipper. And that is going to be 3-on-3 on the scoreboard at the top there. And that round over in the blink of an eye.
Rather it be over in a blink of an eye in your favor rather than it being a blink of an eye not in your favor. So.
Not in your favor, yeah.
Lucky for now, it's because it got a bit dicey there. We got Ash holding the molly in hand, thinking about her name, okay. Ash, hoping to send the enemies, well, turn the enemies into Ash.
So,
but then the molly missed.
Did they buff the R rate? Because I've been seeing it coming out in ESL Challenger League. I think it was Elian was wielding it. And now we've got Arianarchist, and I know she's got anarchist in her name. She thrives on the chaos, but this is certainly something. She lines up the shots, and that's got a high penetration. She can just go through the ticket booth, and she does get one, and that might be our first revolver kill of the season. Correct me if I'm wrong, Newt, but it's fine because Jessica's has it under control, clicking away, just letting them know her location. She doesn't care. It's the domineering, it's the mental war games, but Catalyst gonna put a halt to all of the shenanigans.
So, the thing is, they're a little bit tone deaf, just like me. That is not the B, that's not the A sound at the bottom. That's the B sound. So if you didn't know, depending on which side you plant the bomb, it has like a little different tune. And Forks is about to pull a rabbit out the hat. All the util expelled by Nouns. Okay, this was very lucky. Tori just got on bomb just in the nick of time. But that was quite dicey. I was looking at the mini-map and just looking at bomb just tick away over towards B, and I just saw all this utility being thrown onto this A bomb site by Nouns. All of them grouped up over towards jungle and connector. Folks was just having the time of her life over towards B. It's so calm, so peaceful.
That is a really rough way to almost throw around there. The term that I've heard thrown around a lot at the moment is inting. And you go to the wrong bomb site, that's one of those really painful ones, especially when you had the numbers. And a good final stand was put up to try to defend that bomb. But, alas, not quite enough. Nouns, they do just manage to rein it back from the brink of disaster. Nouns, they have the weaponry to buy into this, but Lotus, high damage, high impact round with a bomb plant. They can go straight back into the fray. And now Zazu, this is a difficult angle to peek. AWP. Trained solidly, Catalyst unnerving and unmoving, just waiting for this peak. Get a little bit distracted by the commotion that's going to start popping in a mid here. Say that actually, still just standing still. All they need to do Now, they could overwhelm. A double swing here is exactly what they need to take down Catalyst. Are they expecting her to be playing up so close? They're waiting. Maybe for the 50-second mark, trying to find a nice timer to go on. That's because found one elsewhere, and that's what they need. There's the pick. Fall right back off. Sees the second, though. Tori fully flashed. Can't spot anyone, but hasn't seen anyone jump out the window. The HE grenade is not going to go deep enough to affect anyone in the rotates. They're so quick, so swift. Call them the flash, the way that this site is swarmed on top of. And now, 5th round in a row, and it doesn't even look difficult.
Brilliant defense coming out from Nouns. Brilliant stuff. Especially how close it got in the previous round, the prior round. This is perfect. Great little opening from Jessica's, and then that kind of initiated the push from B apps. But Catalyst was already posted up, ready for the peak. So it was a great read from the Nouns. I was just actually thinking a little bit, a hypothesis. I know Ari brought out the R8, kind of a troll move, but maybe it was also kind of the play. The call was make a lot of noise over towards A. I'm going to sneakily go over towards B. And what makes a lot of noise? An R8. And also, when you prime the R8, it makes a little bit of like a rattlesnake. And it just entices the CTs.
It does. A bit of a fidget toy.
Yeah, it's a bit of fidget toy. The CT's also a bit enticed by some eco frags. We always love some eco frags.
Eat those right up any day of the week. I'm with you on that one. I think, you know, it does put a little bit of the fear of your opponent in them. And I don't know if this would be fair to say, but I think it's also, both of these teams have reached a point, especially the likes of Lotus, where their team has very publicly said, we're fractured, we're not vibing well as a team. And they already know that the likelihood of them being able to qualify is dwindling, right? So the pressure's off for them. They can have maybe a little bit of fun for them because that's what they've said. They're closing out the season for the prize money and to say that they've done it as well because they competed here. They came to say and put a stamp on this series. I say this series, this season, right? So the fact that you have a little bit less weight on your shoulder, you can then go out and, you know, play the Nova at funny angles, right? Run down the mid and try play from connector onto backside with a Nova, right? Because I don't want to say you have nothing to lose, but the stakes feel less significant. And so they can do these really, really wild plays. And Mirage is the best map for that.
And even wild plays are very difficult to counter for a structured team because they're more about structure. They can kind of read how a player is going to work up. But if it's kind of this wild eccentricness, it's very, very difficult to kind of defend against, especially on the CT side. As you're ready, they get the 2 players contacted over towards B, and it does push 2 players from connector to search more towards lowers and towards mid. And now they're going to get locked out of the start with Linari underneath, gets mollied out and then taken down by the AEWP.
Yeah, the rest of the round, this could still be anyone's game, especially with kills going back and forth. Game of cat and mouse. Jessica's is going to be the one to find the equalizer. Unfortunately, Forks taken down as well. And now one after the they tumble, and Zazu, the last left alive, doesn't have the bomb. And it's in a very difficult to recover position, especially with time being way too low. But there's a 7th round for Nouns. I think you brought up a very interesting point. And it's something that a lot of people talk about is the way that NA works. So you see the likes of Nouns and FlyQuest are the 2 teams that really jump to mind, right? Very, very structured. And Nouns, I was speaking to, I think it was Parks Cast, who was saying that the org has been really, really good with them, especially this season, sitting down with their coach, with analysts, trying to VOD review as much as they can. And the analysis just hasn't worked because structure is great against structure. It's very difficult sometimes to play against an opponent that's erratic, right? And that's sometimes where you see FlyQuest struggle against the likes of the old TSM Shimmer lineup, is that they would play really wild and very out there, very fast, and it would throw them off a little bit. And they've got the better strats and the better fundamentals, but sometimes, and it feels like a very North America Counter-Strike sort of thing, sometimes that wildness is just really hard to play against, even when you've done all of your preparation perfectly.
It's a bit of the Wild West on the server in America.
It is.
I was just waiting for that. Oh, the nade. Beautiful.
That hurts. We've been taking a lot of double nade kills recently, haven't we, Newt? Had one
I think they've
yesterday in our
figured
top
it out.
5 games. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a reason why, because it's just so nice. And even with the new like sound effects in CS2, when you get a kill and it just makes that explosion noise amplified by that little bass noise that you get, it's like a dopamine hit everywhere. It's just dopamine hits after dopamine hits. It's just
So
who needs drugs?
Tori actually has almost 7 utility damage around. That's her stat in officials right now. Is almost 7 utility damage around, which for reference is a lot. That's a crazy amount to average per round. And yeah, if you think about, sometimes you get these nade kills and stuff, but those are very few and far between. Ooh, we almost saw another one there. If that'd been any deeper, that could have been GG, but Forks, last left alive. If anyone can defend this, it's her. Tori, monumental task on hand. Baits out the shot with a tap, and that's going to be it. Forks does not miss, though. She does not miss. And now final round of the half that we are going into, and I'll be honest with you, I think this is a scoreline that either way teams can pull this back, right? Is that, you know, on your CT side, it's really nice to have that lead because you're going on to what is arguably the weaker side. But Lotus, even 8-4 is good for them. If you can take a pistol, suddenly that gap is 2 rounds. You're not even worried at that point necessarily. Catalyst, missed shot, has the backup, however, of Jessica's. I like this double up in window. The one to counteract anybody trying to make sure that that AWP is locked out.
After the contest over towards mid, they decide against even scaling towards that side. So they decide to push their efforts over towards A little bit. They could catch a great timing here. Both Catalyst and Jessica's more worried about mid, as well as Ash. So there's a lot of R's towards mid, but it should be behind them. Zunari, the sole A anchor, gets executed.
Yeah, that's a difficult person to lose up front. Catalyst, luckily, got the teammates behind her to make sure no one pushes her from mid or from catwalk, and Jessica's just waiting for the right time to swing out, but it doesn't matter. Catalyst gets all 3, and that is going to be an 8-4 half to Nouns.
it was Lotus that started off with 2 rounds at the beginning. Then Nouns decided enough is enough. So they went on a warpath, 6 in a row, to make it all the way to 8 to close out the half. And now it's 8-4, and it's another start from Nouns this time. T-side pistols showing their dominance again.
And they take down Forks, the heavy hitter on the roster, and now all they have to do is clear out the side. They rush on round, and Katsas actually turns around and has a look at her teammate, goes for the knife. What on earth is going on here? But Nopka in the meantime, 1, 2, 3 in the blink of an eye, and suddenly Tori, 15 HP, what looked so impeccable, now dire straits. Tori dancing around, needs to pick up that bomb, actually just needs to stay alive right now, can hear the footsteps, they're not even trying to be quiet about it, spots both of them, gets the head of the first, knows the second, likely dancing around bench, a minute to play with, she is not rushed, and now just ships dancing in the night, but Zazu gets the angle, gets the kill, and there's another pistol round to Lotus, can they convert it once again?
Jeez, I don't even know how that round turned so pear-shaped so quickly. I just saw Catalyst whip out the knife.
3. Yeah.
Yeah, the knife came out and then Navka was like, no. You don't do that to my friends. You don't do that to my teammates.
The disrespect will not stand.
Yeah, it will not stand.
So it will sit instead. As Nouns have to take a sit on the armory in this one. They are going into this completely broke. They have not paid for any upgrades, not utility, not armor. Actually, I say that there is a deagle, I think, on Tori there. That is going to be it now. Can that deagle find the head of Excess? Now, there are 2 players here. Ariana Kist could be easily overwhelmed, especially with the likes of the FAMAS, but Excessa, MP9 up close. This could be everything.
Great utility usage. Just to keep the Nouns at bay.
That nade is definitely going to force them back. They're reevaluating their plans. The issue that they've got here is that Ariana Kist is ready and waiting. Spots the boost up. Spots 2 heads. Whack-a-mole. Pops the first. Pops the second. Going for some third. Call it bubble wrap the way these heads are flying. And now Hawks tries to find something. Actually, Ariana Kist takes the kill away. Doubles down. Jessica's finds an answer, but left all by her lonesome. No weapons to be recovered either to make this even harder. And there we go. Nopka rounding the corner. And that is all she wrote. 6 rounds. We've seen them convert both pistols, but this next round is where they've started to struggle. Nouns FE, they stole away that 3rd round, albeit a bonus for Lotus. Does history repeat itself twice?
You're always in these kind of predicaments. Look at the bar that they have now for the likes of Lotus. It's always that kind of like catch-22. It's like, do I just get an MP9 now? We win the round. Yay. We convert our pistol. Yay. Now we're going up against 5 AKs. That's terrifying. But alas, I stand corrected. Zazu's got an A1S. It's just better.
It is indeed. Unari, there's one. A bit of a response. And now gonna be jumping on down. Sorry, planting the bomb. Actually, suddenly lost a lot of her security guards. Catalyst is near enough by. The issue that they have is that gonna be that Excessa player. Rounds the corner, gets the kill, and suddenly that's it. That's all the pressure alleviated from behind, and all attention can be focused on sight. Kills, they are actually just all in Nouns' favor. Arianicus finds one, knows the second is backside somewhere, and there's the adjustment, but not quite in time. Tori finds it, and a 9th round. And it does, in fact, happen again.
It happens again. History repeats itself. So if history repeats itself, it's going to go to Lotus now, this round. And then it's going to be 6 in a row for Nouns.
I like the timeout being called here.
Yeah. I like the timeout being called here. But then I was just thinking, if they get 6 rounds in a row, they would have won already.
True.
Where did they get the extra 6 rounds? So we can't really repeat history, which is sad.
It's good though. We learn from our mistakes. We move forward. This is, however, Lotus's map pick. So if they can come back into this fight, they take this, well, maybe not this round, but maybe the next round away. And then suddenly They've got a little bit more breathing room, but Nouns, this should be a fairly run-of-the-mill round for them. Yes, they're on, I'd say, arguably fairly mid-of-the-pack weaponry. It's the utility that's going to set them apart here, because it is a full pelt on Nouns, and Lotus, they're missing a lot of pieces. But MP9s, I want to see something fast and aggressive. They sit back and they play passive here. I don't think it's going to work for them. And unfortunately, well, Ash had the double take there. Still gets the kill, but Forks, there's the trade. Jessica's in middle. Hasn't been cleared yet. Actually, not even spotted the elbow there, and does just let Ariana Kist safely travel back in towards Connector. Still evaluating, gonna back away just a bit. Play the corner. Wait for any information to pass over to her team on A. She's there waiting for any rotates.
Lotus were able to get so much room onto the map so early on into the round, so they got a lot of things, well, nearly everything on the B side of the map cleared, so that's why we got 3 players here over towards A. And they lock down in very defensive positions. Zazu emerges from Ninja and gets the kill onto Lunari. Jessica's lurking from Connector, but it's a wild and whiff spray. It's the only kill for Jessica's here. And Lotus get the round, and guess what? It's a little bit of deja vu.
I've just been in this place before. We've got to throw a couple of pop culture references in there, don't we? Now, Lotus, the gap here is really small for them. And I think that's really important to see, because a lot of the times we've seen Lotus really struggle because the first half has gone very poorly for them. And then they're having to try recover, and they're not always able to do so, right? This is their map pick. They're now on the CT side, where they've probably got maybe a little bit more structure to work with. Forks doubles down, but it's only actually with the Molotov that one of those comes on through. Gets a bit more, switches to the sidearm, unfortunately not able to pull the gun out just in time to save her life, but Excessa, that is the avenging kill.
I was just checking on the other game. So the other game has concluded.
Okay.
We haven't even finished our first map, but it's concluded 13-10 in favor of Fluffy Mafia. They take the series 2-0. I think the first map was 13-3? 13-5. I can't read.
That's a rough one as well. And I don't think that's necessarily going to have shaken up the standings all too much. Fluffy Mafia, we're still very much at the top of the remaining teams. FlyQuest is untouchable, and I don't think there is any universe in which they do not qualify. I think they are set, their plane tickets already being booked there. And Fluffy Mafia, they'll take second place. They'll be happy with that. That's a re-qualification into next series, and that sweet, sweet prize money that we talked about as well, Newt. And, of course, a statement introduction into the season as well.
Oh, yes, exactly. Forks with a great little opening here. So we finally found ourselves with an advantage for Lotus. Let's see if they can capitalize on Jessica's answers in kind, but Ari dominates 3.
So stellar. Ariana Kist has had these highlight clutch moments, and you can tell keeping up with Forks here. That's, I think, where you can see where people are having really shining games, is that they are keeping up with Forks. And yes, unfortunately has had a little bit of an unsuccessful time in the staying alive department with 15 deaths, but the contributions that she has been making, these multi-kills coming through at, it's always exactly when you need them as well, right? Have you watched Nanny McPhee? No.
Maybe once, many, many, many years ago.
It's the, when you need me but do not want me, I will stay. When you want me but no longer need me, I must go. And that's what it feels like with Arianica sometimes, is that there have been slow games this season, but the games that she has done well on have been the games that they've really needed, and that they've needed to come back from a little bit of a deficit. She is always exactly the missing piece. And it's really nice to see that she has continued to finish out the season with them, because, of course, wasn't a certain fact for a bit of a time there. But yep, it's nice to see them that they've banded together to finish the season, because that's a lot. The camaraderie is a lot of what this is about right now.
Oh, exactly. And it's nice to see, well, with Ari staying, they have at least another consistent player within their ranks of Lotus, because I was looking back, every single series that Lotus has had, there's been one player that's topped their scoreboard the entire time, and that's Forks. And then you got Ari, yeah. And then we got Ari there, just below her. Most times, sometimes, the tail end of the scoreboard, but at least very consistently performing well to kind of uplift Forks and the rest of the team.
These eco rounds have always been successful. I don't know if we've really seen too many. We've seen a couple that have sort of fell flat on their face. We've also seen most of them going incredibly well for the teams. Now, Smoke is going to be parted by the nade, but actually no information to be found off the back of that Catalyst, has stayed deathly silent to jump out the right second, but unfortunately not in the right position to defend the bomb from, and neither is Lunari when she's 6 feet under. There's the defuse, no kit needed. Weapons going to be picked up. I think they're looking to try scrounge something a little bit better, but actually nothing really to pick up there, because it was just that real thrift buy from Nouns. Now, the fact that they can do that on the weaponry that they had, they managed to get the bomb down, and they managed to take a lot of the players down with them. That's been the really impressive thing about Nouns, right? Is even on these rounds that they've lost in these situations, they have been doing so much damage, because that CT economy is so punishing, so difficult to manage. Now,
sorry.
No, you go.
No, I was just wondering, this is the first time Lotus has taken back the victory since round number... What was it? Round number 5?
Must have been, yeah.
Round number 6, probably. 6 is when they were tied.
6, yeah, I think so. Because they were 5-7, because it was 4-7.
That's hard right now. My brain is so sleepy. My brain is so sleepy right now.
It's really late for you. Newt here is an absolute unit, because when he's not casting, this man is running stats in the background. He is putting together everything for the wonderful graphics that you see as well. So, Newt is a trooper. A super trooper.
A super Newt.
Super Trooper is an ABBA song. We talked about ABBA yesterday, won't we? That some teams listen to. I don't want to get us copyright.
That's what I need.
Struck.
I need some ABBA right now.
I don't think there's many situations that can't be solved by a good ABBA song.
True.
The winner takes it all. That's another one. That's an ironic one that we could use.
Oh. Well,
I'm going to be trying to find ways
to
work this in the whole
winners,
time.
Yeah.
Well, they
it
did
looks like
lose
they will
that
take
round.
it. They did lose it, but they did win 2 rifles by saving.
That is.
Luckily.
It is.
There was literally a bunch of Nouns, a bunch of Noggles outside their door, just at their doorstep of apartments. That was quite scary.
Yeah, that is. It is a little bit scary, and we've seen teams really willing to go for the hunts on these weapons and drive the knife in with these hunts at the end. And I like it. I think it's nice. There are situations where I think you've got to be really wary about it. But I think when you know that you're losing and that you'll have the money to buy next round anyway, albeit maybe a little bit messily, why not, you know? Anything you can get, you should. Now, Ash taking a lot of space here, and mid has been something. They've had these window smokes, and Lotus has just been really respecting them. We haven't really seen them try and push for that too much, have we? No, they've not done too much silly jump out the window, jump onto cat, go for the fight. It's been relatively quiet in mid for a lot of these rounds. Actually, working out quite well for both teams. Oh, working out well, Catalyst and Ash, and it sounded like you wanted to say something new.
I was just saying, well, both the Orbs find these quick kills in succession. I thought they actually traded each other, but last it was 2 kills apiece. But I was just gonna say, it's very interesting the way that Lotus are kind of letting Nouns have a bit more freedom over towards mid. They're not quite deterred of the mid presence. And especially with Forks having to be a bit more mobile, because Forks is normally the one to, well, find the frags. But at least the rest of the team is kind of coming on swiftly behind her. So that's great. Because normally if you're in mid, you kind of lock there in mid, especially with the AWP. You can go maybe towards the A when you go into jungle, but B, it's kind of a long rotation. You got to go through the motor hole, which takes quite a while. Go through markets, and then you can only get one angle to post in and look at to apartments. So it's not very an advantageous kind of position that you want the AWP in. So that's why you kind of see the AWP be a bit more mobile and is nowhere near mid. Like even this round. Still, we actually got double orbs this time. Accessor and Force both wielding the big greens.
Yeah, the fact
Is this dust too?
I don't know. I've been seeing it more and more on Mirage as these double orbs. You post one usually over towards Van, as you can see, Accessor. Just have that long line of sight down B. And then usually you post one on mid. Sometimes you rotate it. You play it maybe looking towards a ramp, play it jungle. But it's been growing in popularity. The difficulty that you have is what we're seeing right here, Nude, is now that they've got 2 orbs, this bomb goes down, suddenly they've got to retake with these really, really poor weapons that they're not meant for taking space. They're meant for holding space, right? And so it's a difficult one, I think. I like the idea, and it works well for them at the start. I like the principle, I like the theory. It backfires when you are suddenly at a player disadvantage and you have got more orbs on the server than you do rifles. That is where you start to feel the round slipping away a little bit. But I like that they're positioning them one on each side, just to make sure. Accessor has spotted it. That orb now has to rotate quickly. She's ducking and weaving around the pillar here, but it's just going to be peeked out by Accessor. That's a little bit of a rough one. And Forks, retake with the AWP. Do you go for it? Probably not. Your money's not in a great place. You'd want to be saving right about now. But there's intention here to punish.
Fox likes to go against the grain quite a bit. I always remember Forks on Ancient. That's why I'm a bit sad we're not going to be seeing Ancient this series. Super aggressive over towards A main. Always pushing over A main with the AWP and finding these opening picks because it just catches the T's off guard, especially on the CT side. So this time around, gonna have to save onto the AWP, hopefully. Tori is lurking about, so the Tori's not gonna press.
Smart idea there. You don't want to lose that. My question though, Noob. If this is Forks, where's Knife and Spoon?
Now that is a good
That's
question.
an awful joke. I'm here for the dad humor. I'm here for those of you who are Nayori fans, Samantha, who was of course casting the wonderful South America game before us, her old duo Tom Pickering was the king of dad jokes on broadcast, and that's the energy I aspire to, you know. I think it was the two of them that coined the term. You know how you've got a dry peak, right?
Yeah.
They coined the term moist peak. And
Oh, yes.
if I'm burdened by this knowledge, then I will burden everyone around me as well. I'm not going down without a fight. And talking of people doing the exact same, it's these players trying to push onto site. And it's a rough angle to try fight their Accessor. Maybe just staying back would have been a little bit safer, albeit not for long. Now, Ariana Kiss has the angle. They spot her. She does get one because they're both looking the wrong way as they round the corner, but an immediate trade, 3v4 favoring Nouns, and even more so now that Zazu drops.
Oh.
There you go.
Timing's not in their favor.
No, it's not, is it? No, now Forks jumps on out. It's ballsy, it's confident, gets one. Actually, is awarded the space to work with, but is not awarded the health or the weaponry to wield around in a clutch like that. And that does put Nouns on map points. On, of course, Lotus's map pick. This would be a really nice one to steal away. But final round of regulation. And yes, the weaponry isn't great, but we've talked about this, haven't we? We've talked about how these weaker buys have been finding real grounds in this map. So overtime still ominously lurking in the background.
Oh, this is a great push from Lotus. They're clearing all the way over towards A, pushed all the way into T-spawn. Timing's impeccable here, so they're kind of isolating where these players can be. So once they kind of re-clear over towards Palace, they kind of get they're going to get the message, but I think they got the message here that there's a lot of presence over towards B, but it's all a ruse because the bomb is still in mid. The great kill from Forks evens out the numbers, but the firepower still favors the Nouns. But Forks with the scouts is just doing the unthinkable.
This round, anyone's game here. Catalyst, she spotted somebody out here. Just back to the weapon. She's toying between the two, and Ash lines them up. 1, 2, and the round is done. And that is so beautifully done. And you can see they are so excited. They're really happy with themselves because that's the round the series they needed to pick up here. But that final round, I got a little bit scared for them because Excessa threw that Molotov that split the attacking up, right? And actually, I think that turned out working quite well for them because they still had that presence in apartment that could maybe distract and keep the hidden presence, the secret shine that Ash had waiting for us ready. But Nouns FE, that's the map winner for this. Going into Dust 2, which is their map pick, their home ground, their breeding ground here. And now, this is going to be a hell of a series that needs to be brought back from Lotus.
This is some great momentum from Nouns. Because we say this, we were talking about this is a map victory. Like, oh yeah, it's a map victory. This is the first map victory Nouns have had in 4 series during ESL Impact Season 6. That's crazy. So they got their first series was against Aware. It was a 2-0. Then afterwards, they played against Fluffy Mafia, aka it used to be Lumen, FlyQuest Red, TSM, and then Impact. And every single series went 0-2 in favor of the opposition. So finally, a map victory underneath their belts. And that was kind of their crutch that was holding them in this rut. It's just the looming fact that they haven't won a map in so long, and it hasn't even been close. So finally they get the victory, and I think that's going to give them some great momentum going into Dust 2 because we didn't really expect Dust 2 to be picked by them. So why is that the case?
I don't know, really. I think it's a map that both of these teams, it has to kind of be in the map pool because it's neither of their permabans, right? So it has to be something that they've got a strategy available for, something in the bag for if it comes up. Right now, both of these teams are in that limbo where they're like, yeah, we're happy to play it. We'd rather not, but we're happy to do so. So maybe a little bit of a punish pick coming out here as well, because they can be like, yes, right, we're both in the same position, so why don't we just go for it, right? If we go in, we have the confidence, we're feeling it, that will be the thing that steps us up and sets us apart. But I think maybe something to have a little bit of a look at is the AWPs in this series, right? Because the head-to-head that we want to have a look at here is the Battle of the AWPs, because they were used in very different ways, weren't they? So we see on the side of Catalyst constantly being shut out of mid, but just not really caring to play there. Forks, however, was allowed to run rampant. However, it's not really the victory that we saw even with Forks coming out on top here.
Oh, that's the thing, because Forks is on top yet again, but where's the rest of the team? The rest of the team were there. It was a very close fight, but it's just, it's more like exit frags or not getting those like impact frags, because they're getting kills. They're just not impacting the verdict of the round. That's the thing. So these great picks from Forks, they can't get capitalized on. For Catalyst, she's just picking off players left, right, and center. It's great stuff from Catalyst. And then the rest of the team, we're finding those impact frags. Every single one of them, we're finding those impact frags. But that's the thing. With Team Counter-Strike, you make sure that every frag is an impact frag. So you make sure that you can kind of scale upon it or even build upon it to find a way to actually win the round. Well, for Lotus, it's like, oh, cool, I got a frag. Now what do I do with it? Where do I go? Do I have the information of what this player normally plays? If they're on the CT side, where did I get this pick? Is this player normally here? Can I like take advantage of this? Can I push onto the B side now that I've got the sole B anchor that was just looming around over towards Cats this time around? So that can kind of signal, oh, B's clear. Maybe that's the thing that they kind of lack in here. With Forks getting the kills, they just didn't know what the kills meant. So it's kind of trying to figure out the puzzle pieces, so to speak.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big things that you see time and time again from this Lotus roster. As we've talked about it, we've talked time and time again, broken record, you'll hear us say it throughout the series. They're going to be playing a lot more individually because what they had at the start of the season was working okay, right? But then they had the fracture, people were arguing, right? So the fact that they're still playing this season is a marvel to quite a few people, I think. And they're going to be a little bit more out for themselves than playing in this structured, cohesive way. Because when you've had these arguments, when you've got this little bit of tension, it's not going to be the most cohesive communication. And that's where people like Fork shine, because you're going to be relying on individuals stepping up rather than the systematic taking of map control and the fluent and flawless communication that you'd want to see coming out from Nouns here. And that's where you see, Forks is getting the kills, they're not having the impact. Whereas, Catalyst, it's less, but it feels like more. That is, however, going to be us done for map number 1, Dust 2. We've got a very dusty map pool today, don't we? We've got Mirage, Anubis, and Dust 2. We've got a very beige sort of veto lined up for us, but we are going to head to a little bit of a break whilst we get Dust 2 ready for you guys, but it's going to be amazing, especially if that map is anything to go by, so don't go too far. Keep us open in the corner of your monitor because you're going to want to come back for Dust 2.
Flashing lights never end. What shell shock never to mend. Walk a mile for a friend. Times how you choose it to spend. Strike a match, a burning end. We're waiting for the descent. Close your eyes for the bend. We're driving up, so when we roll, we're always home. Will this day ever end? We're stuck, we playing just how it goes. So when you're far from home, with no place left to go, you shouldn't feel alone. No, don't you ever slow, 'cause you're a ghost. Yeah, we are never letting go, never letting go, 'cause you're a ghost. Yeah, we are never letting go, never letting go, 'cause you're a ghost. Lost out at sea, and then my hopes capsized and I sunk again. I've been searching the broken wreck, piecing together what's left of them. So when we roll, we're always home. Will this day ever end? We're stuck replaying just how it goes. So when you're far from home, with no place left to go, you shouldn't feel alone. No, don't you from home with no place left to go. You shouldn't feel alone. No, don't you ever slow, 'cause you are gold. You think you have me wrapped around your little finger, but soon you will find you're wrapped around mine. Stop holding on to what we had, don't let it linger. The feelings are gone, I'm already done. You think you're God's gift to women, but you're not. You play with hearts for a living, just stop. Nice try, thinking you could hurt me again, thinking maybe we could try as good friends. Nice try, thinking you could get in my bed, but you're sleeping on your own now instead. Nice try, thinking you could hurt me again, thinking maybe we could try as good friends. Nice try, baby, I'm better off with some other guy, so nice try. I'm independent and I don't need your approval. I say what I want, I do it a lot. So if you're talking to me, make it something useful, or just like that, I won't call you back. You think you're God's gift to women, but you're not. You play with hearts for a living, just stop. Nice try, thinking you could hurt me again, thinking maybe we could try and stay friends. Nice try, thinking you could get in my bed, but you're sleeping on your own now instead. Nice try, thinking you could hurt me again, thinking maybe we could try and stay friends. Nice try, baby, I'm better off with some other guy, so nice try. Ooh, 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 so nice try. Ooh, ooh, nice try. I'm over it, baby, my heart's not in it, not even another minute, so don't even come my way. I'm over it, baby, my heart's not in it, not even another minute, so don't even come my way. Nice try, thinking you could hurt me again, thinking maybe we could try and stay friends. Nice try, thinking you could get in my bed, but you're sleeping on your own now instead. Nice try, thinking you could hurt me again, thinking maybe we could try and stay friends. Nice try, baby, I'm better off with some other guy, so nice try. Ooh, 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 nice try, so nice try. So nice try.
I never was a Southern belle, but at least I never kiss and tell. I was broken long before you see the monster inside doesn't wanna sleep. I baited deep, but I just dug her up. I baited deep, but here she comes again. I baited deep, but I just dug her up. And she's out for blood. You won't catch me understand. Tomorrow we will run.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you for sticking with us, because what a map we have on our hands up next. Now, Lotus, they lost their map pick, and they're going on to a map that they are considerably weak on. At least that's what we are aware of. It's usually a map that they ban very frequently, sometimes even permaban it, but they've played it twice this season. 2 losses, including a 13-4 against them from FlyQuest Red. Now, the side of Nouns, it looks a little bit better, doesn't it, Nu?
Oh, it certainly does. I was looking back at their past records on Dust 2, and one of the most notable ones was this season against FlyQuest Red. It was 30-10 in favor of FlyQuest Red, so sadly it wasn't a victory for the Nouns, but it was great stuff. They lost both pistols, so that wasn't great, but it was the likes of Ash and Tori that kind of got the ball rolling there, because those were the two players that were going in for those opening duels, and we highlighted them at the pre-show as well. And the reason why is that Nouns won 90% of their 5v4s against FlyQuest Red. And talking about FlyQuest Red, we also, I think it was maybe last week? Yeah, it was last week we mentioned they're very good in the 4v5s. So with Nouns been able to capitalize on their 5v4s, which is like the inverse for FlyQuest Red, it's great stuff from there. So hopefully they can bring that to the table. And it's always kind of confusing because during that, well, the initial stages of Season 6, when I was looking at NA and specifically, we didn't really see that much of the AWP. It wasn't really the forefront of getting all the frags. It was more the riflers getting all the kills, because the AWP just didn't feel right. It wasn't connecting. And for the likes of Lotus, they've got a heavy emphasis on the AWP because Forks is the one that's holding that big green. And Dust 2, that's the AWP's paradise. And you were saying that Dust 2 is not really the place that Lotus like to go. They prefer to ban it out. So it's quite surprising. Maybe it has a bit too much reliance on the AWP. So it's a bit more pressure for Forks to try get these plays. So it's going to be a tough task for Forks in this situation. And I think that's why Nouns have been like, okay, let's do it. Let's put all the pressure on Forks now. Forks, you get all the kills. Put all the pressure on her. Let's see if she can handle that pressure.
Well, theoretically, they should be starting CT side, unless something really wild has happened. There we go. Forks down long with the AWP. I am looking forward to seeing this. Let me tell you that. But actually, it doesn't look like they're going to be too challenged just yet. Slow crawl through mid, and nothing at all. Very far back passive hold here from Lotus. And Nopka, if she can find even one, that's brilliant. Gets away with her life, and that's the early warning sign. The Canary, but the Canary still alive and fighting. Wants a couple more. Player on car is actually going to be taken down low, but still managing to put some impact down. It is Forks, in fact. And now Jessica's on site, has to reload, and Ariana Kiss going to take advantage. And Lotus with another pistol round. This makes them 3 for 3 right now, right? That's pistol rounds thrice.
Thrice the pistol round. And also, when you go win the pistol and you're on the CT side, what does Forks buy? It's the Nova time as well. It's Nova time, baby. We love to see it. But that's quite interesting. They won 3 pistols. They won both pistols on Mirage. But they didn't win the map. So the importance of pistols, especially, well, initial stages of MR12, pistols are like, wow, you got to win the pistol. Otherwise, you're just going to lose the map. It's pointless. If you lose the pistol, just type disconnect in the console and exit. Leave. The game's done. But nowadays, especially recently, we've seen a lot of the recoveries in the later parts of the halves from these teams. That's quite interesting to see.
I'm a little bit worried. There we go. There's contact in mid. My worry is that if Forks can't come over quickly, that weapon is... The Nova's hard to take space with. Ariana Kiss gets one. Keeping cool. Manages to get a third, actually. They line up for her. Now Tori does finally find the kill, but it's too little too late because Forks in the meantime's gone round the world, and I don't think they expected a shotgun right pointing at their spinal cord. But that is exactly the fate that they have found. And Forks doesn't die. And there's no weapon to pick up, which means, do you know what we get to see? No, we get to see another round with the Nova.
I don't think so. I think we've seen it before. She's going to drop it, and there's the AWP. Oh. Got it on speed dial.
That's a shame. That's, you know, I was looking forward to that. I'm downtrodden now. I'm a big fan of the Nova. Imagine if Nouns, they can buy into this one, right? Imagine if they see the Nova and they go, you know what? Do you know what would be really funny? They won't, though. They're actually just avoiding that whole area of the map. Now, they've actually had a little bit of a poke towards B, which is more than what we've seen them do before, albeit a very, very, very gentle tap on the shoulder of B, because that smoke comes out and they're not willing to even risk the spray through, damaging them in the slightest, especially knowing that this is a bonus round where the MP9 and the FAMAS still lie, and so this is going to be rough. Lunari, however, that's a nice one to find. Nopka. There's a flash over the top to deter them from pushing her, and that's going to buy her enough time to somewhat hastily throw herself up onto the catwalk here. And Nouns, they have a very similar idea. They also want to take catwalk control. Nopka had contact before in mid, has jumped all the way up and is taking some more over towards A. She's here, there, and everywhere. Manages to find one. Forks not able to be traded out there, and actually Catalyst doubling down and swinging the advantage in their favor, and now a retake is going to be on hand. Both of these B players unknown, however. They could come from anywhere, and maybe they're assuming they'll come through spawn. That is not the case, however.
They do have that short smoke to kind of buy it a little bit more time. And there was a re-smoke from the CTs to allow them push themselves onto the sides. Catalyst on the top of the car. Tries to peek on over. The shots don't land. Damaged up, but there's still 3 players left for the Nouns. Ash from the Goose. She picks and finds one.
There's another. Knows where the last is, but the difficulty is no time even for the defuse, even with enough cover to safely get it from long, potentially. That is, that's not going to, unfortunately, be around. It is, however, an AK. A weapon that they cannot buy on the CT side, and will be very lucky to have. That is a rare commodity. And now, the real question is, who gets to wield it? Now, my take on the matter is whoever saves the weapon gets to keep it, right? Unless, of course, it's an AWP and you are not the AWP, right? But sometimes other teams have other ideas. Does look like Zazu will be the one wielding it, though.
This is a great play. Top mid smoke immediately allows them to push all the way up top and kind of take the fight to them. Well, the fight was taken to them. And it's just that lone AK.
I like the idea of the fast CT plays on rounds that you have pistols, especially the pistol round. I've been seeing that come out a bit recently, is where, you know, first 20 seconds of the round and you're in your opponent's spawn. It's certainly a way to play it, and I think if you can get the drop on players, the issue is that early into the round, especially in mid, there's a lot of people grouped up, right? There's these large groups of people, and when all of them have rifles pointed towards your head, that's not a fight that the pistols end up winning most of the time. Bomb goes down, and now Zazu just saving that AK. This AK will not be allowed to touch the floor.
Hopefully Zazu can hold on to it. Because it's like my precious. Yeah, there's the precious, and then she kind of feels that some lava is present, or like a volcano, so that's very deadly to the precious.
I thought you were going to give us an impression for a second, like go full
Golem.
Golem, yeah.
I think I tried it before, but then I literally yacked up a hairball afterwards.
Oh,
and I was like, wait a minute.
Newt secretly Puss in Boots? Ooh, damage at the end there, saved by the bell, milliseconds in that one. But luckily, AK still alive and well, everyone. This is your daily, roundly AK check-in. It's fine. It's still going. Barely, but it's here. And it's still on Zazu. Now, the rest of the team, they've been forcing into these, and it meant that their economy is constantly on the rope here. Folks, this angle with the scout is really nice one to play because you have the maneuverability with it to go wild, right? So peeking this with the scout, you have the flexibility to get out of the way and dodge these bullets a little bit more easily, which is nice. Can Forks find anything more with the off-brand version of her signature weapon? Ooh, that HE grenade could be spicy. Actually, doesn't go deep enough to do much damage to anyone other than Nopka. Ryanakist watches her teammate fell, and that is going to be a smoke to put some distance. It has, however, left a bit of an odd situation for Ash. She's split up from her team, and now she's got to try find a way up. And every angle is being watched. She is pinned into this tunnel.
Well, I was just about to say, I'm curious if they know if she's still lingering about. But Forks already got that info, albeit a little bit of lead. But it's info nonetheless. But Forks is still alive and kicking with 2 HP. I think it was the series, the Killers versus the Capybaras. And I heard there was a 1v4 clutch.
Yes.
Where the final 2 kills were with 1 HP. I can't remember who it was. Oh, it's Selex. So if you saw it on the community broadcast, you gotta send it to me. I want to see this clutch. I'm gonna search far and wide for it.
It's certainly been a day of clutches here. Now, this does not seem like a very doable clutch with Forks on so low health, a single straight bullet, but they are still going for it. They have the kill on Excessa, but that's her falling, and now suddenly, that's the problem, because now 2 HP has to do it all, and Jessica, all she has to do, jump up on one of those bullets, lucky enough to hit. And that is what they need. Lotus, this is a difficult spot to be in. They've been... I'm trying to be nice about it, but it feels like they've been really poorly managing their economy here. That they've been forcing into this, and it plays very much into the style that we expected to see, with them playing a little bit more disjointed and a little bit more, you know, out on their own islands. And the issue is that it means that you can't get these cohesive buys, and now they're on an eco after 2 rounds where they've just not had a full proper buy here. And Nouns, I mean, Ash is still on that Mac 10. That says a lot. That's a list. The AWP, we talked about the impact. Maybe not the highest number of kills, but certainly some of the most impactful. Excessa. Really nice proactivity taken, taking that space to try whistle down, find information for the team, for the stack, as they stand on top of one another's heads. And that is going to be Nouns. All they need is a clear bomb site, and now they just get time to establish these crossfires and make any attempt at a retake and try damage control as well. Make sure none of these weapons get picked up by a pesky Zazu who's going to keep hold of it for 3 rounds. Nope, that's it.
Oh, there we go.
Very quick end.
That's it. I was actually looking at the economy of the previous round, because you were talking about how they would always like force buy no matter what. But then I was just looking at Excessa. She didn't buy anything. She was actually dropped a P250. So I was suspecting, because, well, since she had the most economy, she could drop over the AWP. And I think that's, if I'm mathing correctly, yes. Yeah, definitely bought the AWP.
If I am mathing correctly.
If I'm mathing correctly, because I was just trying to see how much she had spent. She had spent 7.1k, while Forks had spent 5.1. So I was just trying to remember, how much is the Kevlar and helmet? But it doesn't matter anymore, because the Kevlar and helmet and the AWP are gone. Well, Ari's picked it up, at least.
Math is cool, kids. That is the takeaway from all of this. Math is cool. Okay. This is a difficult fight, and unfortunately the rest of the team falling. If she loses this on long, it is going to be a problem. Actually, might be the only one left, and there we go. Excessa falls. 2 peek round the doors. And now they're starting to build a lead here. Zazu, did I just see that right? Tell me I was dreaming that I didn't just see the idea of a P90 floated.
Well, you're certainly winning 5 rounds in a row. And who was going to buy P90? Oh, there's no P90. I'm sad.
No, they sold it immediately. Maybe a misinput there. And
that's not a misinput. That's purpose.
It's never a misinput, yeah.
You buy a P90 with purpose.
That's what the P and P90
It's only one
stands
purpose.
for. Exactly.
Oh, purpose 90. No, yeah.
I've got 90 problems and a P90 ain't one. Jessica's, there we go, there's the opening. The fact that she's just out in the open does so much damage and spots the player peeking outdoors as well. The information and thus the power is in her hands and the hands of her teammates. And now they can start to move on over towards long. Bomb is retrieved. And they're not even gonna leave somebody to try deal with B. They have moved their final piece of the puzzle, Tori, over to help them. Full strength, max capacity, hitting the site. Doing her due diligence, making sure that there's no one hiding in the pit there. Tori going through mid just to cut off any of the rotates. She finds two. Now Zazu can hear commotion out and long and knows that the one in mid might be the one fight she can isolate and win, but even that is not certain. She hits the deck, and that is going to be a 6th round, 4-round lead for Nouns as we're approaching towards the end of the half here.
This is certainly what Nouns are liking to see. 6 in a row on the trot. I was a bit worried because the pistol went in favor of Lotus, but I was suspecting it was the same kind of situation on Mirage. But now, yeah, they're really in dire straits here on Lotus. But the AWP is back in play, so let's see where it posts up. You did mention at the beginning of this map you want to see it more at long. It was at long, that not the round, well, not
that
the previous,
everyone
not
was
the
at
round
long,
prior.
yeah.
Everybody was at long, and it kind of didn't bring a lot of impact. Maybe this time around, you'll be a bit more lucky.
That's just the laws of the universe, isn't it? You finally have an orb. You finally get the stars aligning and you're like, yes, I'm going to go long. I'm going to get all of the picks. I'm going to hold down this site by my lonesome. And then that is the one round they go elsewhere. However, the orb super advanced and aggressive position there. I love to see this, and has the backup of Marianakist as well. But the issue they are seeing arise is that they are starting to be dismantled. Forks has found one. The difficulty now is that her location is known, and it is very hard for her to retreat, especially if Jessica's can find another kill here. Forks really needed Jessica's to be taken out, so she had some room to try escape up long, but it doesn't matter. She's too good. She hears us doubting, gets the kill, proves everyone wrong, and there's a 3rd round. They are not willing to let too much of a lead be conceded here.
Well, they could tie it up if they can. 3 rounds left in it. Can they get those final 3 and make it 6-6 as you go into the half? But the economy on the side... Yeah, 6-6 is a nice half. But right now it's going to be a very, very, well, difficult challenge for Lotus. The economy on the side of Nouns is very, very robust. And it's a great trade from Jessica's. Through the smoke, we take those, we take those.
Those are the picks that we like to see. And now 3v4, it's very much doable. They're running out of utility, however. If Zazu goes down, then suddenly weakness starts to seep in. Tessa, a lot of responsibility. Not actually going to be called upon just yet, I don't think. And the fact that Lotus, they've cleared all the way through long, they actually know quite a lot about where Nouns must be right about now. Now, they don't know where they're going to hit, whether they're going to go towards B, because they've got no eyes on mid. It could be a jump up to catwalk. It could be going through tunnels to B. But they at least know there's no immediate danger from long or from main.
Ooh, there is a little bit of a crack in the smoke. The smoke went a little bit too deep. Zazu was tempted. Decided to be a bit more defensive towards the bomb site. Gets taken out of the round, but Forks with a clean double. I can't find the person lurking behind from long. Excessor left. The 1v2.
That Molotov. This has just been really, really nice from Nouns. And I think the other thing that's setting them apart is the fact that they are keeping hold of this utility until later in the round, where they can throw a Molotov that either they have to respect, either she has to push through that, take a load of damage and peek into the crossfire, or she has to back away. And that allows for them to swing her. Or, alternatively, just whittle down that timer. That's all they needed to do, because it's a game of numbers, it's a game of time and information. And yes, kills are important, but the kills come off the back of those other things. Now, 2 rounds left in the half, and Nouns, they 7-5 at the half, up. They want to repeat that success, maybe even best themselves. Set a new PB going into this, and actually Forks has been completely ignored. Chips in the night, quite literally, well, in the fog. Now Forks jumps on out surprises, and that's probably going to come as a concern. I thought you were watching doors, but no, you were, and instead, actually, she just gets converged upon, dogpiled, and leaving Zazu to try find something here. Just a bit of money, maybe. Corey's low HP, though. That might be a nice one. The issue that they have is that bomb is going to go down, and they've got the AKs, so what they can now do is they can send somebody down long as that contingency, and you can spread yourselves out. And so that makes it arguably more difficult, but Zazu, absolutely the right move here. Picks up the AWP, saves it.
Jumping's hard, okay? It's difficult.
Parkour.
Parkour.
Parkour. Parkour, parkour.
It's a great find from Zazu. Finding that AWP. I presume it was commed over where location was. Or it just happened to be there. Otherwise, it's a gem.
You're a gem, Newt.
Oh, you're a gem.
Oh, stop it. You're gonna make me blush.
I literally just said what you said. But it's true. It's facts. Affinity is a gem.
Well, you are a sweetheart, Newt. And you know what? I wish I could rock a bow tie. I'm genuinely so tempted.
Everybody can rock a bow tie. Come on.
You know what? If you are feeling, a little bit down with your luck, maybe life isn't. I know for a lot of teams, especially in North America, it's been a bit of a rough season for them on the mental. This is your advice. Anyone can wear the bow tie, right? You just got to have the confidence. And that's what Lotus needs right now, is that confidence. Because they are going to be down at the half here by 4 rounds no matter what. If they can make this 4-8, that is going to be amazing. That is going to be the saving grace, the life buoy in the vast, vast ocean that is going to be their T-side. And they can do it. They've got the weaponry. They're lacking a bit of utility, but really in the overall scheme of things, who cares? And now, opening pick, this has to be it, and it's not. Nopka, you can see the frustration. Ariana Kiss next up to fight, next on the chopping block that is taken down. And now the rest of the team is trying to come on over, but has a little bit of a problem in mid that they're having to deal with, and the likes of Tori, and she's still not being cleared out, so they still have to expend Excessa trying to sort that out. Doesn't matter, however, this is the turnaround that they needed. Forks, in a moment of sheer individual brilliance, turns the tide. However, Excessa left in a 1v2. Her team has granted her an ember, and she needs to light the flames of this half, but it's Jessica's. That's the bullet in the head, and that's the 9-3 half.
Well, we certainly see why Nouns picked Dust 2. A 9-3 half goes in their favor. Looking to close out this series 2-0 if they can, but Tori is about to get tested. Pushed all the way in lowers and gets deleted, but it's Jessica's to find the first kill. The Nouns are dwindling, but Jessica's still standing strong. A great first half and looking to make an even better second half.
Difficult angle there, especially on the pistols when you get down so low against the Glocks. It is rough, but she's brought her team so much to work with here. Every little has contributed to the lot that the rest of the team can now do. Now, Lunare spots Ariana Kiss. That's a lovely find, and now a bit more space to work with. They can back away. They can try jump up. More heads spotted. They're firing away. They are ducking and weaving. Catalyst knows where both are now. They can hear the footsteps, but they've split up. Now, Job, so much harder. Has to isolate these fights. That flash gonna go high. Dodges it. The double peak is immaculate. And Lotus, I think that makes them 4 for 4 on pistol rounds.
It's a good moniker to have. It's a good badge to have, a good award for the pistols. But can you get those pistols into map victories? That's the other question right now. I will say, when looking into the stats as well, before this series, Nouns have not been very good on the pistol. They have the lowest win rate out of all the teams, and the even lowest T-pistol win rate, 30%. And I say 30%, what does that kind of mean in the context? Majority of the pistols won right now in CS2, it is the T-pistol. It's just so broken, it's so overpowered with the Glocks. Purely because of the movement. I'm very curious with the new update, since there's no long legs McGee's running around anymore, how the Glock is going to be impacted, if it is going to be impacted anyway, because now I feel that players are a bit more comfortable playing with the Glock. Because in CSGO, it was like, ooh, the Glock. It's literally just a sponge. It doesn't do anything. Now all of a sudden, it's just a machine. Normally in CSGO, you see a USP on the ground. You pick it up. And if you see a Glock on the ground, you rather shoot it with the USP to get it away from you. It's like, ew. Nowadays, you see the Glock and next to the USP, you pick up the Glock.
I'm gonna confess something at the end of this round. And I'm gonna ruin everyone's perception of me. Just strong fighting words here. That's that Ariana Kiss. Lovely kills. These weapons, they really have the advantage on range. And desperate attempt to reload there from Jessica's. There are the people on the site here, but unfortunately isolated, split up, taken down one by one. Now, that's the conversion round that they needed. That's we've now seen that 4 times. This has been the exact same case 4 times. The fact that they only managed to get 2 other rounds and a half, this needs to be a springboard because they seem to always be losing this 3rd bonus round. If they could switch this up, maybe we see the streak broken and karmic retribution restored. Now, my confession, are you ready, Noob?
Yes.
I have always been a Glock player and an apologist. That's fine. I feel like even on CSGO, that was an okay opinion to have. I'm a P2000 player. I don't use the USPS. That is going to ruin how everyone sees. This is how my career dies. This is here and now. But it's because I have a really nice skin for it. And
I see.
My favorite skin is a USPS skin. That's the worst part. But it's the Acid Edge, which is purple, and it's just on brand for me. And then it also kind of became a joke because I was like, everyone was like, why would you do this? It's the worst weapon. And it got people so riled up that I was like, you know what? I'm just going to keep doing it.
Well, especially when CS2 came out, a lot of CTs actually switched towards the P2000. I think because it kind of resembles the look and feel of a Glock.
Yeah.
It's like a fake Glock. But you get a USP and you get a one-tap. There's just nothing more
I don't get
sweeter.
one-taps. That's the difference. I don't get one-taps. And I'm not deluding myself that I ever would. But one-taps, not Kerr, through the wood and somebody's head. And going for a little bit more. Now, we said we wanted to see the streak broken, didn't we? We wanted to see them be able to convert that 3rd round that they hadn't been able to do the past 3 pistol rounds. And now, it looks like they've done it. Just Ash left, I say that. Hits the deck. That's going to be her done in the round over. And the 9-3 curse, Nayori's Law, has been invoked, everyone. Nayori's Law is in the room with us right now. Because that gap 9-3 sounds terrifying, right? That's a chasm of a round difference. 9-6, however, that doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. But Sam, Naori, why did you have to make this law? It must be broken, please.
It's because
Nouns
she's from
want
the
this
other
victory.
tactical shooter game where they've been working on MR12 for a while. So she's been around the block and she's seen a lot. But yeah, I'm with you, you know. First she disrespects Greg's and then Naori's law being invoked here, you know. I think she just has it out for me. I've gotta sit down with her and be like, is it the beans on toast? Do you just not like the British? Is that where we're at? But no, she's lovely. Side note, I'm joking. She is absolutely wonderful.
Yeah,
Bardolph. Just to see Bardolph back on some more ESL Impact.
Oh, definitely. It's always great listening to him because I'm normally, with the production team, so I get to hear a lot more depth than some other little tidbits, a little bit of stories, which is nice. And it's changed Bardolph. Legend.
A staple of the Counter-Strike scene, and of course the women's scene as well, has been helping out and involved in almost every single season, if not every single event, since the inception. So it's wonderful to have him on back. Nari, rough spot here. It's good to see that Nouns, they are trusting in the buffer that they bought themselves here, right? They aren't willing to risk this, and we saw Lotus do this a lot, where they would go for these really crazy false buys time and time again, just to try put around on the board. Nouns, they're confident in the fact that they have this buffer, that they can just wait this out. Yes, they lose this round. If they can find a weapon and pick it up, awesome. If not, we go next, right? They've actually all just vacated the bomb site here. And I'm sure it's planted somewhere that is safe to be covered from long. But there is a universe, right? Where they just got a little bit too excited to hunt down what is not really worth it. But, you know, it doesn't... There's no point talking hypotheticals, if, buts, and maybes. That's the round. That's how it's played out. Now Lotus only 2 rounds behind.
Naori's law, why? Why?
Curse you.
Well, everybody listening, do not break laws. But this one, break it, please. I give you permission.
Is the only acceptable law to break.
Yeah.
That is as long as Naori's law is not an actual law in some countries' official rule books, right? If it is, don't break it. But in the context of Counter-Strike, right? Ooh, that was a nice little slam dunk on Tori's head. Not quite enough to kill her, but honestly, done a lot of damage. That other HE grenade, though, Ariana Kist is hobbling closer and closer to death. Dead woman walking, still manages to find one on that deathbed and sets Jessica's up, potentially for failure, but actually comes out on top here now. Zazu, what can she find here? I don't think she spotted the back of Lunari, but she'll definitely hear her now. That's a pick, but both of these players now are aware that bomb still has to be retrieved, and actually... Ooh, the parkour today, and you can see getting a little bit frustrated. This isn't the first instance we've seen of it failing, and now Ash, perfect position for the trade there. But it's been a rough one, hasn't it? We've seen it quite a bit today. Players maybe not have done as much KZ practice as they would have hoped to coming into this. Maybe not expecting to need it.
Belv, I wonder why. Because it is no more KZ.
True,
Belv,
sorry.
Please,
Surf.
No, Surf's broken. Surf is completely broken. Yeah, it's still broken.
I thought it came back for a little bit.
It came back for a little bit, but then the recent update broke it again.
Like the one yesterday?
Yeah.
Or...
Yesterday's one.
Oh, that's what... I haven't updated my game yet. Because, I'll be honest with you, the panic in production when Valve dropped another major update during an ESL Impact production. Because they dropped CS2 during... was it Season 4? Season 5?
Season 4,
yeah. Literally mid-series. And poor Hedwig, the producer, probably still has nightmares to this day. Because all the servers went down, and then the game went down. And we were a little bit worried about a repeat of that. Talking about repeats, Lotus, they're feeling themselves in a very similar situation here. They're losing these opening duels, and they're losing them by 2 players. You can't afford to go 2 for 0 on these opening kills.
Well, going into the series, this is the situation we see Nouns, like, a lot of the time, and they're winning these opening duels. It's just converting these opening duels. They have been very successful so far this series, but is this coming into old habits right now? Maybe looking lightly, but Ari can't get the kills. Just Excessor left, picking off the players one by one, dwindles it down to 1.
But she's there. They just have to spam on through. She almost gets the kill. There should be time for a defuse. They are struggling to find the bomb. It's going to be very close on the timer, but luckily her 2 teammates' deaths, not for nothing. It's expensive, yes, but it's all the information she needs, and that box is fragile, and those bullets are not your friend.
Do you know that position that Excessor was in? I don't know why it's called this. I need to maybe do some research on it, but when everybody's called out that position, they call it Gandalf.
I'll be honest with you, I haven't heard that.
You haven't heard that? Well, it might be a South African thing. There's a lot of, well, different regions have different call-outs for certain things, but for some reason, that one was always Gandalf.
I might
don't know
just be stupid
why.
because I'll be honest, the lobbies that I'm in, if people use call-outs, then well in there. Like, that's more than we usually get. Potentially. And Nuke's got a lot of them. Like, nobody can agree whether it's like Marshmallow, Silo, Twinkie,
Marshmallow just sounds Twinkie. Why is it always food? I'd be like,
Marshmallows, because back in the old Counter-Strike, before all of our lovely graphics updates, it was just a white blob. It was a very untextured white blob, which sounds very much like a marshmallow, does it not?
Yeah.
But Twinkie, no clue where that one's come from. I think it's American, considering that's not really a thing in the UK.
We have Twinkies in South Africa, but they're not called Twinkies, they're called Tinkies. They took away the W.
W. You've also got the best brand of, like, loads of foods. You've got some cool drinks over there.
Won't talk about
and I'm really mad that I just can't get them in these countries.
Yeah.
It was like a Turkish delight flavored drink. I can't even remember what it was called, but it was so good. It cost me £20 to buy in like a 6-pack, but it was so worth it. But you guys, you know how to do food.
Oh yes, well, with all of our little cultures here. And Tori's not getting a bit of a culture shock. Throws out the flash while blind and even gets another. Just padding the stats. Forks on the side, trying to defend this bomb. It is planted. Time ticking down. 2 players here, but it's Catalyst, the opposing AWPer, to seal the deal. 12 rounds on the board. Map and series point secured.
This is a terrifying position if you're Lotus, because as we said, this is the round that absolutely 100% confirms if you lose this, you are not requalifying automatically for Season 7. You are going to have to work your way through the open qualifier, and if history is anything to go by and the trends that we're seeing, each of these North American qualifiers are getting more and more and more intense, and that is not a fate that you really want to be confronting. Although having said that, this is a team that they've already said looks to be making a bunch of changes anyway over the off-season, so maybe it's a chance for them to prove themselves. But now they have to prove themselves here. 5 rounds in a row needed. It's going to be a tough ask. And there we go. The parkour again. People are just struggling today. Maybe they've greased it up. They've oiled up mid. They've made it a slip and slide.
Michael Scott was like, no. I can only do parkour. Not you. It's only me. But that being said, also with having to go through the qualifying stages again, maybe, well, I don't know what's going to happen with Lotus. I think the brand, the name of Lotus is going to live quite a long life with us. But there's also a lot of these players that may depart. They've got a lot of experience now, and they can uplift so many more teams now. And then, like, looking at what NA ESL Impact has to offer, there's also Unjustified, a recent new team. I think there used to be Nouns, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
They came in the qualifier. They're looking pretty good. And then there was recently Empathy and Phoebe's super team that was
Have you seen
announced.
the announcement for that?
Yeah, I saw the announcement, but that's terrifying. If you go into the qualifier and you look and you go up against that team, you've seen what they're capable of right here with all the players that have played in ESL Impact. You know kind of the repertoire that they have, and it's terrifying. So you kind of look at it and be like, okay, if I can beat them, I know I'm one of the best. But I have to beat them in order to qualify. And that's a very terrifying prospect because potentially that's really an open slot taken away from them. So they may have 3 chances to get in towards the main league, but now it's only 2 slots left. It's just a very terrifying prospect. You feel like you're playing a major grand final, but it's in a qualifying match.
We also don't know what's happening with how many slots to play in the LAN finals next season. Because, of course, Season 5 earlier in the year, North America got 2 slots. This time they've got 1. South America, it was the other way around. They had 1 slot earlier in the year, 2 for this one. We don't know what's happening next. And if there is a doubt, any doubt that it might be another 1 slot qualifier for the region, you need to be forming teams that can topple FlyQuest because they are your competition. They are the only ones that you need to set your heart out to beat going into this. Yes, everyone else stands in your way and it's going to put up this fight as well. But FlyQuest, they're the ultimate boss and they are the ones who decide your fate. So seeing all of these teams forming is going to be very interesting. We've seen a lot of the new teams forming and a lot of roster shuffling mid-season, which has been to somewhat mixed results. So for instance, Lotus, I think having Arianikist stay on the team has been a saving grace for them. But for other teams, it's caused a couple of problems. I'm curious to see, when they have some time to settle down, how this region is going to improvise, adapt, and overcome.
I hope that spray is not an indication that Nouns are getting a little bit flustered. It's now 2 rounds in a row from Lotus now. This is getting a bit dicey here. Okay, the AWP is out still in play after it was saved in the previous round.
They're doing what Lotus did, where the money seems to be in a weird place. Like they went for a bit of a forced kind of half buy last round, which means they can't really buy into this one, which means it's going to be Lotus potentially getting a 10th here unless Catalyst, this needs to be the opening pick. I think it's just a pixel of the elbow. That is all she needs. Arm clean off and the body's not so long left for this one either. Lunari lining up for shots here, but only able to find one. Tori dancing with death and finds
this is
now.
it.
This could be all over. They're rushing onto site and now they've got to try take this. Catalyst is holding on strong and Alnoka so good. This series needs a little bit more, but bullets running empty. That chamber sounding hollow, has to retreat and that bomb is lost in the middle of sight. And this has to be the fight. They're not going to let her take it. Heads keep popping out and there is the round. There is the game and the series shortly after. And they look so happy with themselves. And you know what that is in the top left corner there? No?
It's the Noggles. It's time to celebrate. The Nouns have finally done it. Since the first series in ESL Impact Season 6, they took a victory over Aware, and then it's just been a dry streak here on out. But finally, they end the curse, and it's a 2-0 victory over Lotus. What a way to make a first series victory in quite some time.
Indeed, indeed. And they've still got one more game to go after this as well. So it's looking good for them. They're trying to climb up those rankings and there is a world potentially that they can still requalify. I think it very much heavily depends on how Blue Otacama plays and their games as well. As I think TSM Shimmer are the only other team that it could possibly be dependent on. Don't quote me on that one because it might come down to a round differential. It is a crazy final week that we will have as well. But of course, congratulations to Nouns. That's a huge victory to be taking home. Both of us pretty right in our prediction there as well. So we're going to pat ourselves on the back for that one. And then of course, commiserations to Lotus Stone. I've been awful on predictions. I am 1 for 6 this week of predictions across everything. It's rough out here. But I think we should announce our Qiddiya MVP of the series. Now, there were so many people that we could have picked from, but one name shone brighter than the rest, and that was Tori.
Absolutely sensational stuff throughout the entire series. An absolute rock for the team. It was just great stuff, great openings from Tori, able to get in great positions and get these multi-frags was just such a crucial piece for the puzzle to kind of uplift the rest of the team. Like with Dust 2, it was the Jessica's show, the captain leading the charge, but there was Tori right behind her, just aiding her on, irking her on to go get those kills, go get those frags, and take the round victory. Because it's nice to have, well, especially with Jessica's being the RGL, she needs somebody in the back to kind of hold everything else together. And that was Tori, and especially on Mirage as well. The top frag there, just absolutely sublime stuff throughout the entire series. That's why she's our Qiddiya MVP.
I also love this 40 kills, 4 entries, and 10 assists. The round numbers. Almost fateful, some might say. But yes, amazing showing from Tori, just being a real consistent player in the background for the whole time. Had these really standout games, had times that it's been a little bit quieter for her, but always being there when the team needs her. And it is, of course, our pleasure to announce her as the Qiddiya MVP this series. Now, I think we're coming to the end here, and I'm gonna tear up if I'm not careful, because there's only one more week to go. Now, I do have to preface this by saying that we do have a little bit of a break between this week and the next week. I think it's 18th of October, correct me if I'm wrong, for the final week where every team has one more series to play, and that will close out the round robin. Now, FlyQuest, they have confirmed themselves that seat in the flight to Stockholm. But here is the standing new. Has anything really surprised you this season?
Well, I think there was that tweet out by Snicky that summed it up very perfectly. It's just nice to see that every single team has won at least one series. That is just such a nice roundabout way to just sum up in a ESL Impact. The competition is getting very, very fierce there because, like we see, FlyQuest Red still on top. But looking back all the way to Season 1 and how the level of competition has grown in the entire region, it's just absolutely sensational stuff. And especially with the way taking that very upset victory over TSM, there you can see kind of cracks start to show amongst the higher ranked teams, or like the upper echelons of NA ESL Impact. So you can see they are not Goliaths, they can bleed. So that's kind of the confidence that you need, especially as an aspiring player, to even compete here. So, and what I've seen from the qualifiers, it's going to be very, very fierce when they get into the qualifiers for next season. So that's why it's so scary being at, I know you got your series victory, but it is terrifying that you're going to have to go through that gauntlet once again with the potential teams on the horizon.
Indeed. It's also really nice to see. It felt like last season, FlyQuest Red and TSM Shimmer were leagues above the rest. It felt like a bit of a divide there. This season, it's a much more even spread across the board. And I think that speaks to the level of Counter-Strike we're seeing coming out from ESL Impact at the moment. Every season getting fiercer and fiercer and better and better. And my gosh, it is amazing to be at the forefront of this. It is an amazing scene, and it's really great to see the support that it's getting and how these players are just constantly improving and striving for more. But I think that's going to be us about done for the day. So Newt, any parting words for us?
Well, it is the penultimate week. We do have a little bit of a week break, but when we're back, you're not going to want to miss it because it's going to be the final week. I know that, well, there's going to be some action coming up a little bit later. We do have a little bit of a break, but we're going to go into the top 5 real soon. I think we're just getting that all prepped up. Yeah, we haven't actually gotten like our top 5 yet because there was just so many plays throughout the entire day. So
we're having our production.
Yeah, we got to sift through them. We got to find the gold because there's just so much gold everywhere. So we got to find the ones that were pressured a little bit, so they became diamonds. So we're going to be looking to that real soon. But there's a lot to unpack here. So we looked at the standings for NA. We got FlyQuest Red confirmed, but overall we actually have 5 teams confirmed already. So we've got Imperial. We got NIP that qualified today, which is great to see. We got Volga back on the server. That's quite highly anticipated. because, well, especially working with her for season 5, she made it very obvious. She loved her time on the desk, but her home is on LAN, and it's on the stage in front of you all. So she's there rocking it out. And then we got Furia and Fluxo. They've confirmed their positions. They've confirmed their slots in the finals as well for South America. And you got FlyQuest Red to close it off. So those are your 5 teams. There's still 3 places left, but those will go towards EU. So that's going to be very interesting matchups there, because 3 slots left and there's going to be 4 teams competing for it. So it's going to be quite intense coming into that final week. It's kind of terrifying there as well.
It is going to be an exciting one. And of course, it is going to be taking place in Stockholm as well. So that will be a super exciting event. If you are able to have a watch of that, you are going to want to see the firepower that is coming up, because all of these teams are looking strong. We're finally seeing maybe the ends of an era with the fact that Na'Vi Javelins, they are just looking that little bit better at the moment. Imperial, who were Pigeons last season, / ex-Nigma Galaxy, / Nigma Galaxy. They've been on a massive journey as well. They have been winning everything. They have won everything since the start. So this could be the year that we see that change potentially. And goosebumps, literal goosebumps. But I think we do have our 5 plays of the game, the top 5 ready for you. Production, they've managed to choose just 5 from the extensive list. Absolutely killing it back there. Now, shall we take a look? And do you want to kick us off with number 5, Newt?
Oh, seriously, when it comes on up, I'm super excited for number 5. It's Jenny R with a great 4K on Mirage. You've seen it in our series, but you didn't see it here unless you're watching the EU broadcast. And it's Jenny R was crucial in the maps for Big.
Now we've got Xenon on the 4K. Look at that, just flawless. Switches over to the sidearm for that final tap. 1 bullet, all she needs. Impeccable.
Then we got Poorly here, just rocking about again on Mirage, but it's a nice, clean 4K. Just great pathing, emerging from the shadows from below. And then the final kill to seal the deal.
And here we are, we're on Dust to Inferno with Kitsune here. And look at that, a collateral through the smoke, no less. Those are the flashy plays that we rarely get to see. So beautifully done there.
And then we got number 1, of course, and it was a clean ace from Zana. Everything was thrown at her by the Dreamcatchers over towards mid, but she got every single one and mopped the floor with them with a brilliant spray with the AK and the final USP to close. That's why you pick up that USP. No P2000.
No P2000. I feel like I'm being called out here, but what stellar plays of the game. And there were so many more that we just can't highlight because it has been a crazy day of some amazing clips. A whole highlight reel for every single player. Now, I think it's time that we bid our farewells, Newt. I think our time has come.
No, don't let it end. It has to end, sadly. At the end of the day, it's not. It's a brilliant saying. But it's not night anymore. It's actually the daytime right now for me. So that's a lie.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's great. It's the penultimate week. It is sad, but we're not leaving you all empty-handed. So we're going to go for a little break for the week, and then we'll be back with some more ESL Impact action. So my parting words is, we'll see you soon.
We will indeed. So everyone stay safe, have a wonderful night, and come back in a few weeks' time to close this on out with us. Thank you so much for all of the support for us here in the production and the casting booth as well as all of the players. It means the whole world to see the scene in the place that it's in. But you're right, Newt, it's time for us to say good night. So good night, everyone, and we'll see you very shortly.
I have earned.